Zhou Hao framed the 4 people who followed him. They could not continue to follow him. Zhou Hao calmly played a racing car on the side. This kind of black market car race has long been heard of, but he never participated. Now he not only participated, but also placed a bet. Although the bet is deceiving others. His Audi car had no advantage in front of 3 modified cars, but was dropped by more than 200 meters on a straight line of less than 1 kilometer. It can be seen that the gap between them is very huge, even if they don't understand the car. Zhao saw that Zhou Hao and himself were at a disadvantage. Husband, this is not okay. The gap between us and them is so big. If we run 13 laps, we won't be able to win the race at all. Xiao Zhao was worried and frowned at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled, still shifting gears leisurely, turning the steering wheel, and stepping on the accelerator. It doesn't look like a race at all. If he dangles another cigarette, he will completely become a self-driving tourist. Tension. Don't worry, my bet with them doesn't cost me a penny. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. If there is no hope of winning the game, we will just leave. It is negative and worthless. No one knows me. Those few follow me. People who are right now will be unlucky. At this point, Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing. He has never been weak in dealing with enemies. Today is just a lesson to the other party. He now feels that he is a little bit damaged, but he deserves to be unlucky. It is okay to track himself and not let them suffer. It is already kind. Up. Xiao Zhao also remembered at this time that this race was actually a temporary motive. She didn't care about winning or losing, especially when she thought of the tracker on the Lexus car. She felt even more happy when she knew the expression after being played by Zhou Hao like this. Up. Husband, you are really bad. How could you come up with such an idea? I guess the people in the Lexus car are already surrounded by young and dangerous boys. They must be burnt. Xiao Zhao smiled and said happily. Zhou Hao glanced at Xiao Zhao, looked at the charming girl, couldn't help touching her leg with a hand, and said with a deep gaze, "This scam is actually full of loopholes. It is estimated that as long as someone with a bit of IQ can see through it, I will give that if Fei made a little bit of psychological hints and then used his greedy personality, so the plan can be successful. Don't say he didn't know that I was lying to him. Even if he really knew it, he would think he didn't know." Xiao Zhao's eyes were blurred again. It seemed that since she had made friends with Zhou Hao, she could not resist Zhou Hao's intimacy at all. She just touched her legs, and her heartbeat had accelerated. If it were not for fear of affecting Zhou Hao's driving, she would have already plunged into Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao could naturally see that Xiao Zhao was in high spirits. Not only did he not stop his hands, but instead enlarged the range of strokes. From Xiao Zhao's legs, he touched upwards, and even squeezed her hands between Xiao Zhao's legs, scaring her to hurry. Clamping, he didn't dare to let Zhou Hao continue to move. His breathing was already fast. Husband, you are really bad. You just lied to others, and now you're bullying me again. Don't move and drive with confidence. There will be a curve ahead. It is not safe. Xiao Zhao tried his best to restrain his heartbeat, but can't help but winks like silk, not so much to stop Zhou Hao, as it is to refuse and welcome. Zhou Hao accepted Xiao Zhao's temptation in its entirety. He smiled and said, "I've always been bad, you don't know? And I have something worse." He stood upright with his palms and buckled directly on Xiao Zhao. The most secret part of her, there is constant friction through the panties. After just a few moments, he already felt the special hotness of women. Zhou Hao smiled more evilly and said with a squint, "Little sister, you seem to be very excited. Do you think if I stop moving now, are you willing?" Xiao Zhao now feels his body is hot. No matter whether it is dangerous or not, he gasped quickly, "Husband, let's not play. I'm so hot. I want to take off my clothes, so let's stop." Zhou Hao laughed and said, "It's boring to stop. We just want to be in the stimulus and pursue higher enjoyment. We have to keep it going. If you are really hot, just take it off." "Oh, yes, for don't run out. It's better to just take off your underwear." Xiao Zhao could not be restrained from being seduced by Zhou Hao. It didn't matter whether his words were right or wrong. He completely obeyed Zhou Hao's instructions, grabbed Zhou Hao's paws, and then moved dexterously, taking off his underwear directly. It seemed like this breathable. She can be more comfortable. According to Zhou Hao, it would be good to just seduce Xiao Zhao. I never expected her reaction to be so strong. If it weren't for her superb skills and aspirations, it would not be comparable to ordinary people. When a car is driving at high speed, doing this is tantamount to death. Xiao Zhao's body was hot. No matter how much, he moved Zhou Hao's hand away and then pulled it over and placed it on her body. Her little hand touched Zhou Hao dishonestly. She has become a complete one now, a woman who cannot control her emotions. Zhou Hao watched in surprise as Xiao Zhao untied his belt skillfully and got his little hand in. Then he felt like he was caught by a cold little hand, hissed, and sucked in the air. Zhou Hao felt the hairs all over his body stand up. Now, not only is there the excitement of the car, but also the beauty of the small hand service. It is really a supreme enjoyment. He didn't know that between himself and Xiao Zhao, since the effect of double cultivation for the first time, it was difficult to resist each other. What's more, he watched a reality show together before and had a backlog of desires for a long time. Directly at this moment, it broke out completely. Xiao Zhao, no matter what the situation, first solved the most terrible thing. When Zhou Hao was moving around Xiao Zhao, all the senses were in her hands, but she also came to a turn in front, a circular lane, which requires the driver's ability to turn very high. If it can achieve perfect drift, it will be better. Up. He seldom drove fast before, nor did he use drifting, but under the stimulation of Xiao Zhao now, and his senses are extremely sensitive, he wants to try the legendary drifting to see if he can do it. His speed has been maintained at more than 200 yards. He didn't slow down when turning, and he went straight around. When he was about to hit the mountain, he slammed the brakes and successfully flicked and turned around. The direction of the front of the car is against the direction of travel. If you stop here and start again at the speed of the car, it will naturally fall behind. At this time, the driver needs to start the car instantly and make a drift forward operation. Zhou Hao's reaction speed is not comparable to that of ordinary people, and he can completely grasp this moment. What should be done? Almost when the car is about to stop, ignite the fire suddenly and refuel. Although the car has not been modified, the performance is still excellent. The driving of the car is supernormal, and the front of the car is only adjusted to the direction, and it has been rushed out. All this is as if it should be. Even if the F1 racer is here, it is about Zhou Hao's drift, and there is nothing to be faulty. Xiao Zhao in the car, after such a fierce stimulation, especially when Zhou Hao was in a state of excitement, he inadvertently used too much force. Xiao Zhao also screamed while the car was roaring, and the whole person was soft. Down, she was actually at the peak of stimulation and reached her own peak. Zhou Hao turned the corner and looked at Xiao Zhao with a satisfied and wintry look and said dumbly, "Little girl, you are too sensitive. Right now. What should I do? My brother is angry. So expensive." Xiao Zhao lazily gave Zhou Hao a blank look and said weakly, "Who told you to be so bad? You have to use one hand when you turn." I was almost so excited that my heart was about to jump out. I can believe this. You are really excited, or I will calm your heartbeat, and I will touch it. Will it beat fast? Zhou Hao said, making a gesture to touch Xiao Zhao's chest. Xiao Zhao sighed. "You really hate you. Always thinking about taking advantage, but you were really good just now, and the turns are very beautiful." "Yeah, you actually noticed my turn. I thought you didn't care about anything just now. It's really out of my expectation." The hero of the female middle school, dual purpose. Zhou Hao smiled jokingly. Although Xiao Zhao was very unrestrained before, he is now being ridiculed by Zhou Hao. The way to avenge Zhou Hao is to move her small hands dishonestly. Her previous hands have been on Zhou Hao's body, but she was just a little lazy and didn't want to move. Her retaliatory action made Zhou Hao continue to gasp, saying that this little girl is really seductive and unbearable, and said, "You don't want your life anymore. You really want to be a widow. I can bear it. If you can't help it, mess with me again. I really gave up the game and rectified you on the spot." Not only did Xiao Zhao not be obedient, but he smiled mischievously and buried his head. Zhou Hao felt bad. He felt that his pants were taken off. Then he felt warm and moist. It was as if he had entered the sauna room, feeling very comfortable. The pores all over the body are opened. Zhou Hao's speed is not slowing down, but she can't help but smile. This girl is really so bold no matter what. She is really not afraid that she can't control her body and hits the mountain all at once. She has just passed a turn. It was only these 2 days that Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao had sex. Naturally, there was no experience to talk about. He would bite Zhou Hao from time to time, and Zhou Hao grinned in pain. But this kind of jerky action can arouse a man's desire to conquer. Zhou Hao now feels painful and happy. And because of the speed of the car and the waiting of the beautiful women, Zhou Hao really experienced speed and passion, but this feeling is intertwined, making people want to be happy, but can't be really happy, want to be calm, but can't be calm. Zhou Hao felt that he was wandering between heaven and hell. Zhou Hao is now driving completely by inertia. No matter how many corners he turns, Zhou Hao's hand is already unwilling to touch Xiao Zhao's back. There is nothing under her skirt, and her plump buttocks feel good. Zhou Hao is nostalgic. Xiao Zhao had already been seduced by Zhou Hao and couldn't help himself. Zhou Hao stroked her body again, suddenly becoming more uncontrollable, moving her head faster. Zhou Hao was more comfortable, and the hissing sound continued. It's not that he has not received such service. Hong Ye and Li Shuihan have done so. The key is that at this moment, the car is moving fast. His hand is controlling the steering wheel. His feet are always ready to step on the brake and the accelerator, and he must also pay attention to Xiao Zhao's situation here. Now Xiao Zhao seems to have completely forgotten both people's situation. This made Zhou Hao dumbfounded. Speaking of myself as Xiao Zhao's first man, I have never developed her at all. Now that she is broken, she is like a little lut. If it weren't for her and herself, it would be the first time, and now she is acting jerky. He really wants to doubt Xiao Zhao. When Zhou Hao was excited, the speed of the car was still unabated. He made several turns with a keen sense surpassing ordinary people, but the most difficult one was said to be almost a right-angle turn, which has not yet arrived. Xiao Zhao was already excited again. Xiao Zhao, you are really a fairy. Forget it. Today we will have a thorough excitement. Anyway, they have pulled me so far. Let's fight it. Zhou Hao sighed and stroked Xiao Zhao's hand a little. With force, she lifted her body up, and no matter whether it was dangerous or not, she signaled Xiao Zhao to ride up. Husband, can you see the road ahead? It seems that Zhou Hao stopped touching her, and she was a little more awake. Looking at the curve ahead, Xiao Zhao asked worriedly. Zhou Hao glared at Xiao Zhao angrily and said, You still know that there is danger. Why didn't you just talk about it? Now you see my brother is very high-spirited. It is really dangerous if you don't appease him. Stop talking nonsense. I control the car. You sit in. You just have to lie in my arms. It won't be affected. Xiao Zhao put out her tongue and smiled embarrassedly, and then really obediently straddled Zhou Hao's body. Her figure is not petite, but Zhou Hao's figure is even taller. As Zhou Hao said, she just needs to shrink her body and lie on Zhou Hao. Why? It will not affect the vision at all. When Zhou Hao stroked Xiao Zhao, the obstacles on her body had already been cleared by Zhou Hao. There would be no trouble at all to sit on it. Despite the inconvenience in the carriage, Xiao Zhao was already a martial artist after all. Dexterous, it didn't take much effort to sit on Zhou Hao. Until she really sat on Zhou Hao's body, the two people groaned contentedly together. Although it was not the first time to do so, today it was more pleasant than usual. Not only did she endure it for a long time, the key is that this environment is very especially. These actions of Xiao Zhao sitting on Zhou Hao did not affect Zhou Hao's speed at all. The speed was still maintained. When Xiao Zhao sat down, it happened to be a turn. Zhou Hao followed his previous habit with one brake and another acceleration. Forward. The result was different. Xiao Zhao was thrown out a bit. Then Zhou Hao rushed forward. Xiao Zhao sat down. Zhou Hao directly impacted Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, who was already on the verge of a peak, suddenly wailed and dropped his head on Zhou Hao's shoulders. Zhou Hao felt the clearest. He knew exactly what happened to Xiao Zhao, especially when it was tight underneath. It seemed to be held by someone with his hand, and suddenly said dumbfounded, Little girl, you are here again. What can I do? You leave me alone every time. Xiao Zhao never thought that he was so unbearable. Lying in Zhou Hao's arms, he didn't dare to lift his head, and said embarrassedly, My husband, I don't know. Who knows you are so powerful? I originally wanted to serve you, yes. It's a bit unsupportable now. Zhou Hao sighed secretly and laughed. I really can't comment on this. It's not that I'm great, and you are too fast. I really don't know how the saints of your demon sect are nurtured. What a baby. You can't take it anymore. Just take a rest. Xiao Zhao wrinkled her small nose, did not speak, and just lay down in Zhou Hao's arms without moving her body. She felt this was very fulfilling, but she also knew that Zhou Hao hadn't enjoyed herself yet. She secretly adjusted her internal breath and began to recover. Physically, she can't look at Zhou Hao uncomfortable. Zhou Hao naturally didn't know what she was thinking. Although this made herself a little helpless, it did not affect him to continue to accelerate. He held Xiao Zhao in this way. In fact, if someone saw from the outside, they would not doubt what they were doing. Not only can it not be seen, but at such a high speed, who dares to think that they are doing the most exciting thing? When Xiao Zhao was regaining his strength, Zhou Hao suddenly said, "Xiao Zhao, you sit firmly. I have been watching movies with speeding performances. This time I will also perform. I have already seen it well. The surrounding mountains in time. If I make a leap, there is a big chance, and if I do, I should be able to overtake the car in front." When Zhou Hao was talking, his eyes were always measuring the distance. He rushed out from the loop line one level higher, and then landed on the next loop line at the lower level, then went around higher and jumped to the next level. If it is normal driving, at least 1 or 2 kilometers, if you take shortcuts like this, you can save a lot of time. Although Xiao Zhao has been busy doing other things, he has come here for a long time and already feels it. Knowing that Zhou Hao's car skills are very good, he will choose this method with certainty, and when he thinks of the car volley, he and Zhou Hao close together, the whole body trembles thinking about the stimulation. "Okay, come on, husband, I have always supported you, and I will be with you. Whatever you want to do," Xiao Zhao thought, shouting excitedly, and kissed Zhou Hao on the face. Zhou Hao was taken aback and laughed dumbfounded. He was a human for 2 lives. Although he looks about the same age as Xiao Zhao, in fact, his mental age is not young. If Xiao Zhao took him with him, maybe he would not be so crazy. Now she was really driven by her. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao smiled proudly. "Don't worry, even if there is a danger, I will protect you and won't let you suffer. This little danger, I can't help me." Xiao Zhao liked Zhou Hao's masculine appearance, and his eyes blurred. "Husband, I know you will protect me. I can do whatever I want." "Oh, you don't want it. It's so bad. I let you driving, not to make you messy, ah." She thought that Zhou Hao was going to speed, and she forgot the current state of herself and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was excited for a while, and moved twice unconsciously, which immediately caused Xiao Zhao to scream. Even if she was stupid at this time, I also knew what Zhou Hao was thinking, and she was moved twice by Zhou Hao, and it was itchy. Internal strength is indeed a good thing. After a few minutes of molesting, Xiao Zhao, who was already a little tired before, actually became active again. Since Zhou Hao hasn't enjoyed herself yet, she blushed for a while and said, "My husband, you can concentrate on driving and let I'm here. Don't make any mistakes." As he spoke, he moved slowly. Zhou Hao was just teasing Xiao Zhao like a prank. He didn't expect that he was so clever that he would take the initiative and take a deep breath to separate his attention. While enjoying Xiao Zhao, he concentrated and prepared to leap over the mountain road. When turning the corner, Zhou Hao's speed suddenly increased. The speed of the car had already reached its limit. When it was increased a little bit, the motor roared. If it goes on for a long time, the car will definitely break down. Fortunately, Zhou Hao has already expected it. Naturally will not let the car really break down. The car didn't turn along the mountain road, but directly vacated and flew to the mountain road on the first floor opposite. The distance between each other was not too far, only more than 30 meters. Even so, if there is no guts, I would not dare to do so. Even if the Audi car is very comfortable, people can still have a very obvious feeling of weightlessness. At this time, Xiao Zhao suddenly has an inexplicable excitement, and he moves more crazily than before. If it is not for Zhou Hao, who is a supermaster, he usually performs light work. At that time, he would feel this way, so he controlled his heart, otherwise he might be ashamed. When the car fell heavily on the mountain road, the two ran into each other tightly again, and at the same time, they groaned again comfortably. Zhou Hao said that this was really peak happiness, but he had not forgotten his car and stepped on the accelerator. The car screamed and continued to rush forward. Zhou Hao patted Xiao Zhao's when the car entered normal driving, which caused her to exclaim again. She has been sitting on Zhou Hao without moving since she fell, but Zhou Hao knew that she was not tired. "You almost killed your husband. What were you doing so crazy just now? You are really crazy." Zhou Hao gave her a kiss on her little mouth before staring. Xiao Zhao twisted slightly weakly before saying, "Husband, I can't help it. I was really comfortable just now. I didn't want it. I was ashamed." "Haha, you still know shyness. but it doesn't matter. My husband is still very powerful, and I can control it. You have to hold on, and the next leap will come soon. Zhou Hao laughed. The car was fast, and the two spoke in time. The car has arrived at the location of the second leap. Xiao Zhao opened his mouth slightly and said with lingering fears, "Husband, I have made the second leap so soon. I can't help but what to do in a while, or let's go around. It's too exciting." Zhou Hao smiled, hugged tightly, and deliberately pressed Xiao Zhao again, feeling that the body of the woman in his arms was soft, and then confidently said, "It's okay. Do whatever you want. The first time I was caught off guard. Now that I have prepared, I will be fine no matter what." Xiao Zhao was not talking, but there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Zhou Hao smiled secretly. This little girl clearly liked that feeling. She was really embarrassed, but Zhou Hao liked it very much, and according to his calculations, after this corner, at least one famous driver should be able to pass. Zhou Hao's crazy leap over the mountain road not only brought a particularly exciting feeling to the two who were intimacy, but also gained an advantage in the car. On the first leap, Zhou Hao's car did not catch up with the previous car, but after 3 leaps, he has already seen the car in front. These people who participate in black market car races are young and dangerous boys who often play cars. They modified their cars from black car dealers and then used them as racing cars. They often run on this track. The mountain road here is very familiar. Even though those corners are dangerous, they can completely close by slowing down. Anyway, the performance of the car is very good. In this relatively long-distance race, they can be willing to delay a few seconds. Of course, it will not take that long. As time goes by, they become more and more proficient in the lane, except for 90 degrees. Even if the other corners cannot drift like Zhou Hao, they can turn around naturally. It's just that for so many years, no matter who is racing, they won't be able to play fast. Even if their car is modified, they can't make fun of their own lives. If one accidentally drops the car down a cliff, it will be the end of a car crash. Zhou Hao was also adventurous, and he was still in extreme excitement. But even though he was so aggressive, he was sure that if something happened, he could get out of the car, and the distance between the mountains was not so exaggerated in Zhou Hao's eyes. The car, it is not difficult for him to leap. This is what a supermaster can do. To a certain extent, Zhou Hao's current ability has surpassed that of humans. These are the main reasons why he dares to be so crazy. He is a person who has died once, even if he is not so afraid of death, and will not make fun of his life. When he saw the back of the third car, it was almost the 4th time to fly over the mountain road. Xiao Zhao was still sitting in Zhou Hao's arms, but his movements were relatively small, and he couldn't see clearly at night, just thinking they were sitting like that. When Zhou Hao could see the third-place car, the third-place driver could naturally see Zhou Hao. Although he was in third place, he was very fast. At least he thought that Zhou Hao was lost, but he didn't expect one. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Hao suddenly appeared. He didn't know where this guy came from. Nevertheless, the third-place driver was not in a hurry. With the performance of his car, it doesn't matter how fast he accelerates. His technique is slightly worse than that of the top two. He can't make turns as freely as they can, so when cornering, he dare not use it. The speed has increased to the top, but he is now 10 meters ahead of Zhou Hao. As long as he turns this corner, after he accelerates, he believes that Zhou Hao can be thrown away. Thinking in his heart, he couldn't help but open the car window and said arrogantly to Zhou Hao, "Boy, your car is not good. Eat in the back. Fart. I'm leaving. I won't play with you." He dared to make such a provocation at such a fast speed. It was extremely arrogant. Xiao Zhao's body, which was still in motion, stiffened a bit and wanted to reply, but Zhou Hao hugged her tightly, not letting him. She ran into a mess and pushed her hard a few times, and suddenly Xiao Zhao's body softened again. Xiao Zhao actually hates herself for being unbelievable. How can she not resist Zhou Hao? The key point is that she is still very obsessed with Zhou Hao's domineering. Thinking of this, regardless of the result of the racing, she lies in Zhou Hao's arms with peace of mind and does whatever he does. Seeing Xiao Zhao's silence, Zhou Hao didn't say much, keeping the speed of the car's zero boundary point and following the third place ahead, and immediately reached the front corner. The third place car made a natural turn and was about to turn. After it passed, as long as he turned around, he started the car and could directly throw Zhou Hao away. Just when the driver was thinking about something beautiful, his eyes suddenly went dark and he saw a car fast approaching. He didn't come in a rampage, but was obviously thrown over by inertia. He was surprised and thought it was Zhou Hao's car. Out of control, it's time to rush out of the curve. And if he really rushed out, he must be the first to be unlucky. He was about to hit him. He didn't think it was Zhou Hao's revenge. He only thought that he was not skilled enough. He was instantly upset. How could he have to irritate him? In order to chase myself, there was an operating error. His frustration didn't last long. When Zhou Hao's car was almost attached to his car, it suddenly accelerated, and the car shot out without stopping for half a second. The car's exhaust was sprayed directly on the third car. On his window, as the third driver said, he really fart. Zhou Hao still used to drift through corners this time, but it was different from before. His tail flick target was the third-place car, and his calculation was very accurate. At least if it was slightly wrong, he would crash into it. Now not only has there been no accident, still able to scare the third driver to death. This kind of accurate calculation requires not only extraordinary car skills, but also very strong psychological qualities. If it can't be started instantly and drifted perfectly, the result will still be a crash. Zhou Hao naturally has a unique advantage in this respect, and he can even in 1 second. Many contingency measures are made. Moreover, after driving for such a long time, he fully understands the performance of the car. It is just a small joke to make this kind of stimulating third-place move within the acceptable range of the car. The third driver was really frightened by Zhou Hao. He didn't expect that his skills could be so superb. He has been racing here for a long time. Even a racer who is called a car would not dare to do this. Maybe he can drift. When cornering, he can also be the first place every time. But he believes that the ordinary Audi driven by Zhou Hao can't be so beautiful. The driver who originally planned to get rid of Zhou Hao after the corner was frustrated for a while. Although this guy's car is not very good, the technology is really amazing. This time he has no hope of winning. The same is true for the girl next to him. Although she doesn't know the car as well as the driver, she quieted down after being frightened. Before, she thought that the driver next to her was awesome, but now she only thinks that Zhou Hao is cool. She is not afraid of heaven because she is sitting inside. I am not afraid of the land. I can see more clearly. She could clearly see Zhou Hao's cold eyes and disdainful smile. At that moment, Zhou Hao was obviously deliberate. She could see Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao more clearly. Even though it was just a quick glance, she had already discovered that Xiao Zhao there seemed to be nothing under her skirt, and she saw their legs. What this means, the girl is not a simple little girl. She can naturally understand that at this time she almost regards Zhou Hao as a god. This man is so powerful, playing car skills like this, she has not forgotten to have. With women, and she doesn't know. How could he stand it? If he changed to an ordinary person, he would have been schizophrenic. Regardless of their reaction, Zhou Hao has already left far away, and not far ahead. He has already reached the point of the leap. In this leap, he estimated that he should be able to see the second driver, the first 2 or 3 drivers. There shouldn't be much difference between them, and maybe you can see the number 1 driver. Xiao Zhao has become accustomed to flying with Zhou Hao. Although he is still very excited, he is not afraid that Zhou Hao can't stand it, and he is very crazy. Xiao Zhao has no idea how many times he feels comfortable on this journey, and she estimates that Zhou Hao is also fast. Zhou Hao's spirit is now more concentrated. After another leap, he really saw the car in front of him, and there were 2 cars. They were no more than 2 meters in front of each other. Obviously, they were almost the same in strength. The 2 riders were taken aback. Like the previous drivers, they thought that even if someone could follow, they would be the third driver. How could the rich man who drove Audi catch up? But it turns out that they were wrong. Zhou Hao really drove to follow, and they are already about 10 meters away. The 2 were competing for the first place. After Zhou Hao appeared, their thoughts were very consistent. They wanted to suppress Zhou Hao and not let him go beyond. They also thought of the same way as the third-place driver, as long as they passed the front. In the corners, Zhou Hao would not have a chance to keep up. The mountain road is just for the preparation of the car, and at most 2 cars can be allowed to go side by side. Now the first and second place are blocked in front. Zhou Hao wants to overtake unless he flies over. Of course, this is impossible. Zhou Hao is indeed a bit special. Ability, but it hasn't gone against the sky to such an extent. He is not in a hurry either. There are still 2 laps to turn in front. He has 2 opportunities to leap. The first one can pass them, and the second one can get away from them. In fact, Zhou Hao just wanted to experience the excitement of the car in this race. He never thought about winning the race. Even if he hopes to win the first place now, he doesn't want to. If he wins the first place, follow his own Alexa's car, there will be no trouble. The two drivers didn't know Zhou Hao's thoughts. They both thought that Zhou Hao wanted to compete for the first place. In this case, they would naturally refuse to give up, and the desire to compete for the first place was gone. The two stood side by side against Zhou Hao. Anyway, Zhou Hao's car performance is not as good as them, and they don't believe Zhou Hao can pass. The distance between the three cars was more than 10 meters, and it took less than a minute to get to the next corner. Both drivers had good skills and hardly slowed down. A magnificent turn was completed, and the cars side by side were all positioned. No change. Zhou Hao nodded secretly. It's no wonder that the two of them were able to pull the third place so far. Their skills are definitely higher than those of the previous driver. This time Zhou Hao didn't use drift and just turned straight like them. The car was not as fast as them, but the difference is almost the same, so there is no distance. His skills exceeded the expectations of the two drivers, but then it suddenly occurred that if he didn't even have this ability, he would not be able to catch up with them. After they passed the corner, they accelerated together tacitly and wanted to throw Zhou Hao away. Zhou Hao didn't compete with them either, still driving at speed. The drivers thought that Zhou Hao had no threat. When they couldn't see it immediately, they saw an incredible scene. Zhou Hao actually drove over the mountain road. The two drivers couldn't believe their eyes. Zhou Hao was actually speeding. This was not a fast car on flat ground, nor a flying performance. This was a real-life killing. If he missed his hand, he would be crushed. They have been racing in Blackstone racing for so many years. It is not that they have never seen a bold driver, but they really rushed to speed here. Today is the first time they met, and it is not a modified car, but an ordinary Audi with no characteristics. Cars really dare to work hard. Zhou Hao didn't know what the two of them thought. His leap was successfully completed again this time. In fact, this leap is not too demanding for car skills. The most important thing is to use courage and have enough of his car. Understand, otherwise there will be a problem, and the result is self-evident. In terms of car skills, Zhou Hao will naturally not lose to the first two drivers. If he is concerned about his guts, he has been on the verge of life and death many times, and even had a resurrection experience. No one is better than Zhou Hao. Now he is the most basic. The conditions have been met. The only thing is to understand the performance of the car. Driving all the way, who can't understand the performance of his car? Zhou Hao has fully grasped all the conditions that are beneficial to him, and can obtain the current advantage by taking shortcuts. Xiao Zhao has already been tossed to death by him now. It's all instinct. After crossing this corner, Zhou Hao's car has ranked first, and the next two drivers are still going around the corner, although they can catch up quickly. After all, his speed is here, but it will take some time. At least they could not catch up until Zhou Hao crossed the last step. And when they really catch up, Zhou Hao will enter the last step of the leap, and they can still get away from them. In this game, if Zhou Hao didn't deliberately release the water, they would definitely not be able to win. After all, they were so far behind. Even if the following is until, it is difficult for them to catch up. The car was driving at extreme speed. Everything was as planned by Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao's car was about to reach the last step, the two cars behind had already reached the turning point. Watching Zhou Hao driving up the steps again, they thought Zhou Hao this time will not jump anymore. After all, one jump requires enough guts. If you want to jump twice, it would be a little crazy. They asked themselves if they should dare to jump twice. It would be difficult for them to jump twice. Looking at Zhou Hao's one time, it seemed that he had jumped several times. At last, he still had the guts. When they thought of this, they honked the car's horn at the same time. They were not sure whether their thoughts were urging Zhou Hao to jump or not wanting Zhou Hao to jump, but they are now watching Zhou Hao's car with concentration. Until I got on, my car was not dangerous. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. As he approached the starting point of the flight, he also sounded the horn very cooperatively, as if responding to the two of them, and then the car flew over again, no different from the previous leap. No hesitation. Perfect leap. Let him open an absolute distance from the other two drivers. The two drivers felt like this, but they broke out of cold sweat unconsciously. Whether this guy is a racer or a stuntman, it doesn't seem to be a race at all. It's all about using stunts. Although they watched Zhou Hao's easy leap, It seemed that there was no difficulty, but they didn't dare to try it. They had never had this experience. They didn't know which position was the safest to jump from, and they didn't know when they should be in the air and when falling. They dare not make jokes about their lives, what kind of reaction they make. The little sister in the same car with them watched Zhou Hao's car flying over the cliff, and she was stupid. They had been hanging around here for a long time, and naturally understood the difficulty of doing this. They dare not ask the drivers around them to do this. They have nothing else to think about except for Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao's car. When Zhou Hao's car hit the ground, it didn't stop and drove forward. Although his car was just a normal Audi, the performance of the car didn't disappoint him. At least nothing happened halfway. And the most exciting thing is that when he was in the air, Xiao Zhao moved up and down frantically. Everything seemed to have reached the climax. Zhou Hao knew that this was the last leap, completely relaxed, and let Xiao Zhao's behavior be. Feel the wonderful feeling carefully. At the moment the car landed, Zhou Hao heavily pressed into Xiao Zhao's body and broke out completely, uncontrollably. This time the feeling was stronger than usual. Xiao Zhao's body was constantly twitching, which was obviously extremely excited. Zhou Hao, even I feel my feet are a bit soft. Zhou Hao is not someone who has never experienced it. It's just that such an experience is very exciting. If he didn't know that there were two people watching behind him, he would even want to stop driving the car and stop directly on the cliff. Nevertheless, when he turned a mountain peak and the straight road was in front of him, Zhou Hao stopped the car, hugged Xiao Zhao and kissed him, and said with a smile, "Little fairy, is it fun this time? Can you still move?" Xiao Zhao had already recovered. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, his pretty face instantly turned red, and he lightly punched Zhou Hao's shoulder and said, "You are a bad guy, and you still say me. If you didn't seduce me, how could I? Like a lut. You are the worst, you are all ashamed." Zhou Hao smiled, rubbed her vigorously, and teased, "It's okay, I like you a little lut. You can seduce people so much. How can I not like you? You just got cool. Well, it's really exciting. You're really amazing. You're the number one now. Stop the car now. They should catch up in a while." Xiao Zhao blushed and nodded, then looked left and right. The end was not far away, so Zhou Hao stopped the car on the side of the road. Zhou Hao stretched out, let Xiao Zhao lie comfortably in his arms, leaned on the seat, and gently stroked Xiao Zhao, and said leisurely, "It's okay, my goal is to lose the game. Otherwise how could this Lexus car be snatched by a LFY, and I have already won. There is no need to fight for the first place. Husband, you are really bad. Those people have to hate you to death. You can obviously be the first and have to stop here. They must know that you did it on purpose." Xiao Zhao lay down comfortably, enjoying Zhou Hao's stroking. Xiao Xiaoyan said, "Who said I did it on purpose? I just leaped over too many cliffs, and the car broke down. I now let him repair himself. When will it be repaired? When will we leave? The rules of the game do not say that we must complete the race. The quality of my car is not good enough to be completed." Zhou Haohun didn't care, as if he was aggrieved. Xiao Zhao curled his lips and snorted, "Husband, you are so cunning. Have you already planned it from the beginning? I think you look like you are well informed. You are so foresight and good at deceiving people. Is also very good at deceiving girls." Zhou Hao sweated a lot. He didn't know how Xiao Zhao could connect so many things together, and the topic could be transferred to the girl, and he explained, "You're wronging me by saying that. How do I know those racing cars? I'm so useless, I'm already ahead, and I don't have racing experience either. This is all taking advantage of the trend." Okay, husband, don't worry, I'll support you whatever you do. I can only blame them for following us, but the feeling of racing is really exciting. No wonder so many people like it. Xiao Zhao kissed Zhou Hao said with a smile. Zhou Hao also kissed her back and smiled badly. "I don't think you like the feeling of racing, but you like the excitement of being in the car." After talking twice, Xiao Zhao was immediately attracted. Exclaimed, "Husband, you are too fast. How come you recover? Don't mess around. I can't stand it anymore. If you toss me again, I will fall apart. You are really a monster." Xiao Zhao, he really couldn't bear it, and rolled to the side unconsciously, not giving Zhou Hao a chance. Zhou Hao smiled and didn't chase him. He didn't plan to continue tossing Xiao Zhao. How excited Xiao Zhao was just now. He knows better than anyone. When Xiao Zhao returns to the co-pilot, Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao clean up together. At least don't let the appearance be seen. When the two of them were finishing up, The other two drivers had already reached this point. They are all a little lost now. Meeting an opponent like Zhou Hao is simply their nightmare. If Zhou Hao drives their car, there is no need to race. They can directly admit defeat. Even so, they feel that it is not wrong to lose, and they are the first to fight for their lives. Unexpectedly, they all thought Zhou Hao had crossed the finish line, but saw his car parked on the side of the road. But because the speed was too fast, they did not allow them to think about what Zhou Hao was doing. The two racers are not fools. Regardless of why Zhou Hao stopped the car, the remaining section of the road has become a decisive battlefield for the two. They quickly accelerated and crossed the finish line at the fastest speed. The two cars almost going forward together. The first place is only half a body faster than the second place. The people waiting at the finish line were excited about winning and annoyed about losing, but they didn't know that the two drivers stopped the car, but were at a loss. They still didn't wait until Zhou Hao came over, and they didn't know what he was doing. Minutes. The third-place driver is about to reach the end. Zhou Hao watched the two riders cross the finish line. The first and second place were determined, and his side was sorted. Then he started the car and passed the finish line in a very leisurely manner. The people watching saw Zhou Hao. He looked lazy and thought he had given up the game. Only the top two drivers know that Zhou Hao is actually the first place, but I don't know why he deliberately lost the race. The eyes looking at Zhou Hao's car are also very complicated. This is the case for the race. Whoever crosses the finish line wins the race. They can't tell others that Zhou Hao gave in to the first place, and it's hard to make a living. Zhou Hao lost the game deliberately. Although the first and second places don't understand why he did this, the two of them wouldn't say it. After all, there are gambling games. Whoever wins and loses will affect the money gambling players. That you can only keep your questions in your heart and discuss them in private later. Fei had predicted that Zhou Hao would lose the game. In his eyes, this guy was a money-burning prodigal. No matter what those Lexus people said, he would lose anyway, and these 4 cars would be his own. In fact, he had also doubted Zhou Hao's relationship with these 4 cars. As they said, if Zhou Hao ran halfway, Zhou Hao might have deceived people, but now they are not only here, but they are also very credible. Fei thought, these 4 cars might be Zhou Hao's bodyguards, and they were sent by his father. This prodigal son didn't want the bodyguards to follow, or he didn't take the bodyguards seriously before losing the car to himself. Fei, I bet them here. I will take the money now. Before tomorrow, I will definitely come back to redeem them. Don't squander the bill. I can't see the car then. Zhou Hao knew what Fei was thinking and said deliberately, I seem to be reluctant to give up these cars. The more he said this, the more Alfy believed that the 4 Lexus cars belonged to Zhou Hao. He secretly compared 1 million and 1.6 million in his heart. All fools know how to choose. The credibility is always in the face of interests. It will fall apart. Not to mention that Fei is still a young and dangerous boy. How can he have so much credibility? I thought that I would sell 4 cars tomorrow, and then go to Hong Kong to play for a few days. Who cares if the prodigal is here to redeem the car? Anyway, this 1 million is enough to let myself squander it for a while, and I will wait for it. At that time, no one knew who he was. When he planned, he did not forget to deal with Zhou Hao, and smiled and said, Don't worry, this car will be with me. You can rest assured that it won't scratch a piece of paint. You can get the money today. The racing is over here, and it's time to break up. Zhou Hao naturally understood what he meant, and he would definitely not scrape the paint off, otherwise the price would be discounted again. He also pierced Fei and said with a smile, Brother Fei is so loyal. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Show me the car and don't have any problems. Fei waved his hand to Zhou Hao and laughed and said, Don't worry. You must be satisfied. Bye-bye. After speaking, he turned his head and led people to the front of the Lexus. With a big wave, more than 100 people immediately took 4 Lexus vehicles. With the car in the middle, Fei sneered. What else do you have to say now? People have already come back, and you still say you are okay. The driver of the Lexus car didn't expect Zhou Hao to return, thinking that he would take the opportunity to slip away, and then the people who blocked him would disperse. Even though it's shameful to chase him, he can explain to Song Biao when he goes back. After all, this guy is too cunning, but if you lose your car now, it's really bad luck. These 4 or 2 cars seem to be not a major event in the eyes of Sang Biao, but if the car is detained by a group of young and dangerous boys, it will lose face, and they will definitely be dealt with by the regulations. Thinking of this, the driver of the first Lexus car looked gloomy and stared at a Fei outside the car. You are called a Fei. In Macau, you should have brighter eyes. Not everyone can offend you. You know we are who. Even our car dare to rob. A Fei was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly and said to the people around him while laughing, Yo, I was so ridiculous to laugh at me. I actually said that to my Fei. Yeah, Fei is really not a big shot, but I am willing to bet. We still understand that the kid who lost you to us before now wants to run, right? It's not that easy. No bet has ever slipped before our eyes. As they said, the young and dangerous boys laughed together, and the encirclement became tighter. They are now looking at the Lexus car, which is a fat sheep. The previous Zhou Hao was only giving money. The real money is still these cars, although it's not a high-end top-grade car, and probably know how much it costs. The face of the driver in the car changed and looked at each other. The driver who had spoken before said again, A Fei, you stupid, you don't know if you are fooled. Then okay, I'll ask you. Do you know whether you know the loss? Biao, do you think you dare to rob you of the silly things? A Fei's footsteps, often mixed on the roads of Macau, naturally heard the name of Song Biao. That is a mad dog. Only a few years after his debut, but it has become popular. Although not as good as the king of Macau, He Hong's son, among young people in China, the influence is also great. For a young and dangerous boy like a Fei, he is a real boss and dare not provoke him. However, Yelefy is not a fool. He was frightened in a few words. He was just a little startled. His steps approached again, and he sneered. Boy, you know a lot. You said you are a beast. How can you prove that we don't knowing? Let's talk about it. You are a bet that you lost to us, and you have to stay what you say. He also couldn't be sure whether these people were stubborn people, but he knew that the fat in his mouth could not be snatched away. Anyway, after selling the car, he didn't want to continue mixing in Macau. He went to Hong Kong. Can still mix well. It's not that a Fei has never seen money. Usually more than 100,000 or 200,000, and I often see it. But it is really rare to see more than 1 million at a time. It is enough to spend a period of time, and he can come out and mix. It is nothing but to make money. Now the opportunity is right in front of us. How can we give up casually? The driver saw that a Fei didn't give up, knowing that it's useless to talk more today, so he can only do it. When they came out, because Sang Biao only asked them to follow Zhou Hao, he didn't say that he attacked Zhou Hao and didn't bring any weapons. There are hundreds of people here now, there are only a dozen of them, and each of them has to deal with nearly 10 opponents, really not sure. Thinking of this, the thoughts of hands-on were gone, and he sighed. Okay, the car is yours, but I think you have your life to take money, and you have no life to spend. I won't say much about it. You can consider it yourself. Then he drove directly and got out of his car, and other people followed him. At this time, it's not good if you don't want to be a bachelor. I am surrounded by hundreds of young and dangerous. If you don't give up the car, you may just throw your life here. This place doesn't care about the area, and the people die. Even the police don't care. What's more, if any of them died here, at most they would be defined by the police as a gang fire. A Fei watched more than a dozen people so intrigued and automatically gave up the car without embarrassing them. He waved his hands to make people feel relieved. Their purpose was to ask for money. They would not do things that hurt people casually and would not do them without money. The people of Songbiao don't have transportation tools, let alone tracking Zhou Hao. Even if they go home, they will have to walk. They walked from the middle of the mountain back to the city. It is estimated that it will be dawn when they go back. Their hearts are full of chagrin and resentment. Zhou Hao was so cunning, and he didn't expect a Fei to be so bold. In any case, today I was completely planted, and I would definitely be punished by Songbiao when I returned, and a Fei would definitely have to be retaliated by Songbiao. However, all of this has nothing to do with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao cleverly devised a clever plan to play with the people of the two fire clubs between applause. Not only did he play a black market racing for free, he also half-dead tracked his popularity. It is estimated that it can also cause the two parties to merge with each other. They are all community members. The return of Macau in the future will definitely not be conducive to management. Zhou Hao is not a spokesperson for the Chinese government, but he has his own purpose when he comes this time. He hopes that Macau will return peacefully and that it will be able to maintain long-term stability. It was very stable, although there was a little turbulence later, At least there was no major problem. With my own participation this time, Macau will naturally return more steadily, and the economy must be more developed. Otherwise, coming to Macau by myself will really turn into a personal grievance. Zhou Hao is not the kind of person who stirs up the wind and the rain. He will not deliberately provoke any disputes and fights. But now that he has encountered it, he is obliged to do what he can, not to mention he is now I am in a very happy mood, and the occasional prank effect is quite good. Xiao Zhao's adoration of Zhou Hao is so blind that he waved his hands to get rid of the people who followed him and gave them a lesson. After a little trouble, he might see a Fei or other people on the street tomorrow. It is rumored that this kind of person is not sorry for death because of greed. Zhou Hao drove out and drove around the suburbs twice, making sure that no one was following him, and then he took Xiao Zhao back to the North Star branch. Now Xiao Zhao is his own, even if the magic sect is not necessarily included in his own. At least there is hope in the sphere of influence, and he doesn't have to hide Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao knew Zhou Hao's identity a long time ago, and it's not the first time to come. Without any restraint, she walked directly to Zhou Hao's room. She knew that Zhou Hao must have something to tell Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. A lot has happened today. Things, how could it pass so easily? It's already around 11 o'clock in the evening, and many hours have passed since I was so tossed down, but Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu haven't slept yet, and Zhou Hao will not come back. They must wait. I can't say worry about Zhou Hao, but they see Zhou Hao. To be more at ease. Seeing Zhou Hao's return, Wang Xiaohu immediately asked with a smile, "Boss, how are you playing this time? It's really late. Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong magic are pretty good. I think they are all I want to befriend the boss." Zhou Hao smiled and did not answer their words. Instead, he posted a task and said, "I will give you a task. You two will investigate two people tomorrow. One is He Hongsen's nephew, He Xiaoheng. Look at this guy's usual routine. In fact, there is another person named Sang Biao, who should be the more famous boss in Macau. Tomorrow I will return to the gambling game to see their detailed information." Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao came to the venue of the gambling competition the next day. At this time, he no longer needed Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to follow. They also understood Zhou Hao's thoughts. The relationship between Xiao Shou and Zhou Hao was understood by everyone. Will not take the initiative to become a light bulb. Today is the day of the finals. Regardless of what happened before, you can put it aside for the time being. As for whether you can win the game in the end, it depends on Bai Chongxing's ability. Zhou Hao's goal is to help Bai Chongxing win the championship, but he himself changed. It doesn't matter. The final is that the days are different from before. There are only 8 contestants in total. According to the habits of previous years, this competition will be broadcasted by TV stations, like Hong Kong Radio and Asia Television. They know that ordinary residents of Macau also like to gamble. This gambling contest there will definitely be high ratings. Macau has not yet returned at this time. This kind of event will be broadcast on private TV stations and will not be restricted. Especially because of the influence of He Hun's son, no one will intervene. As for which TV station is broadcasting, Zhou Hao is not interested in knowing. He just wanted to know how he could cheat without being discovered if it was broadcast on TV. TV cameras are like surveillance in a casino. If they don't work well, they will be easily spotted. Zhou Hao doesn't really care about it. After all, he has seen surveillance before. He knows that all gambling players will have surveillance. The ability to avoid being discovered. Xiao Zhao didn't worry about Zhou Hao either. She had fought against Zhou Hao, and she had noticed Zhou Hao. At that time, he did not learn from gambling monsters, and he could control himself from being caught and cheating. Now he has learned the skills of gambling monsters. Naturally, there is no problem. It's a pity that she didn't know that when Zhou Hao met her, she hadn't used any gambling skills at all. It would be weird if she could be found cheating. Zhou Hao simply relied on her own ability. Now she has the ability to gamble. It's easier to get caught. They each thought that they have come to the venue of the game. This is one of the places where the previous game was played. It is just not the place where Zhou Hao played. It is said that it is the venue of the life of Chongsheng. That is, there are local recommended venues in Macau, which is better than others. The group locations are better and can be used as the finals. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao arrived earlier. When they arrived, there were not many people on the scene. Yesterday, none of the players who entered the finals came. Bai Chongxing participated in the finals several times, so naturally he was not in a hurry, but Jingxi Mahjong Mo wondered if he was too excited to play last night. and he didn't come early anyway. Husband, I said that I should come later today. You see, everyone who participated in the finals did not come. We came early this time. Walking into the venue, watching that except for the staff, the contestants have not arrived yet. Xiao Zhao, frowning, smiled, and said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't worry. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let's take a look at the venue first. If we compete for a while, maybe we will have to use the convenience of the venue to give full play to our true strength. It's not a bad thing to come earlier," you said. "No, just walk into the arena, and before you come in, you must register your identity. Whether it is a contestant or an audience who wants to come to watch the game, the staff knows that Zhou Hao is one of the 8 contestants, so naturally they dare not neglect it. Take Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to the VIP lounge politely. Gambling competitions are different from other competitions. Anyone who can participate in the competition will not be poor, and those who can reach this stage, who are not worth 10 million, have their own VIP room to rest, can show that the service is in place." What does Zhou Hao think Hun Sen's business mind should be above his gambling skills? In fact, it's no wonder that if He Hongsun was just an ordinary gambler, he would not have achieved what he is today. Otherwise, there is such a gambler in the world. Why there is only such a gambler? Zhou Hao thought about it, and felt that there was nothing left. Since Xiao Zhao has recovered his original appearance, he no longer has to pretend to be a woman of temperament. He walked into the VIP room, looked around, frowned, and said, "He Hongsun, the gambling king, did use snacks to entertain you. Although it is not truly noble, at least it is much better than the ordinary player lounge before." Zhou Hao sat on the sofa, picked up the tea on the table, and started brewing. He felt that when he was drinking tea, he could feel calm. Although the game is not important now, after this time, He Hongsun must know that now that he has existed, he will face the gambling king. Xiao Zhao didn't respond when he saw Zhou Hao. He walked up to Zhou Hao in 2 steps, took the tea in Zhou Hao's hands, and proficiently began to make tea for Zhou Hao. It seems to be performing tea art. "Xiao Zhao, you know how to make tea. I thought that besides gambling money, you are also good at martial arts. Let me also taste your craft." Zhou Hao asked amusedly about the identity of Xiao Zhao's saint. The demon saint is making tea for herself? She is really majestic. Xiao Zhao's hands kept moving. It seemed that when he was making tea, Xiao Zhao also became very calm. He smiled and said, "My husband, you may not be able to imagine that being a saint in the demon sect is not that simple. I can't practice martial arts for special reasons, but those ancient abilities, I still have not fallen. Although our demon sect has fallen now, those elders don't think so. They always want to one day regain their former glory." Zhou Hao can actually understand that both the demon sect and the old people in the martial arts school think that their sect will recover one day. So there is no delay in the ability of the sect, so that the younger generations continue. Study. Even if they find it useless, they must study. His own school only includes himself, his senior, and a senior nephew, and he can't talk about restoring the glory of the year. Instead, he has any ambitions. He has only watched many movies and novels. Zhou Hao knows what those people think. "Xiao Zhao, then you must have had a hard time for so many years, learning a lot of knowledge that you don't like. Really a poor child." Zhou Hao couldn't help joking when he thought of this. Xiao Zhaomei glared. "Husband, you are still laughing. I'm really poor. When I first learned this, I can't remember how many times I was beaten. Those elders, one by one. Looking at my face, I felt that I was enslaved by them, and I couldn't realize the affection at all." Zhou Hao did not speak, and quietly listened to Xiao Zhao talking about his childhood. "I still remember when I was studying female red. I was only 7 years old, my hands and feet were not very flexible, and I pierced my fingers many times. Those elders not only does it not feel distressed, but it also forces me to continue studying. I wonder, what era are these, and what female celebrities are still studying? This may be because they are really using ancient thoughts and thinking about current things. It seems that the purpose of the female red is not to embroider things. The key is to train your temperament. This is a basic requirement of ancient ladies. They are probably this. Purpose." Zhou Hao comforted with a kind words listening to Xiao Zhao's sad childhood. Xiao Zhao snorted. "Isn't they just for this purpose? Since my martial arts are not good, let me become a lady. Maybe I can marry into a martial arts in the future to help our demon sect to restore its former glory. But this trick doesn't work anymore. Otherwise, I can't have today's happiness. Zhou Hao nodded and said, yes. Although there will still be that kind of political marriage in this era, it is indeed impossible to have a sect to help the demon cult restore its former glory. Your elders really think a little bit, and now they understand this is the truth. Xiao Zhao shook his head and said helplessly, these elders are stubborn to death. If they don't want to teach the middle-aged people to live, they don't even want to do business. The people who manage business now are the younger generation. I know how to cultivate and think about the restoration of sect. Zhou Hao shook his head. Whether it is good or bad, the demon sect, which is composed of the equivalent of religious belief, will have more conviction than ordinary sects, but they cannot see the times and are destined to fail. Thinking from another angle, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that being together with Xiao Zhao might have helped the demon cult. With his current financial resources, he could help the demon cult to expand, even if this was not what he thought, as long as he gave it a little bit. With help, they can gain a foothold in Macau. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao was really dumbfounded. He wanted to use the power of the demon cult to have his own secret power in Macau, but the demon cult can develop with his own help. It seems that he and Xiao Zhao really have the same connection. Interest. Xiao Zhao, you are with me. We really seem to be a win-win situation with two birds with one stone. It can completely help your demon cult to rejuvenate. Or you should directly become the leader of the demon cult. At least the leader should have a higher status than the elders. I can't force you to do anything. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao suddenly said. Xiao Zhao sneered. Husband, you are really a thoughtful person, and you plan to let me be the leader. I seem to forget to tell you that the saint is actually the successor of the demon leader, and the current leader is mine. Master, if she doesn't do it, the position of leader will be mine. Zhou Hao was stunned. He really didn't expect that the demon cult had such a system. This was different from the rumors. He thought that the saint was a symbol, and now it seems that he is still a future real power. It was not the saint at all, but the future leader. What's wrong? Surprised? Still thinking that I might be the leader of the demon cult in the future, and now this future leader is yours. Xiao Zhao was really smart, seeing Zhou Hao's expression, already guessing what he was thinking. Then he smiled and said, don't think about it that way. I am not a saint anymore. I have become your woman. How can I continue to be a saint? I won't have my share of the future leader. Zhou Hao laughed dumbly. This Xiao Zhao was really clever, and she could see through her so little thoughts. But the rules of their magic sect were really special. If Xiao Zhao hadn't told him personally, he would really doubt the truth. The tea in Xiao Zhao's hand was ready, and he poured a cup for Zhou Hao and continued. The inheritance of our magic sect may not be the same as the legend of the outside world. Our saint here is actually not a symbol, especially certain. After the saint, she really becomes the future leader. Wait, Xiao Zhao, you didn't seem to tell me that the saint also needs to be selected? Wasn't it yours from the beginning? Zhou Hao tasted Xiao Zhao's tea. It was fragrant and delicious and could be used ordinary the water. The tea tasted like this. Xiao Zhao really has a good tea art, but after listening to her, he still frowned and asked. Xiao Zhao gave Zhou Hao a white look and snorted. If it is really determined since childhood, it would be surprising that the demon sect can still exist for so many years. Even if the slightly broken ones are no longer like the martial arts school, they still have to. There are rules to train at least 20 girls from an early age and choose the best definite saint. Zhou Hao will understand after a little thought that other schools will also select from among the disciples, but they don't have a name like them, and they won't say anything about preparing a saint who will be the leader of the future. The demon cult should also be regarded as maintaining the selection of the master. After all, every candidate is carefully selected, and then to establish a saint from among them. It is naturally 1 in a million. Such a person should be more suitable to be the future leader. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but admire Xiao Zhao. He used to think that she had outstanding looks and temperament, and she was clever in mind. This is how the saint should be. Now thinking about it, how could she become a saint, this little woman, if she hadn't had extraordinary skills? Not easy. Xiao Zhao naturally understood Zhou Hao's thoughts and said with a sweet smile, Husband, do you think Xiao Zhao is unusual now, not an ordinary girl? You must have despised me before. Zhou Hao smiled and said with a slight embarrassment, It's not despised. I just didn't know that your saints still need to be selected. I can't think of it so strict. It seems that the heart of the revival of the demon has never died. This era still thinks. If you engage in religion, you elders are really persistent. Well, who would say no? If they don't always want to restore their former glory, the people of the demon sect now have a much better life. But I have to correct it. In fact, our name is the demon sect, and it is just the name of a sect. Religion doesn't matter. We don't believe in religion at all. Xiao Zhao sighed, but corrected. Zhou Hao was really taken aback this time, and after a few seconds he shook his head and smiled. The demon sect has nothing to do with the sect. What about evil spirits? It is just an ordinary martial arts school. Those martial arts people are still afraid of snakes. I really don't know what happened to the martial arts people now. It's not easy to say. The name, one day, is a demon sect. No matter what nature it is, it will be regarded as a crooked, evil way. In fact, I think it is much better than those honest people. Xiao Zhao curled his lips in disdain. The way. Zhou Hao nodded and agreed with Xiao Zhao's point of view. He looked at the time and said, "It is estimated that the game is about to start. Everyone may be here. Let's go out and have a look. When the things here are over, I will accompany you. Come on, let me see how I can help the demon cult, especially to send you to the position of leader." He doesn't care whether Xiao Zhao agrees or not. His goal is to make the demon cult a part of his own power. If the leader of the demon cult is his own woman, even if the power cannot be completely owned by him, at least he will not betray it casually. He doesn't want it. The person in power is an outsider. Xiao Zhao Bingxue is smart, and Zhou Hao understands what she means in one sentence. Although she is not optimistic that he can do it, she will support Zhou Hao's decision, not to mention that she has thought about becoming the leader for so many years. The two walked out of the VIP room together. There were a lot of people outside. The 8 players who participated in the finals were all here. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao came out. They were spotted by Jingxi Mahjong Magic and by Chongqing. They laughed together. As I walked over, it seemed that after yesterday's incident, the relationship between the two became much better. "Brother, you are already here, and we are still wondering, why didn't we see you? Who knows, you can't hide from the side." Jingxi Mahjong Demon was straightforward and joked directly. Zhou Hao also laughed and looked at Bai Chongqing, and Jingxi Mahjong magically said, "Brothers, you are a bit late. When I came today, there were no people here. I must find a place to rest. Went for a cup of tea. Isn't this already out?" After a pause, he looked at Jingxi Mahjong Modeo jokingly. "Brother, did you have too much excitement yesterday and couldn't get out of bed today, and you arrived so late? Don't tell me that I am old and useless." Up. Jingxi Mahjong Magic never expected Zhou Hao, who had always appeared to be very honest, to make such a joke. He suddenly blushed and said, "How can we go back early yesterday? We are coming late now to show our identity. How easy is it for big names? You are too anxious to show up." "Yeah, brother, this guy is right. Today is the final, and the championship will eventually be contested today. The 8 of us are big names. We have to come later, just like the stars." Bai Chongqing was beside him. Rarely agree with the words of Jingxi Mahjong. Zhou Hao looked at the Jingxi Mahjong demon, and then at Bai Chongqing. Others said it was really good. One of the dead men who had, with prostitutes together. This relationship really progressed by leaps and bounds. The two people who had been disagreeing before had been able to each other. It helped. I seemed to miss something yesterday. I thought so in my heart, but I couldn't say that in my mouth. I just smiled and said, "What celebrity has such a big name? I think it is the of gambling. There are 8 of us. It's not necessarily who can win the championship in the end. If you want to fight He Hong-san, you will lose everything if you are not sure." Bai Chongqing didn't talk to Zhou Hao's words. Instead, he smiled weirdly. "Brother, it's hard to say. The situation may change a little this time. When you went back yesterday, did you encounter something? Everyone was playing at the time. If you know the situation outside, you should know something." Zhou Hao's heart moved. This matter will not have anything to do with He Xiaohing yesterday. Thinking of this, he calmly asked, "Brother Chongqing, what happened? You don't say what it is. How do I know if I understand? So mysterious. Does it have something to do with He Hong-san?" "This matter really has something to do with He Hong-san, but it doesn't matter much. It's just that someone drew his face and was very unhappy today. Whether he can participate in today's finals is not certain." Bai Chongqing said, obviously a little disappointed. His goal is He Hong-san. Without waiting for Zhou Hao to speak this time, the Jingxi Mahjong demon couldn't help but curiously asked, "Lao Bai, What is it that can actually affect He Hongsen's participation in the competition? It seems to be a big trouble. Zhou Hao almost laughed. The Jingxi Mahjong demon is very familiar with the name Bai Chongqing. In his previous life, there was a famous CCTV host who was called Lao Bai, and he was very popular afterwards. Who would mention it? Lao Bai could think of that face. Zhou Hao took a closer look. Bai Chongqing and Lao Bai looked a bit like each other. Naturally, Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong magic didn't know Zhou Hao's associations. After seeing Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, Bai Chongqing spoke. It actually happened quite coincidentally. It happened at the big wealthy nightclub we went to yesterday. They were all in the box. Brother, you and your younger siblings left, and something happened. I can't tell the exact time, so I asked the brother if you know it. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao did not respond, and Bai Chongqing had to continue. Last night, He Hongsen's nephew, also the most capable nephew, was highly valued by He Hongsen. He was called He Xiaoheng. Because he was jealous with others, he was actually abandoned by the other party. I can't be a man anymore. And it said that Song Biao was also present at the time, and there were many bodyguards. The opponent had only 2 people, so they didn't keep the opponent, and didn't even know the identity of the opponent. At this point in his words, not only he was watching Zhou Hao, but Jingxi Mahjong demon also turned to Zhou Hao. Regardless of time, place, or character, Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong demon must doubt Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao. Especially the other party can't keep it, and there are not many people in China who have this ability. Zhou Hao understood in his heart that, let alone He Xiaoheng, even Seng Biao was obviously a celebrity in Macau. The Jingxi Mahjong magic did not ask him about his identity. Even if he concealed it this time, it would be useless. As long as someone who wanted to investigate it, he would definitely know that he did it. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and said, it turns out that Brother Chongqing was talking about this, and it is indeed what I did. When we went back yesterday, He Xiaoheng insisted on leaving Xiao Zhao. I naturally wouldn't let him succeed. He paid a little price for this. He said it lightly, but Jingxi Mahjong demon and Bai Chongqing were frightened when they heard it. Regardless of whether they had such courage or not, under yesterday's circumstances, they could hurt others and then walked away, knowing that Zhou Hao was amazing. In their hearts, they were re-evaluating Zhou Hao's strength. If there is only one He Xiaoheng, he can only carry a few bodyguards. Even if they have guns in their hands, they believe that they can only wait to die if they encounter first-class masters. But with Seng Biao present, Zhou Hao can still be so calm. It is completely different. They naturally knew who Seng Biao was. With his current strength, Zhou Hao not only wounded people in front of him, but he did not dare to stay, but he could also leave calmly without even letting Seng Biao know his identity. It's not comparable to ordinary people, and they can't think of how Zhou Hao concealed his identity within Seng Biao's sphere of influence. Zhou Hao's words shocked Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong. They had already spoken highly of Zhou Hao, and they didn't think that he still hadn't touched his bottom line. Zhou Hao could be like a duck in Macau, not just in Hong Kong and the mainland. They never thought that Zhou Hao used the racing car yesterday to play tricks on the people that Seng Biao was following, and then escaped smoothly. They now think very clearly that they are very lucky to be friends with Zhou Hao and get his help. Especially Bai Chongqing has more confidence in dealing with He Hongsen. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looked shocked at the 2 of them, and then they guessed what they were thinking. Zhou Hao smiled secretly and said to the 2 of them, 2 brothers, looking at you. I seem to have provoked some more powerful characters. What is your reaction? I don't think they are so powerful. Bai Chongqing sighed and said, brother, that's what you said. If you change to an ordinary person, I will definitely look down on him. Seng Biao and He Xiaoheng are well known in Macau. Seng Biao is a relatively well-known rising star in the underworld in Macau. Since then, there has been a reputation for daring to fight and kill. Although He Xiaoheng is a little bit dull, he is not small in business ability. He has helped He Hongsen manage several companies, even more impressive than He Hongsen's direct children. Zhou Hao was really surprised this time. Yesterday, when I saw the 2 of them, I wondered why Xiaoheng is a pure dude. Now I think about it, if he is just He Hongsen's nephew and is not valued at all, he would definitely not dare to be there. Macau is so arrogant. He Hongsen's descendants are so arrogant, and he has already made countless enemies in Macau. But having said that, He Hongsen now has a lot of enemies, especially when he is about to fall, and everyone pushes the wall down. Everyone understands that now that Macau returns, the central government will not deal with He Hongsun on the surface, but secretly. Everyone knows that his status is definitely not as good as before. Brother, if you show up in the game this time, you will recognize it if you are seen by He Xiaoheng or the people of Songbiao. It will be a lot of trouble at that time. Whether you are still ready to go out to the game, it depends on what you mean. Chongqing spoke completely, this time telling the true meaning. He knows the grievances between Zhou Hao and He Hongsun, and now he added the Ho Xiaoheng incident. He does not know whether Zhou Hao will participate in the competition. In fact, according to his opinion, it is best not to participate now. After all, he is confronting He Hongsun head-on, in Macau. Not a wise move. Jingxi Mahjong Demon also thought the same way. He did not know Zhou Hao as well as by Chongqing. After listening to his words, he thought that Han Geng had better not show up. Otherwise he would be recognized by He Hongsun's people, and he would definitely be very troublesome in the future. It's more troublesome for people to recognize it. In their cognition, no one thought that Zhou Hao would suffer a big loss, but that there was no need to provoke such troubles. Not to mention anything else. Only Zhou Hao's superb prowess. No matter who wanted to stop him, it's almost impossible. Some people really dare to use heavy weapons to deal with Zhou Hao. From this point of view, Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong magic are also kind. In fact, whether he participates in the gambling competition has little effect. He has won so much money and has always wanted to help Bai Chongqing enter the finals. No finals, and now abstaining is not a loss. It's just that since Zhou Hao dared to abolish He Xiaoheng yesterday, how could he be afraid of trouble today? And smiled and said, "The two old men have thought about it a lot. Even if it's a bit troublesome, I've thought about it before I came to Macau. Facing He Hongsun, it's just a small trouble now." Seeing that he didn't take these things seriously, they secretly admired Zhou Hao, and also secretly re-evaluated Zhou Hao's strength. He should be stronger than everyone thought, otherwise he would not be so confident. When the three of them were chatting, the time for the finals was up. Regardless of whether He Hongsun appeared or not, the last day of the game was still going on. The host in charge of this game stood on the stage and smiled and said to the audience, "Hello everyone. The much-anticipated gambling contest Final 8-player finals will begin soon." After a pause, when the camera turned around, he began to say, "These 8 players have gone through 3 rounds of selection before entering the final stage. They are the top 2 in each group. Not only are they superior in strength, but also everyone with millions of gambling funds. You can make a good bet today. Each of the 8 players has 10 to 20 million in gambling, totaling more than 100 million in gambling. The final champion, under normal circumstances, will definitely exceed 100 million in gambling. Such gambling is not counted in the eyes of gambling kings or billionaires. What? But in the eyes of ordinary gamblers, it is a huge sum of money. To be able to gamble with the king of gambling in the end, and it is a gambling game with hundreds of millions of gambling capital. This is definitely a high gambling. This is also the most attractive place, and one of the most special points is that when betting against the king of gambling, if the opponent with sufficient funds, you can increase your bet. Without this rule, even if Bai Chongqing won the championship, he would be at most a contest of gambling skills with He Hongsun. He couldn't win much money. Now it is different. As long as he increases his money and finally wins, he can get more. Of course there are benefits and risks. Since He Hongsun dared to add this, his goal is naturally to win money. If he does not have a little money to win, he holds an annual gambling competition. It is not a loss-making business. The essence of He Hongsun on the other side, it is more like a businessman who is profit only. When everyone was thinking about it, the host had continued to say, "The following 8 finalists are invited to play. They are." As he spoke, each time a person was called, a player walked onto the stage. The order of going on stage starts with the recommended group in Macau, that is, Bai Chongqing's group. As the first group in the group, Bai Chongqing is naturally the first to go up, and then go to the othermost, until Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Magic is the last group. When all 8 people came to the stage, that is, when the TV station broadcasted their facial close-ups, Zhou Hao knew this moment. As long as anyone who knew him watched TV, he would know that he was in the top 8 in this competition, and knew that I am not called Wang Xiaohu. But I'm not worried at all. In Macau, people who can know themselves, except for He Hongsun himself, He Xiaohui Songbiao should probably know too, but they may not necessarily watch the live broadcast. Regardless of who the three parties watch the game, it is impossible to come directly to the venue to find their own trouble, especially Hee Hong-sun. How can he allow others to make trouble in his own gambling contest? At least wait until the game is over before Zhou Hao can settle accounts. The host waited for everyone to come on stage, and then continued. According to the rules of the competition, when the 8-man finals are reached, the masters can draw lots to determine the final competition item and opponents. The 8-man melee will look at luck together and who will be assigned. Now, whoever is his opponent. His arrangement was a bit beyond everyone's expectation. At first, Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing determined a cooperative relationship with the goal of winning the championship in each division. When the two met in the finals, Zhou Hao deliberately lost to Bai Chongqing. Now it has become a melee. If you are unlucky, the two will meet together in the first round, which means that there can only be one person among the top 4 places. Even if Zhou Hao gives Bai Chongqing can only be in the top 4 and cannot be guaranteed the champion. But thinking about it this way, it is already quite comforting. At least it is good to be able to bet against the opponent at a critical moment. All gamblers have a good mentality, otherwise they simply cannot calm down in such a big game. Now the 8 people are a little surprised by the rules of the gambling game, but they have no objections. Except Zhou Hao and the 3 are friends, everyone else is fighting on their own. It is not clear who is stronger, and it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Seeing that there was no response from everyone, the host was very satisfied. The players who can get to this step are really not easy. After thinking for a moment, they continue. There are 5 minutes below. Each of you can choose to draw opponents or gambling items. Once determined, it cannot be changed. With that said, someone has already prepared a lottery tool. There are various gambling items and 8 lotteries with the names of 8 players written on them. This time the form is a pair-by-2 duel. Anyway, all gambling items are you can use 2 people to face off. The method used in the gambling game this time is obviously a knockout system, and the time can be short, and it is simple to understand that there is no need to divide the order when drawing lots. Anyway, there are so many gambling methods. If 2 people draw the same event directly, it will be followed. No need to choose the opponent's sign anymore. However, some people went to draw the opponent's lottery. This is a two-way choice. It also made the audience and the contestants think that it was fairer. Of course, Zhou Hao and the 3 of them did not waste time and draw together. However, this time Zhou Hao didn't care about the form of gambling. To draw opponents, to be honest, he didn't want to meet Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong magic so early. The result of the draw came out immediately. Luckily, Zhou Hao did not meet any of Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong, and the final form of the game is also the dice he is better at. He feels that he is lucky. The title should be given to yourself. It's just that some people are happy and some are worried. Jingxi Mahjong and Bai Chongqing are a very powerful combination, and the form of gambling is stud. This one is good at Bai Chongqing. In addition to Mahjong, the Jingxi Mahjong demon has other projects. Yes, it's far worse than Bai Chongqing. It was very unlucky for the two to meet together. Zhou Hao just patted the Jingxi Mahjong demon on the shoulder and mourned him for a few minutes. There is nothing more to say. Everyone understands that unless Bai Chongqing releases water, Jingxi Mahjong demon, there is no chance to enter the next round. Both Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing have been successfully grouped. The opponent Zhou Hao drew does not know him, but Bai Chongqing still pulls Zhou Hao down and laughs. Brother, your opponent is not a simple character. This is called Qin. The player of Fantian, known as Fengshen, means that his hands are as fast as the wind. Even if I meet him, I don't know what to do. Zhou Hao looked at his opponent. He was a man in his 30s. He didn't have any master style. If it hadn't been specially introduced by Bai Chongqing, he couldn't believe that he was a master who could make his life full of eggs. Of course, he also knows that those who can reach this round are probably masters except for himself. When he was observing his opponent, the person opposite was also looking at Zhou Hao. He was obviously also measuring Zhou Hao's strength. What kind of strength this guy was? His opponent was a novice. No matter which friend he was, he could not guess Zhou Hao's methods. Zhou Hao has never appeared in the gambling world. Zhou Hao's situation is very special. Meeting his opponent is actually very depressed. There is no reference. Even if there was some concern about him before, it was because he stood up during the robbery. As for his gambling skills, everyone couldn't help it. Confirmed, he is also the biggest dark horse in this game. The result between Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing has actually been predetermined. In addition to the three of them, the other 5 people also know that Jingxi Mahjong Demon should be among the 8 according to their reputation, except for Zhou Hao. The one with the least reputation should also be the weakest in strength. The other 5 people know that as long as there is no accident this time, Bai Chongqing is already the top 4, and the Jingxi Mahjong Devil is not so disappointed. Anyway, it is the same for everyone. At least Bai Chongqing is his friend, even if he is a helper. He can help. Brother Chongqing, it's really lucky that you two can meet together this time, so we can save a lot of things. Zhou Hao smiled, and then suddenly said to Jingxi Mahjong, Brother, actually you and Brother Chongqing tried the test, and the result was obvious. It's better to listen to my persuasion. You just give up. Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Chongqing were stunned together. They are both veterans in the gambling world. They have always wanted to fight to the end. Especially in such a game, if they are asked to give up the game, it is almost like killing them. They weren't Zhou Hao. They had already turned their faces. 2 brothers, don't look at me like this. I'm telling the truth. Even if I don't tell you the result of the match between you two, in fact, you should all understand that there is a huge difference in strength, and the final result must be that Brother Chongqing wins. There is no need to play this game at all, so save some money. Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon understand Zhou Hao's meaning. This kid obviously wants Jingxi Mahjong Demon to give up the game and keep his gambling capital. He has 18 million yuan, which has exceeded previous year's earnings, and still the last competition. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is silent. He is not a fool. He was shocked and didn't think too much. He thought it was Zhou Hao who wanted to help Bai Chongqing. But knowing that he said so clearly, he knew it was Zhou Hao for himself. Well, it would be a pity if 18 million were lost to Bai Chongqing. He also knew himself. The relationship between Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon has not been so incompatible at the beginning. No one looks at everyone. He hesitated and said with a slight heart, I think giving up the game and putting it in such a regular game. Isn't that great? And there are so many colleagues watching. Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing rolled their eyes together, and Zhou Hao said helplessly, Brother, what do you want to do so much, knowing that you will lose, and you will have to go up hard? This is an act of lack of heart. You and Chongqing are here. The gambling rankings vary a lot. Even if you give up the game, others have nothing to say. Although Bai Chongqing knew that he shouldn't speak at this time, he thought about it and said, I dare not say that I will win you, but I will win you 80% of the time, and even if I step back and say that I lost to you, you are in the next. In the first round, unless the opponent you meet is Brother Zhou Hao, do you have any chance of winning the others? Oh, no. If Brother Zhou Hao can enter the next round and don't let you go, unless it's a mahjong match, do you think you can win? In this respect, I should have a better chance of entering the finals than you? Bai Chongqing thought for a while and corrected what he said before. Bai Chongqing has said so clearly. If the Jingxi Mahjong Demon is not awakened, he will be in gambling for many years. As Bai Chongqing said, even if he wins the competition with Bai Chongqing, he will meet the next opponent. It may not be possible to win. Relatively speaking, Bai Chongqing has a higher chance of winning. If it's other players, Jingxi Mahjong Magic can be considered as a spineless player, but if you stand up in front of your friends, it makes people feel too stubborn. Jingxi Mahjong Magic is obviously not such a person. Brother Chongqing is right. Look at the opponent I am going to face. I may not be able to deal with that guy. Brother Chongqing is a little afraid. He will come over to cheer me up later. I really need you. Encouragement, Zhou Hao said with a smile, feeling the Jingxi Mahjong Magic heart moved. The Jingxi Mahjong Demon looked at Zhou Hao, then at Bai Chongqing, and finally sighed. It seems that I really didn't make it to the finals in my life. I finally participated in the competition, but met Bai Chongqing. This really prevents me from showing up, but after so many years of keeping a low profile, I don't care about this time. By saying this, he has already expressed his intentions. He has already given up in this match with Bai Chongqing. Then, as long as Bai Chongqing plays by himself, he directly chose to abstain. Although he missed a famous opportunity, he also retained 18 million gambling funds. Zhou Hao looked at the look of the Jingxi Mahjong Demon and said with a smile, Brother, don't be emotional. You have just shown up at the beginning of the contest. The audience and friends have already remembered you. No need to go up and show up. We will leave the following things to us. Jingxi Mahjong Demon said with a bit of resentment. Who told me to run into this guy with luck? I'm unlucky. If he can't get a championship back, don't come to see us. Otherwise my sacrifice will not be worth it. His appearance amused both Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing. Bai Chongqing said, Your sacrifice is worth it. I believe this champion should be mine. Don't worry. Of course, it still needs Brother Zhou to kill the Fengshen. Otherwise I have one more opponent. Okay, let's stop chatting here. The game is about to start. There is only 10 minutes to prepare. Zhou Hao was really speechless to Bai Chongqing. He believed that he could win Fengshen and let himself go and kill people. Jingxi Mahjong Demon murmured dissatisfied on the side. I was solved by you in only 10 minutes. I should hold on for a while. Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing ignored him and listened to the host's introduction. The next game will be played. We will use 4 games at the same time. Now all contestants are invited to come on stage. 3 minutes later, we will start. The game is over. The host said that he had forgotten, and the television camera turned to the contestant's stand. At this moment, the Jingxi Mahjong Demon suddenly raised his hands up and said loudly, Host, I chose to give up this game. I plan to abstain. I will not play this game with Mr. Bai Chongqing. The host was stunned. The contest stipulates that during the competition, players can abstain. Even if it is a championship match, they can finally abstain. It's just that for so many competitions, I haven't met a person who reached the quarterfinals and reached out to abstain. At this stage, they are all masters, and there is not much difference in strength between them. Who can give up the game casually? However, in this competition, there are 2 dark horses. One is Zhou Hao, and the other is Jingxi Mahjong Demon. Although they have entered the 8-man final, they are not sure at all. Now Jingxi Mahjong Demon has quit the competition, and it is reasonable. Suddenly someone raised their hand and abstained, and the host didn't know what to do. Host, you can announce the start of other competitions. I'll give up this game. I'm sorry. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is really not a silent character, although he gave up at this time. The game, however, made the limelight in front of the TV. The host also took Jingxi Mahjong Magic to have no choice but to say helplessly, Since you gave up the game. Then Mr. Bai Chongqing entered the semifinals and directly waited for the winners of the other 3 groups in the next round, and then proceeded to draw lots. Right. Since the convention stipulated, he could not refuse Jingxi Mahjong Magic's application. So he had to agree to Jingxi Mahjong Magic to give up the game, and Bai Chongqing directly advanced to the semifinals. He didn't care about the ratings or whether the audience was willing. After all, these players are free. Yes, they can choose whether to play. Except for the Jingxi Mahjong Demon, everyone else has no problems in the game. Among the 3 groups, one group is to compete in stud and the other is to compete in blackjack, but none of them is mahjong. Fortunately, Jingxi Mahjong Demon gave up the game. Otherwise, with his luck, he might not be able to compare to others. Zhou Hao was undoubtedly sitting on a gaming table with Qin Fangtian, who was called Fengshen. A croupier stood beside them with a pair of dice and dice clock in his hands. As soon as the contest started, he would let the 2 people check and then start to compare the dice, which is also Zhou Hao's best project. The host saw that everyone was already sitting on the gambling table and said to the camera, Hello everyone. The annual gambling contest is about to start, but because one player abstained, Mr. Bai Chongqing, I have already entered the top 4 in the other 3 groups. He didn't know whether it was because the Jingxi Mahjong Demon embarrassed him or because the lines were like this. When telling the audience about the results of the game, he did not even mention the name of the Jingxi Mahjong Demon. Zhou Hao and Qin Fangtian sat face to face, and their gambling game was dice. As for the method used, the official person in charge should also ask for their opinions, whether they are planning to listen to the dice in the game or throw points in the game. Mr. Wang, Mr. Qin, these are the dice and the dice clock. You can check it. If there is nothing wrong, we will start the game. The croupier waited for the host to announce the start of the game and placed the game in his hands on the table. Let them check. Although Qin Fangtian regarded Zhou Hao as his opponent, he was still personable, enjoying the qualities of a master, smiling and reaching out. Brother Wang, you can check. Zhou Hao secretly said in his heart, this Qin Fangtian is not bad. At least he doesn't look like he is arrogant. Even though he can't say how polite, at least he doesn't look like he is going to win you down. I also smiled and said, Brother Qin, you are too polite. I can't worry about betting on the game opened by the king's house. There is nothing wrong with this gambling game without checking. Let's start. I think they have already started. Qin Fangtian listened to Zhou Hao's words and glanced at the game tables on both sides. As Zhou Hao said, the game has already started, and he smiled and said to him, Okay, Brother Wang is happy. Then let's start. We don't need the croupier to roll the dice. Let's do it ourselves. Whose skills are better than what do you think? His proposal is actually quite good. After all, if two players are playing dice, there is no difficulty at all for a master. There is no need to compete. The method proposed by Qin Fangtian is also the best way to tell the winner. Zhou Hao almost nodded in agreement without thinking about it. In the previous round of the game, Zhou Hao played against the junior betting and defeated that opponent on the dice item. But at that time, he did not have any special dice rolling skills, relying solely on his own internal strength. Even so, still defeated the dice master. And now after learning with the gambler, Zhou Hao has learned a lot of skills, and the odds of winning are even greater. But before he started, he still said, Brother Qin, if we two are smaller than the dice, it is not easy to distinguish between wins and losses. I believe that with your strength, it is not difficult to successfully roll the largest or smallest point. So we no need to compare points. It's better than listening. Qin Fangtian laughed and said, Brother Wang's proposal is very good. According to your calculation, our game is not a time-consuming game. It is better to decide whether to win or lose a game. If one of us loses, we will withdraw from the game. It's hard to win. What do you think? Zhou Hao didn't want to waste time either. He listened to him and said with a smile, Okay, just listen to you. I will decide the outcome of the game. No matter who loses, I will withdraw from the game. Brother Qin, please, let me see. How are your skills? Since Qin Fangtian can propose such a game method, he is also a bold person. He does not talk nonsense with Zhou Hao. He directly picked up the dice clock and said with a smile, If this is the case, then I'm not being polite. Please listen carefully, Brother Wang. See what time the dice I want to throw out? You have to be careful. As he spoke, his hands had already begun to shake, and his tactics had no rules to follow, just like Zhou Hao was facing a gambling junior. If Qin Fangtian was a well-known master, Zhou Hao would even think he would never roll the dice and shake it up and down like yourself. However, the more such an opponent, the more important Zhou Hao must pay attention to. Gamblers have taught him that anyone with special techniques should pay attention to them. Generally, such people are better than ordinary opponents. Zhou Hao's teachings on gamblers keep it in mind. Qin Fangtian's hand began to shake slowly. Since Zhou Hao began to listen attentively, his speed began to increase, and as his movements became faster, his techniques became more diverse. After all, Qin Fangtian is not the same. A novice, he has his own weird tricks. Zhou Hao listened to the three dice colliding with each other, and then each dice changed its face, and the points kept flashing in his mind. From the beginning of the three dice were chaotic, they came together in the back. Because Zhou Hao's hearing is different from that of ordinary people, he is not an ordinary gambling master. He is a martial arts master. His internal strength is so perfect that ordinary people can't compare it. He can hear that Qin Fangtian is not only throwing dice, but also to create an illusion by hand, is to confuse those who listen to the dice. No matter how outrageous Qin Fangtian is, if he is really gambled, he will definitely be tricky. Otherwise, he will be able to enter the final quarterfinals. His performance is entirely reasonable. Zhou Hao feels that he has met himself this time. If you change to someone else, it is estimated that you may not be able to hear the changes. Soon, Qin Fangtian's dice clock turned very lightly in the air, and he buckled it on the table and said to Zhou Hao with a smile, Mr. Wang, now you have guessed it. Look at how many points my dice is now. No, I know if you hear it clearly. Zhou Hao deliberately pretended to hesitate, and then smiled and said, Brother Qin, you are really cunning. Your methods seem to have little strength, but there is a blinding effect. Fortunately, I have encountered similar ones before. Your opponent, otherwise you will really be deceived. Then in Qin Fangtian's surprised gaze, Zhou Hao continued, Your three dice are stacked on top of each other, and the points of each dice are 1 point upward. If you calculate according to the top point, it is 1 point. According to the calculation of all the dice, that is 3 points. In order to make Qin Fangtian speechless, he even clarified everything in his dice clock, so that no matter what he said, it was useless. He watched many movies and stacked the dice on top of it, divided into 3 points, so the result is that the person guessing the points loses the game. Qin Fangtian looked at Zhou Hao, slowly turned on the dice clock, and said with a smile, "Brother Wang is really a master. Everyone said that you are the biggest black horse this year. You should have good luck. Now it seems they have all misunderstood you. Your strength is definitely enough to enter this round." His dice clock opened, and the 3 dice inside were stacked on top of each other, and the number of the top dice was exactly 1. When Qin Fangtian spoke, he laid out the 3 dice one by one. Just like Zhou Hao said, the upward side of each dice is 1 point, whether it is 3 points or 1 point. Zhou Hao has already said it. Zhou Hao had already understood in his heart that unless Qin Fangtian was doing tricks, he would definitely not be wrong in his guess. After all, he did not belong to the hearing of gambling skills and was not comparable to ordinary people. Brother Qin is really joking. I just have a better hearing, and I am relatively good at this item. Now it's my turn. Brother Qin, you can also concentrate on listening. Zhou Hao reached out and took it. After Qin Fangtian handed over the gambling equipment, he said with a smile. Qin Fangtian looked at Zhou Hao steadily and smiled very confidently. My hearing is also good. Even if Brother Wang plays, I shouldn't let you down. Zhou Hao didn't say much, just smiled. The dice clock in his hand was already shaking. His technique is similar to Qin Fangtian's. The same is from slow to fast, and there will be some special confused people in the technique. This is the result of the teaching of gambling magic. Qin Fangtian put his ears up and, like Zhou Hao before, recorded all the conditions in his dice clock in his mind. He could also calculate the changes on each side of the dice, but he could not be exactly like Zhou Hao. Hear the psychedelic. After all, not everyone has deep internal power. Zhou Hao's technique is different from Qin Fangtian's, but his performance is similar. After a while, the dice clock was simply buckled on the table and smiled. Brother Qin, you can tell. Guess what my dice are now. Point, if you can guess it right. We will even be tied. What do you think? Qin Fangtian laughed and said, Brother Wang, you are really cunning. Do you already know that I can guess it? But as you said, if I guess right, we will tie. If I guess wrong, it's me lost. After speaking, he paused and said, This time your points are the same as mine. The 3 dice are stacked together, but the top one is 6 points, the middle is 1 point, and the last one is 1 point. You can achieve a clear hierarchy. The strength should be above me. A gleam of light flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes, and he smiled strangely. Brother Qin, your hearing is indeed very good. If ordinary people can't tell it so clearly, but do you think your guess is really accurate this time? You are not so lucky. I guess the result will disappoint you. Qin Fangtian is also a wise man. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, he knew that there must be fraud in his face, but he believed in his own judgment and said with a strong smile, Brother Wang, you should announce the answer now. You lost me anyway. It's just to quit the game, nothing. Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. If it weren't for Bai Changsheng, it would be nice to befriend Qin Fangtian. At least he looks like a person of grace, thinking in his heart, but he kept moving in his hands. He just opened it. Dice clock. This time not only Qin Fangtian was taken aback, but the croupier took a breath. The dice in Zhou Hao's dice clock did not have the points that Qin Fangtian said. What's more unexpected is that no matter what points Qin Fangtian said, the final winner of the game will always be Zhou Hao, and no one would have imagined such a result. In Zhou Hao's dice clock, there is no complete dice at all. The 3 dice have no shape. When Zhou Hao's dice clock hits the ground, he has already turned the 3 dice into by his deep internal strength. Powder, it can be said that Zhou Hao's result of throwing the dice this time is no points. Although there has never been such a situation in the game, after all, the existence of martial arts masters is not unacceptable in the eyes of gambling experts. Now Zhou Hao suddenly appeared. Everyone should have thought about it. Qin Fangtian knew I suffer from not knowing Zhou Hao, but I have nothing to say if I lose. Zhou Hao relied on his deep inner strength to smash all the dice in the dice clock. In such a scene, Zhou Hao once met in a movie. Since there are no dice at all, naturally you don't have to be afraid of others guessing it, but it is a special effect in the movie. Ordinary people can't do it at all, and Zhou Hao is obviously not an ordinary person. Qin Fantian was not the kind of stubborn and savage person. Seeing all the smashed dice in Zhou Hao's dice clock, he took a deep breath and felt a little regretful, but there was nothing unwilling to say. Brother Wang is really stupid. Qin is willing to bow down. Since the result of this round is that you win, I will choose to withdraw from the game, hoping that you can go further. If you can win the championship, you must have 2 glasses when you celebrate. Seeing that he is a bachelor, Zhou Hao had a good heart and said with a smile, Brother Qin is really polite. If I am the champion this time, I will definitely invite you to celebrate. I will definitely invite you. He said politely, but you can't let go of the winning bet. Before this game, everyone didn't know anyone. With a few words, they felt that the opponent was very bold, so they generously let go of the opponent's bet. This is a hero in the movie. In reality, there is no such stupid person. With a gambling capital of close to 20 million, Zhou Hao can pretend to be generous unless he is a fool. And Zhou Hao himself understood that since he promised to help Bai Chongqing win the championship, he basically didn't intend to win the championship by himself. Whatever situation he said, it was all a joke. Anyway, this statement does not necessarily have to be realized. Everyone understands this truth. Zhou Hao and Qin Fantian's team is surprisingly fast, but they have already decided the winner in one sentence, second only to Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Mo. They are all abstaining, and here is a direct division of victory, even though Zhou Hao won. To most people's expectations, Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong weren't surprised. They all knew that Zhou Hao had learned the skill of gambling. If they could be defeated so quickly, it would be amazing. When Zhou Hao returned to the waiting table, the other 2 groups were still fighting. Judging from their appearances, they were very similar in strength. There might not be a result for a while. In the end, players need to draw lots at the same time. Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing could only wait on one side. Brother, you really didn't let my brother down. You killed your opponent so easily. Qin Fantian is no ordinary person. If you beat him, at least your ranking in the gambling world is already very high. Zhou Hao sat down. Next, Bai Chongqing had already leaned to his side and said with a beaming smile. Zhou Hao looked at Bai Chongqing, then at the Jingxi Mahjong demon sitting listlessly there, and said with a smile, Brother Chongqing, you are too exaggerated. I won Qin Fantian this time, but it was just a fluke. He didn't understand me and underestimated my strength, so he wanted to decide whether to win or lose in a round. Bai Chongqing shook his head and said, Brother, you are arrogantly humbled. Gambling is a combination of skill and luck. If you are lucky or not, he underestimates your strength. That is your luck and deserves to be lost to you. Anyway, the final result is the most real. In the gambling world, no one cares whether you are a fluke or your own strength. Zhou Hao's face turned straight. Although Bai Chongqing's words were suspicion of comforting him, what he said is not unreasonable. In the casino, it is like this. As long as the results come out, it is impossible to change. There are too many flukes and accidents in the casino. Can be used as a reason for self-comfort, and not so many people lose their fortunes because of gambling. In the final analysis, he is not a person in the gambling world, but people like Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Mo, who have been immersed in gambling all the year round, naturally understand this truth. People in the gambling world are more vulnerable, even unreasonable, and both take the result of the gambling game. Quasi. From this point of view, He Hongsen has stood firm for so many years, and he is really a powerful figure. No wonder he can be called the King of Macau. He has been in the gambling scene for so many years and already knows that he is very difficult to deal with. With He Hongsen's wealth and influence, Zhou Hao wanted to deal with him very difficult, but he chose to beat him head-on, and he failed in the gambling, which really made himself more difficult. But Zhou Hao felt that this was interesting. Bai Chongqing didn't know what Zhou Hao was thinking. Seeing his face changed, he changed the subject and said, Brother, let's not talk about the previous game. The winner of the next game will come from among those 4 people. The strength of each of them should not be under Qin Fantian. If you meet them, you have to be careful. Zhou Hao looked at the 4 gambling players, all in their 30s and 40s. He was not familiar with these people. He was destined to be masters only if they could enter this round. After all, among the previous 8 players, Zhou Hao had Jingxi. Mahjong Demon is a dark horse, and everyone else is a famous master. No matter which 2 people advance in the next game, his opponent is chosen from between them. Although he doesn't care about the result of the game, since he promised to help by Changsheng, he naturally has to care more. It was the easiest to get a full life. Jingxi Mahjongmo looked at the two of them and smiled. You are still worrying about the game. Please take care of it. I have already relaxed a lot. The next game. It depends on your ability. Old Bai, you have to be careful. If you can't make it to the final, you will miss the final championship. Crow's mouth. Although the remaining two are good at strength, it shouldn't be a problem if I win them under normal circumstances. I still have great hope for this championship. Bai Changxing glared at Jingxi Mahjong. Regardless of the two who won in the end, confidently said. Zhou Hao knows that Bai Changxing has enough confidence. After all, his master is very powerful, not even under He Hongsun. Now facing the competition players, he is more confident than anyone. Of course, except for Zhou Hao, a strange opponent, he has no grasp. It's just that these years, everything has accidents, especially in the gambling world. Everything can happen. The remaining two groups of games, within half an hour, finally decided the winner. After all, everyone is the last in the competition, who has how much strength can probably be guessed, and finally unanimously chose Zhou Hao to win Qin Fengtian's method, and win or lose in one game. After the winners of these two groups came out, Zhou Hao and Bai Changsheng went up to join the two and began to draw lots. It was not known whether this luck was good or bad. Zhou Hao and Bai Changsheng were not allocated together, and the two were divided. An opponent from the other two groups then began to draw the game format. The result of Zhou Hao's draw is not bad. The event of the competition is the most common stud, and it is also a gambling method that tests people's calculation ability. Although Zhou Hao is not very good at it, he has the ability to predict. Under the circumstances, nature has its advantage. He spent much shorter time than those who played stud at the previous table. In the end, he ended the game with his opponent in a way of determining the win or lose. After Zhou Hao won the opponent, his gambling was equal to overturned. About 4 times, from 20 million to more than 70 million. Now he is the candidate for the finals. Even if he loses to his opponent, he is also the runner-up in this competition. Of course, this competition is a bit different from other competitions. All players participating in the competition, no matter what prizes they want, can only go on their own. The winner of the final game can challenge the gambler. Of course, you can also give up the challenge. As for the runner-up, most of the time, there is only one title, and the gambling money is won by the champion. When he stopped the game, he thought that Bai Changxing's side should be almost over. The game format he got there was actually Mahjong, which made the Jingxi Mahjong magical, who gave up the game almost scolded his mother. If he was replaced to participate in the game, Bai Changxing abstained in the first game, and in the second game he used Mahjong. He all hoped to enter the finals. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is naturally best at Mahjong, but the weakest one in his life, it is also Mahjong. At the beginning, he was able to stand out in the preliminaries because there were too few masters there. Now his opponents are similar in strength. Naturally, it is very difficult to compete. As the crow mouth of Jingxi Mahjong Demon said, Bai Changsheng was defeated by the opponent in the Mahjong match with his opponent, and all his plans went bankrupt. In the finals, he did not see Bai Changsheng, but became Zhou Hao entered the final. Regarding this, both Zhou Hao and Bai Changsheng can only express helplessness. As they thought, the casino is ever-changing, and no one can predict the final result. It can only say who has the greater chance. The person with the greatest chance is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao originally planned to hand over the championship to the opponent. He didn't want to get out of the limelight, let alone fight He Hongsun so early, but Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Mo had high hopes for him. Now among the three, only he has hoped to win the final championship, and maybe He Hongsun will not appear this time, and all support him to win the championship. In fact, he is also a young and energetic person. If he hadn't learned the gambling skills of gambling demons, he might not pay attention to their expectations, but now he changed his mind. If he wins the gambling competition, He Hongsun's expression should be it will be quite rich. In the finals, Zhou Hao drew with his opponent in the form of baccarat. This has not appeared in the competition, but since it has appeared, then the game can only be carried out to the end, with hunches and card-changing skills. Zhou Hao, naturally, not ordinary gamblers can beat it. What's more, in the first 2 games, Zhou Hao's opponents were all evenly matched players. After the fierce battles of the previous 2 games, He had actually consumed too much energy. He did not expect that he was so lucky to reach the finals. As a result, when I met Zhou Hao, he became less concentrated. Even if Zhou Hao wanted to release the water, he couldn't do it when the opponent was obviously out of state. He could only sigh in his heart, as if his luck was a bit too good. He eventually defeated his opponent and became the champion of this game. Reach more than 150 million. Zhou Hao unexpectedly won the championship of the gambling competition. No one expected this, especially Zhou Hao. Their seed player was Bai Changxing. As a result, Bai Changxing was accidentally eliminated in the semifinals. Now Zhou Hao not only won for champions. Gambling capital has also become more than 150 million. Most of the money he won came from the contestants. It was calculated on the basis of 100,000 people per person. This time there were so many people in the contest. It is really unexpected. Of course, some of the money is not from the contestants, but everyone can only calculate it. With this calculation, Zhou Hao also thought in his heart, no wonder the Gambling King has a plan for the Gambling King every year, and the profits are really substantial. I am a person with a net worth of hundreds of billions, and seeing this speed of making money, he is also very excited. Not to mention ordinary gamblers. He has only less than 10 days, from the registration fee of 100,000 to the current 105,000. This rate of increase in income is amazing enough. The remaining question now is whether Zhou Hao wants to challenge the Gambling King. The champion of every gambling competition is eligible to challenge the Gambling King's throne. If he can win He Hong-san, not only can he have more money, but also won the title of gambler. This is also one of the most attractive places in the gambling competition. After all, after reaching the world-class level, many gamblers are not after money but fame. From this, it can be seen that the Gambling King has stood firm for so many years. Strength. Hello everyone. The champion of this gambling contest has been produced. This is Mr. Wang Xiaohu next to me. He is a contestant from outside Macau. Now we will ask if he wants to challenge the Gambling King. Mr. Hun Sr., after the championship came into being, the host immediately came to Zhou Hao to do a live interview. Zhou Hao sighed in his heart that Macau is worthy of being a casino in China and one of the world's famous casinos. The gambling culture here is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The gambling banned by the people in the mainland can be broadcasted on TV, and it seems that the ratings are still very high. While he felt novel, he also thought of his past life. Since the return of Macau, Macau's gaming industry has indeed been affected a lot, and this year should be the last year of the gambling industry's development and prosperity. Regardless of what was thinking in his mind, Zhou Hao received the host's live picking and said with a smile, "It's really surprising that I won the championship today. Maybe I'm lucky today. As for the challenge to the Gambling King, I have to go back and think about it. Can't the rules of the competition system be considered for 3 days?" His answer was expected by the host, and he smiled and said, "Yes, the rules of the game really allow you to think about it, and this really needs to be considered. After all, whoever wins the championship has a lot of gambling money and does not want to continue to challenge. It's also perfectly possible. You only need to give a reply within 3 days." Zhou Hao nodded. He was really hesitating in his heart. He didn't look at the money, but if he had a bet against He Hong-san, how big his chances of winning would be, and he exposed himself today. He Hong-san must know his existence. Just this existence does not pose a threat to others at all. In fact, he also knew that He Hong-san did not reach the scene today because of He Xiaoheng's affairs, and now he is exposed on TV. It is estimated that it will not be long before He Hong-san will know that He Xiaoheng has been abolished by himself. This is also an indirect challenge to him. The host naturally didn't know what he thought. After he was sure that Zhou Hao would not challenge the Gambling King He Hong-san today, the gambling contest was over. While he said the closing speech, he arranged for all the players to withdraw, and he also notified the top 8 players, will have a cocktail party in the evening. I hope they can participate. In fact, this is equivalent to a celebration banquet. The competition is over. Although the final champion is a dark horse, there is no big accident. The only accident is the robber, but the problem has been solved. Regardless of whether Zhou Hao challenges He Hong-san or not, there will be no more live broadcasts. This is a discussion and exchange between the top gambling circles, and it is related to He Hong-san's reputation. As long as they conduct privately, of course the referee will definitely still exist, otherwise in case He Hong's son lost the game and no one proved how to do it. All this will have to wait for the end of the game. Zhou Hao's answer 3 days later is that the evening banquet is the most important thing, and it is said that He Hong's son will be there in the evening. At that time, Zhou Hao should face He Hong's son, unless Zhou Hao doesn't intend to participate. When the TV broadcast ends, Zhou Hao will return to the guest seat. No matter how many people Zhou Hao is paying attention to, Xiao Zhao immediately rushes over and hugs Zhou Hao, and said with a smile, "I have a good vision, my favorite husband. Absolutely not ordinary. You see, I really expected it. You are the champion." Zhou Hao was not a restrained person, but he was still a little embarrassed when he was hugged by the crowd. Fortunately, there was no live broadcast of the camera on the TV station. He gently slapped Xiao Zhao's and said with a smile, "You are complimenting my ability, but I'm complimenting your vision. Let go, so many people are watching." Xiao Zhao's body was sensitive, and Zhou Hao patted him on his butt. He snorted like a wink and said, "I'm saying you are great, but my vision is also very good." Once Zhou Hao was released, she felt that she and Zhou Hao might not be able to control it at any time. Zhou Hao didn't care about Xiao Zhao, smiled, and said to Bai Chongsheng, "Brother Chongsheng, are you going to attend the banquet tonight? He Hong's son will definitely be there tonight. I guess he should know that I abolished He Xiaoheng, otherwise. The king of Macau is really a misnomer." Bai Chongsheng didn't seem to be annoyed by the accidental elimination and said with a smile, "This matter, our top 8 players will all participate. Even if you don't participate, He Hong's son will know your existence and you can't avoid it. Unless you leave Macau, as we are already old acquaintances, I don't have to avoid it." After a pause, he continued, "In fact, brother, the championship matter has little effect on me, but it lacks a grand-sounding challenge excuse that he can't let him refuse. In fact, people with his status seldom actually participate in gambling. Now, he will refuse ordinary challenges, and now only you have the qualifications for the challenge that cannot be refused." He said that. Zhou Hao understood. In fact, in the final analysis, the winner of the gambling competition is helpful to Bai Chongsheng, but it is not indispensable. Moreover, listening to what he said, it seems that he is very supportive of fighting He Hong's son. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao said with some confusion, "Brother Chongsheng, do you mean you want to fight He Hong's son? I think with my current strength, it should not be enough to defeat He Hong's son." Bai Chongsheng pondered for a while and smiled. "Brother, don't be arrogant. I think you may have too little exposure to gambling and not have enough confidence. This time you can win the championship. It looks like an accident, but in fact, it is not yours. Performance, if it were not for luck and gambling skills to concentrate on you, it would be strange for you to win the championship. Don't forget, you are also the one who has beaten me." Speaking of this matter, Bai Chongsheng believes that Zheng Xuanjie is the kind of master with good gambling skills. But since the contact, Zhou Hao really does not deliberately conceal his strength, so it can only be said that he does not have enough confidence in himself. Maybe he does not know what is your own strength level. Bai Chongsheng is not a righteous gentleman, and he doesn't do anything to help his friends. However, Zhou Hao and him are on the same line. Both parties have common interests. If there is a chance to move He Hong's son, he will naturally not mind giving Zhou Hao has some help, especially the mainland government he represents. He always remembered what Zhou Hao said to himself. If he did well in Macau, he might get the support of the Chinese government. He Hong's son knew how important the support of the Chinese government was, but he was on the wrong team at the beginning. There is no chance. Zhou Hao listened to Bai Chongsheng's words and thought about it carefully. This time he was able to win the championship. It was indeed not entirely luck. If it was the first time, he only had a hunch, and now he has at least the 8th power of betting magic. Coupled with the ability of premonition, there is a certain chance of winning against the gambling monster, and according to speculation, the strength of the gambling king and the gambling monster should not be too different. Thinking about it this way, if I play against He Hong's son, there is nothing wrong. He smiled and said, "Brother Chongsheng, what you said makes sense. He Hong's son has been operating for so many years, and he may have regressed in gambling. If he fights, maybe he won't suffer. Okay, don't guess. Anyway, you have to attend the banquet in the evening. I will tell you when the time comes. I guess He Hong's son will definitely not let it go. He Xiaoheng's abolition is a major event." Wrote impatiently. Zhou Hao shook his head and laughed. "Brother, You really care about the character when things happen, but then again, is he Xiaoheng so famous? Yesterday, I really didn't take him seriously, but it's good. He Hongsen's arm is also the beginning of the challenge. The Jingxi Mahjong demon said, Brother, I only now know what a powerful person you are. If you have turned people into a man and a woman, you are going to give a book to the king of gambling. This He Xiaoheng is also unlucky, and he actually got into trouble. On your head, he deserves to be destroyed by you. My brother said that. I love to hear that. I am not a person who likes violence. If it weren't for them to provoke me, how could I do it with them? If I change to an ordinary person, the loss will not be settled. This is not him. Unfortunately, he is too arrogant. Zhou Hao laughed, then said seriously, Yeah, my husband is a hero. For such bad guys who bully men and women, we naturally have to teach them a lesson. We call it to eliminate the evil and promote the good, and walk the way for the sky. Xiao Zhao, who was beside Zhou Hao, interrupted grinningly. The evening banquet will naturally be held in a well-known hotel. Zhou Hao is not a native of Macau, so naturally he doesn't know that much. However, there is a local Macau person, another who has lived in Macau for many years, and another who grew up in Macau. The woman, who of the three of them introduced to him, also knows that this hotel is very famous. At the beginning of the banquet, Zhou Hao, Bai Chongqing, and Jingxi Mahjong Mo had an appointment together. Although the three of them were in the final competition, the ranking gap was not small. Especially Zhou Hao, as the champion of the competition, attracted more attention. They are both players in the quarterfinals, and it's not a surprise to appear together. The gambling competition is similar to other competitions, except that the competition format is a little special. In fact, the strength gap between the top 8 players is not big. Maybe this time the champion is Zhou Hao, and the next game may be Jingxi Mahjong Madong. Champion. However, such an opportunity is unlikely to appear. When the competition started, the organizers had already said that this time the competition is the last competition. When Macau returns, the gambling competition will naturally be cancelled. Some people have even predicted it. After the return of Macau, the gambling king, He Hongsen, will immigrate to the United States or Canada. Others are all speculations, but Zhou Hao knows that this speculation will definitely come true. When Macau returns, it will be the day when the Chinese government cleans up Ho Hun Senator. It will also manage Macau's gambling industry. This industry does have a strong return to a smooth and excessive return. Impact. The banquet is nominally a celebration of the gambling contest, to celebrate the end of the game. In fact, only the top 8 players actually participated in the banquet. The others are celebrities. This is just an excuse that the so-called upper class thinks of a gathering. Everyone understands this truth is tacit to each other. When Zhou Hao came to the banquet this time, he still brought Xiao Zhao alone. Anyway, the relationship between the two is no secret. During this period in Macau, Zhou Hao kept Xiao Zhao by his side. In fact, the most important thing is that he plans to visit the demon sect. When the matter here is over, he will have to go back to the maiden's house with Xiao Zhao. Then, how to control the demon sect in his own hands. Zhou Hao will. It took a little thought. When Zhou Hao arrived, Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon had already arrived. Bai Chongqing was obviously not only a gambler, but also a celebrity in society. Watching him talk and laugh with those attending the banquet, you know he and those everyone knew him. When Zhou Hao saw Bai Chongqing for the first time, he thought he was an ordinary gambler, so he could only say that he didn't have enough knowledge. The Jingxi Mahjong devil has no acquaintances here. He has been with Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao. Seeing him watching Bai Chongqing, he curled his lips and said, Brother, are you very surprised? Lao Bai is very edible in Macau. He knows many people in both black and white. Zhou Hao nodded and said with emotion, When I first saw Brother Chongqing, it was in a medium-sized casino. I thought he was an ordinary gambler. I won him 5 million at that time. What a coincidence. The Jingxi Mahjong demon gave Zhou Hao a surprised look and then smiled. No wonder Bai Chongqing looked at you with admiration. You actually won his money. You don't know, Bai Chongqing's reputation in the gambling world is actually quite big. Yes, after all, his master's world ranking is also in the top 10. It's worth noting that you can beat him. Zhou Hao recalled the situation at the time and couldn't help but smile. I guess this was a master's failure. At that time, he couldn't show up at all. At that time, It was like a red-eye gambler who was successfully attacked by me. It's just a win over him, nothing to be proud of. Brother, you are really like what Old Bai said. You have too little confidence in yourself. Do you think that with a gambler like Bai Changsheng, you can beat him by accident? Then you are too naive. It's like a martial arts master. Even a super master who is lax, it will not be easily defeated by a first-class master. Jingxi Mahjong Demon shook his head, explaining like a master. He himself is a martial arts master who is close to the quasi-excellent, and he knows Zhou Hao's strength, so he is more vivid. The gap between the master and the general martial artist is not a joke. Even if you are not careful, unless you really have nothing beware, otherwise how could it fail? Zhou Hao also understands this truth. It is just the situation at the time. He believes that Bai Changsheng must have never thought that he could change his cards. He can detect the card changes. Seeing Zhou Hao's disapproval, Jingxi Mahjong Demon also continued this topic, but said to Xiao Zhao, "Girl Xiao Zhao, you said you are attending such a banquet, and you don't have to dress up well. At least you have to wear gold and silver. Jewelry or something. My brother has hundreds of millions. He has to let his blood letter." Xiao Zhao listened to the words of the Jingxi Mahjong Demon and looked at himself. A set of fitting evening dress made her look noble and generous, but there were really no special precious jewelry. It could only be regarded as okay, better than those jewels. The woman who did look shabby, but her radiance is still not comparable to that of ordinary women. Xiao Zhao herself is the most dazzling star. Any jewelry and necklace will be overshadowed in front of her. Even if she appears in the simplest dress, it can attract everyone's attention. Now, after listening to the Jingxi Mahjong Demon, Xiao Zhao grinned and said, "Brother, my husband is a poor man. He won that little money, but he still has to challenge the gambling king. It's only 105 million. In front of the gambling king, there is no advantage at all." After a pause, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother, I remember you didn't participate in the following competitions. It seems that there are more than 20 million. I remember a good set of jewelry. There is not much money. You can support it, just as it is to help the poor." Jingxi Mahjong Demon rolled his eyes, quickly kept a distance from Xiao Zhao, and snorted. "Little girl, you haven't passed the door yet. You have already thought about him so much. He won so many gambling contests, but he seems to be richer usually. Don't tell me you don't know." Seeing Xiao Zhao still talking, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to stop her, smiled and said, "Brother, don't listen to her. This girl doesn't like jewelry at all, and I want her to wear jewelry, but she refused at all." Xiao Zhao pursed his mouth in dissatisfaction. "Husband, why did you tell him everything? I'm blackmailing. If you say that, what chance do I have?" Her words made Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Devil laugh together. Since Xiao Zhao abandoned the identity of Ms. Zhang, he has restored the innocence of a girl. Although Xiao Zhao has experienced many things since childhood, after all, he is only in his early 20s and is with Zhou Hao. Together, they look very cute. In fact, Zhou Hao's age is not older than her, but the experience of the two lives always makes people forget Zhou Hao's true age. In front of him, let alone Xiao Zhao, even Jingxi Mahjong and Bai Changsheng always I think I am facing a 30 or 40-year-old man. Just when the three of them were smiling, Bai Changsheng had already dealt with the celebrities. He walked up to the three of them, saw them smiling, and interjected, "What are you laughing at? It looks very happy, and it makes me say it. Have fun." He is now in a decent dress, his hair is dazzling, and he has a goblet in his hand. If he didn't know his details, he would really not believe that Bai Changsheng was a master gambling player and a old thousand in the general population. Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Demon looked at each other. Although they were dressed more formally, they were far worse than Bai Changsheng. Even if they wanted to pretend to be celebrities, they didn't seem to be qualified enough. In fact, Zhou Hao has seen such a big scene. Quite a lot, but he has no interest now. Bai Changsheng looked at Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Demon inexplicably. He couldn't figure out how these two guys looked so weird when they looked at him. Especially when Jingxi Mahjong Demon was so old. He could bear the ambiguous look in his eyes. I couldn't help but feel nervous for a while. This guy doesn't have any special hobbies. I said, "What the is going on with you two? Don't look at me like that. I'm a little frustrated." Bai Changsheng waited for a long time, but they still did not speak. He couldn't help but said helplessly, "Brother Changsheng, you look like an ordinary businessman now. No one would have thought that you are a master gambling player. Do those who greet you know that you are the top 8 player this time? Bai Changxing was confused and joked with a smile. Bai Changxing touched his nose and said in embarrassment, "Don't tell me. You don't remind me. I forgot. These people and I are old acquaintances. They may not know this among the 8 players. With me, they are all hundreds of thousands of people per minute, and they are really not interested in gambling." Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Demon understood Bai Changxing's words. They all knew that there were not many people who had anything to do with the gambling world at this banquet. As a result, they understood Bai Changxing's identity better. He should have been very close to Ho Hun Sen's situation. People in the gambling world has achieved far from this. Zhou Hao's thoughts are even firmer. If He Hong's son is brought down and he finds a responsible person in Macau, Bai Changxing is definitely the most suitable candidate. Macau does not intend to support a person in charge of the gambling industry. The wider the communication in society, the more suitable it is. When the 3 of them wanted to say something, the person in charge of the banquet suddenly stood in the center of the venue and said loudly, "Guests, good evening, everyone. It's really amazing to have everyone at the banquet hosted by Mr. He Hongsun today. Sun is brilliant, but Mr. He Hongsun has arrived. Let us welcome Mr. He Hongsun, the king of gambling." Zhou Hao and the 4 were chatting. The host had already spoken. After the opening remarks, the banquet officially began, but he announced the arrival of He Hongsun, which made the 4 of them feel energetic. The gambling contest is over. He Hongsun has not yet appeared, and now I can finally see him. In fact, apart from Xiao Zhao, the other 3 of the 4 have seen He Hongsun. Even Zhou Hao and Bai Changxing have had experience with He Hongsun. Although Zhou Hao did not bet against He Hongsun in the gambling world, he had also had a few times. Facing each other, he is familiar with He Hongsun. But this time is not the same as before. This time they are players in the gambling contest, and Zhou Hao is the champion among them. No matter what he eventually became the champion, he now has a battle with the gambling king in the gambling world. He Hongsun could not have thought of the qualifications of this. No matter what they are thinking, the eyes of the banquet guests have turned to the entrance of the hall. The host of this banquet is He Hongsun. These people are all the guests he invited. Now that the host's family is here, everyone will pay attention. Zhou Hao and the 4 of them also looked over, and 2 rows of black clothes came in from the door and shouted. They knew that these people should be He Hongsun's bodyguards. They had 4 more handsome and taller bodyguards to open the way. He Hong, the gambling king, held his beloved 4th aunt by his side. He Hongsun was already in his 50s at this time, but from the outside, he was about 40 years old. Zhou Hao knew that this kind of rich man must have unique methods for maintenance, but he still did not expect him to be better than him now. When I saw it before, I had to be more energetic. About 1997, the setback in the Hong Kong stock market, after 2 years of recovery, has calmed down, and his 4th aunt, Zhou Hao, has also seen him. In 2 years, she has not left any trace of time on her face. Even because of attending today's banquet, I was dressed up and looked younger. Zhou Hao kept sighing in his heart. He was thinking about dealing with He Hongsun for so long. When he really saw it, he still felt a little different. After all, He Hongsun was different from the Huang family. He was his enemy of 2 generations. He Hongsun was only because of He Shuiyun. I have some grievances. There was a lot of emotion in his heart, and other people felt different. He Hongsun is indeed the king of gambling, and he is also the king of Macau. Usually the dragon is not seen at the beginning, and he rarely sees him in person. Now when he appears in public, his momentum is completely different. What kind of gambling in the movie is gambling? Brother, look at the gambling king's appearance in Dora Phone. Although there is no beautiful girl, this momentum is no longer comparable to ordinary people. No wonder we can stand for decades. When will we be able to pull the wind like this? Jingxi Mahjong the demon sighed unconsciously beside Zhou Hao. Seeing that He Hongsun didn't notice the people on his side, Zhou Hao smiled and said to the Jingxi Mahjong next to him, "Brother, don't look at He Hongsun's beautiful scenery now. His days are coming to an end. So many people waiting to deal with him. And even if you don't have a head, you have to think about not being counted every day. Otherwise, why should he get so many bodyguards and just put on the court? I don't believe you can't see that his bodyguards are not ordinary bodyguard." Jingxi Mahjong Magic smiled and said, "My eyes are not white. Although their skills are much worse than your brothers and my brothers, they are all good players. Even if they cannot be said to be well-versed, they should not be ordinary. He Hongxin must be afraid of death for the goods in the security company. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Brother, people are worth tens of billions, and the children and grandchildren are full of people. Can you not be afraid of death? Even if you are not hungry and have such good skills, you are not afraid of that. More. Hey, in fact, it seems that I have a better life than He Hongsun. It is a pity that the stage is a little worse, and I will make a high-profile appearance in the future." Jingxi Mahjong Magic looked at He Hongsun, joking with blinking eyes Tao. Zhou Hao was rather helpless to this Jingxi Mahjong demon, probably because he is only in his 30s and his thoughts are actually closer to those of young people. Although Jingxi Mahjong demon's gambling skills are good, he can stand lonely and study gambling by himself, far inferior to Bai Chongqing's slick and sophisticated. But because of this, Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Magic get along more harmoniously, so you don't have to worry about his conspiracy. The two talked happily, and Bai Chongqing suddenly interrupted. "Brother, look, this is the status of the king of Macau." The others were still laughing and laughing, but the king of gambling appeared, and everyone's attention should be focused. To him, he is the center of everything, and you are the life a man should live. Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Demon looked at each other. They could see the jealousy in Bai Chongqing's eyes, and they also had a trace of ambition. Bai Chongqing wanted to defeat He Hongxin not only because of his master's last wish, but also because of his ambition. He Hongxin will be replaced. For his ambitions, the two knew very well that Zhou Hao wanted to use his ambitions to deal with He Hongxin and establish a new order in Macau. It doesn't matter whether the Jingxi Mahjong Devil is the king of Macau, or He Hongxin, or his life. It didn't affect him. He just wanted to live the life of an ordinary gambler, and now he was only involved because Zhou Hao was there. As the three people's hearts flashed in their evaluations of He Hongxin, he had already stepped onto the stage of the banquet hall. At this time, the host opened his mouth again. "Mr. He Hongxin is in his busy schedule. Join us at the end of the competition. We welcome he tells us a few words." Although these are all crowned words, in such public occasions, the necessary forms have to go a bit. Everyone understands that after the host's voice fell, everyone's applause also rang out, and it seemed that He Hongxin was really welcome. Say, two sentences are the same. He Hongxin was obviously used to seeing such scenes. He waited for the applause of the crowd to fall before he began to speak with a smile. His words were nothing more than to say that the game ended successfully. He was very happy, and then he encouraged those times. Those who fail will continue their gambling skills in the future, and then thank the guests again. Anyway, it is the kind of hypocritical lie that can no longer be hypocritical. Even if he is the king of Macau, everything on the surface must be done. After all, most of the people present have business dealings with him. This kind of business partner can't put his own strength to exert pressure. He is in this environment. To survive, you must follow the rules. Zhou Hao appreciates this very much. If He Hongxin just wants to develop in the gambling world or the underworld, there is no need to engage in such hypocritical entertainment. For the same reason, He Hongxin will not have what it is today. He Hongxin finished speaking on the stage, and the banquet will naturally begin officially. He Hongxin's status is relatively high, and not everyone can get by his side. But because this banquet is nominally to celebrate the smooth end of the gambling contest, he will definitely receive the top 8 in this competition. And the most important thing is to accept the challenge of the champion of the game. Some of the gambling champions in history did not challenge the gambling king, but most of them would challenge. In fact, he knew the champion this time, but he didn't see Zhou Hao. Before, he was not 100% sure that he was Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao suddenly appeared now, and appeared in this form, which was a bit beyond his expectation. In fact, few people know Zhou Hao better than him. After all, this kid not only made himself face bad, but also took himself his daughter was abducted, even more, so that he lost so much money in the Hong Kong stock market in 1997. But he has never heard that Zhou Hao is a gambling master. The final champion of this gambling competition may not necessarily be the top national master, but at least his strength is not weak. But the current champion has become Zhou Hao, so he doesn't believe it. Now, he thought to himself, maybe this time champion Wang Xiaohu just looks more similar to Zhou Hao. In fact, if it weren't because Zhou Hao's style was so different from his usual style this time. He Hong-sun would not have such an idea. After all, he is so young and has outstanding achievements in business, stocks, and martial arts. With such a high level of accomplishment, he is so enchanting. He is only in his early 20s. With this kind of skeptical thought, He Hong-sun came to the gambling contest players under the leadership of the host. Zhou Hao and the four of them appeared in He Hong-sun, and they had already come to the side of the gambling players. They knew that he would wait for He Hong-sun to speak. At the end, I must come to see them. And everyone is ready to meet He Hong-sun, especially Zhou Hao. After half a month in Macau, Zhou Hao also feels that it is time to meet He Hong-sun, and this opportunity is also quite appropriate. Mr. He Hong-sun, the few here are the players who entered the quarterfinals in this competition. They are. The host brought He Hong-sun to Zhou Hao and others, and everyone began to know He Hong-sun. It was Zhou Hao, followed by second and third. These 8 players, with the exception of Zhou Hao, are actually well known in the gambling world. Relatively speaking, the Jingxi Mahjong demon is already the least famous, which naturally shows that his strength is the weakest, but He Hong-sun is right in the gambling world. I have also heard of Jingxi Mahjong devil. After all, his strength in Mahjong. Even He Hong-sun dare not say that he wins him every time. When the host introduced the people, He Hong-sun kept his eyes on Zhou Hao, watching from such a close distance. Unless Zhou Hao really has twin brothers, otherwise this Wang Xiaohu must be Zhou Hao himself. If he still has doubts at this time, He Hong-sun is not the king of gambling anymore. Zhou Hao also guessed that He Hong-sun recognized himself. Before He Hong-sun could speak, he laughed first. Mr. He Hong-sun, it's been a long time since I saw him. Don't be unharmed. Seeing your spirit, I feel really good. Then he said to He Hong-sun's fourth aunt, Mrs. He, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You are still so beautiful. It seems that your life is very moist. Zhou Hao's rich experience in the past 2 years is no longer what He Hong-sun saw at the beginning. Even when he was a stock in Hong Kong, he has changed a lot, and his temperament is no less than middle-aged. After so many things, and the inner strength has become more and more profound, Zhou Hao now merges with the memories of his previous life. If his face is not changed, He Hong-sun can't even believe that this is Zhou Hao who abducted his daughter, the vigorous but impulsive young people. When Zhou Hao faced the two of them, he couldn't see the pressure. He is now the invisible richest man in the world with full wings. Even in He Hong-sun's territory, he would not worry about what He Hong-sun would do to himself. Not afraid, secretly, he still doesn't believe He Hong-sun can find a master who can kill himself. Compared with He Hong-sun's contemptuous calculations, the fourth wife is not so calm. This guy who abducted He Shuiyun left a deep impression on her, but now she dares to point fingers in front of her. She really doesn't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick in her heart. Zhou Hao can't compare with He Hong-sun. It turned out to be you. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. You have fallen into gambling for a living. I really don't know what Shuiyun's girl likes about you. Oh, the woman over there is your new love, right? Shua? Yin doesn't attract you anymore and has changed to a younger one. After all, the fourth aunt was a woman, and she seemed acrimonious. He Hong-sun also felt wrong about his wife's words, but he only frowned slightly. He knew that Zhou Hao was very powerful and even won a lot of his own money in the stock market. In the past 2 years, the mainland has also developed very well, but the relationship between the two parties is not good. There is nothing wrong with his wife saying so. The fourth concubine's words were not blocked by her husband, but Xiao Zhao, who is also a woman, can't make her so arrogant. After all, she is a demon saint. Even if she tries to keep her as a lady, the blood of a witch is still flowing in her body. As soon as his eyes turned, Xiao Zhao chuckled and said, Auntie, what you said is so uncomfortable. Why am I his new favorite? Which eye do you see? And there is, you are the king of gambling. Mr. S. wife, you said he can only live by gambling. So what kind of life does Mr. Gambling Wong live on? Her words hit the nail on the head, and the face of the fourth wife suddenly became difficult to look at. Although He Hong-sun seldom gambles now. After all, he made a fortune by gambling. With a word of his own, he brought He Hong-sun in. He didn't know for a while. How should you speak? He Hong-sun sighed in his heart. Zhou Hao is not only extraordinary in his own strength, but also with the people around him. He has quick thinking and sharp teeth. Compared with them, he seems to be really old. But even though he thinks so, it is impossible to see suffer. Stopping his wife who wanted to speak again, He Hongsen smiled and said to Zhou Hao, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. I didn't expect you to win the championship in the gambling competition. Who did you learn your gambling skills from? I am interested in knowing who can train an apprentice like you. Since I knew that Zhou Hao was the champion of this competition, I knew that Zhou Hao must have come for him. There were a lot of grievances between the two. Even if they could not say that they would never die, Zhou Hao still had enough reasons to deal with himself. In this way, He Hongsun is not in a hurry to resolve grievances with him. Just thinking that Zhou Hao could get the key to the gambling competition at such a young age. If he had no one to teach him and was self-taught, or simply by luck, He Hongsun would not be so stupid to believe that he had been in the gambling world for so many years. Zhou Hao came to the banquet this time. He had already decided to fight with He Hongsun, and at the time of the fight, he did not intend to hide what he wanted to learn from gambling. This was also when the gambling was taught his own gambling skills. One of his expectations, this can be regarded as a reward for helping the gambler. Now when I heard the gambling king, He Hongsun asked, Zhou Hao didn't conceal it. He smiled and said, Since the gambling king wants to know, then I can't conceal you. You are very familiar with this person. You should gamble on this person. I just gambled on the gambling that his old man taught me, and I asked Mr. Gambling King for advice. He Hongsun has been very calm since he appeared. Even if Zhou Hao's identity was determined, he didn't respond much. But now listening to him say this, there was a glimmer of shock in his eyes. How could he think that Zhou Hao would learn gambling? The person who is actually a gambler, the things between him and the gambler are definitely not known to outsiders, and it is impossible for Zhou Hao to cheat on such things. Taking a deep breath, He Hongsun said to Zhou Hao with a solemn expression, Unexpectedly, you are actually a disciple of Uncle Shi. Uncle Shi, his old man is okay now. He has not seen him for many years and finally learned about him. Everyone except Zhou Hao knew about the relationship between the gambling demon and the gambling king, and they suddenly felt in their hearts. No wonder the gambling king has been famous for many years and has not fallen to the top. There are 2 masters among the teachers, one of the sect. There are 2 world-class masters. This school must be very powerful. Zhou Hao feels different from others. He can feel from He Hongsun's tone that he is called the Uncle Master, which is not a perfunctory. It seems that He Hongsun still values the feelings of the master, at least his attitude towards the master. It is more important than He Shuiyun. But even more because of this, Zhou Hao kept sneering in his heart. He Hongsun had the same attitude towards his uncle, but he didn't care about his daughter so much. He wanted to let He Hongsun know how wrong the original decision was. Thank you for the gambler's concern. Mr. Gambler is well and healthy. This time, Mr. Gambler asked me to ask Mr. Gambler for advice. If possible, I hope I can help him get one back. Things, as for what they are, don't have to tell me. Zhou Hao thought in his heart, but said with a smile on his face, as if he really obeyed the orders of his elders and came to He Hongsun to get things. He Hongsun was able to achieve such a high level of achievement, naturally not an ordinary person. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, his eyes flashed, and he asked suspiciously, You learned Master Uncle's gambling skills, but you didn't call him Master? His old man thinks my qualifications are stupid, even though I will consider myself a student. But the old man bet that I will not be called a master, and we have not really become masters and apprentices. Zhou Hao did not tell the truth, but the meaning is similar. Apprentice. He Hongsun didn't become a master or apprentice for whatever reason they were, but he was relieved. Otherwise, Zhou Hao's relationship with his mentor could even call himself a senior brother. Such a relationship is not what he wants. He now looks at Zhou Hao, knowing he wants to calculate himself. Others watched the two talk, and no one spoke. Even Bai Changsheng, who has always regarded He Hongsun as a strong opponent, did not speak. As far as identity is concerned, the two have the possibility of an equal dialogue, but now Zhou Hao is here, it is already a turn. Before he could speak, whether it is the champion of the competition or the relationship between the teacher and the door, Zhou Hao is now the representative of everyone who can talk to He Hongsun. As for the Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Xiao Zhao, they have become spectators at all, and they actually want to see. What kind of contest will these two long-standing rivals have? Mr. Gambling King, since I already know my ancestors, will I refuse to ask for advice? I don't know when you have time, we can come to a game. Zhou Hao saw He Hongsun's silence and took the initiative again. Open to invite the battle. This time is an obvious challenge. He Hongsun has experienced many challenges throughout his life. He never feared the challenges of others. He just depends on whether his opponent is qualified to challenge himself. Now Zhou Hao is undoubtedly qualified to challenge He Hongsun whether he is a public or a hidden identity. And he doesn't even have the power to refuse. The rules of the gambling contest are appointed by the organizer. The challenge of the championship cannot be rejected. Now Zhou Hao is a champion. It is a bit beyond his expectation. But now that he makes a request, he will naturally not refuse, let alone he is not afraid at all. Zhou Hao. If it is in other fields, He Hongsun may still have some scruples. But in terms of gambling, even if the gambling is coming, he is still willing to fight. Not to mention Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is not an official disciple of the gambling. Even if he learned a lot of gambling skills, he could not surpass the gambling magic. He Hongsun was right. Zhou Hao is indeed inferior to gambling. After several days of research, his gambling skills can be as good as 80 to 90% of the gambling skills. But he has a special ability that he has a premonition. This is not a gambling skill. To measure. Since you have said so, whether it is because of the face of the uncle, or your request to win the championship, I have no reason to refuse. Then after 3 days, you come to my house. Let's take a gamble. You see how. After thinking about it, He Hongsun accepted Zhou Hao's request. Zhou Hao didn't ask He Hongsun's address either. He had been there once, and now he heard that He Hongsun accepted the request and immediately smiled. Since you have agreed, I will definitely arrive on time in 3 days. I just don't know what the bet should be this time. What? He Hongsun's heart moved. He is probably one of the few people who can guess Zhou Hao's fortune. Although he can't know Zhou Hao is the richest man in the world, he knows that this kid should not be poorer than himself. He really wants to be with him. If you make a bet, you will definitely lose. Secretly calculated in his heart, he knew that Zhou Hao, the champion, won nearly 150 million in the end. In the eyes of ordinary gamblers, it is already a huge amount. If 2 people use such a bet as a bet, it is already considered a big bet. It's just that this number is too small for Zhou Hao and He Hongsun. Well, our bet this time is limited to 2 billion. What do you think? After calculating, He Hongsun felt that this number was still within his acceptable range. The gambling king deserves to be the king of Macau, with 2 billion in his mouth, and it seems that he still has plenty of energy. Bai Chongqing and others are feeling the gambling king's atmosphere in their hearts, and turn their attention to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao just smiled lightly, and then said something that shocked everyone. Just listen to your 2 billion, but if it's US dollars. Zhou Hao's words were very light, but everyone present was shocked by her. 2 billion US dollars is equivalent to 15 billion yuan. The gap between the two can be heard by anyone. Let alone such a bet, I never thought about it. Even if Bai Chongqing wanted to deal with He Hongsun, if he really wanted to gamble, he would not dare to exceed 10 billion. But in Zhou Hao's mouth, 2 billion US dollars is like ordinary people talking about 10 yuan and 8 yuan. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao was not joking when he said such words. He Hongsun's face changed a few times. He knew that Zhou Hao's wealth was very impressive now, but he didn't dare to think that Zhou Hao would dare to spend $2 billion to play casually. He Hongsun hesitated at this time. What he knew about Zhou Hao, he is not a person who likes to do unsure things, especially in the Hong Kong stock market war. He is full of scruples for Zhou Hao. Now he has suspected that Zhou Hao might have surpassed the gambler in terms of strength. Everything he said was to relax his vigilance. Even though this thought made him feel incredible, it was really true that people could take so much money to gamble. Generous. Seeing He Hongsun's silence, Zhou Hao smiled and said, Mr. Gambling King is not considering whether he can accept my challenge, right? Tuition, don't you bet Mr. Wang doesn't want to give me this opportunity? When he finished saying this, everyone's hearts were jumping wildly. This guy said so lightly. With a tuition fee of $2 billion, who can be his teacher, but everyone is holding things up and down. I want to see how He Hongsun responds. He Hongsun has been operating in Macau for many years. Although his assets are not as good as Zhou Hao's, he is worth at least 10 billion yuan, but he can take out 1/5 of his worth and bet against Zhou Hao. He is really hesitant. Zhou Hao is a nouveau riche at best. He Hongsun's family has a lot of business. If he loses 1/5, it is likely to affect many businesses. Brother, forget it. The gambling king has a big business. I don't want to play a gambling game with such a big bet. Don't force others to play. Just follow the gambling king's intentions. Don't use dollars. Just play with 2 hands. That's it. Bai Changsheng is a shrewd man. He can see He Hongsen's concerns at a glance and fan the flames beside him. Zhou Hao looked at Bai Changsheng very appreciatively. This Bai Changsheng really knew that he would take the opportunity and laughed at what he meant. Well, Brother Changsheng makes sense. Anyway, it's just for fun. We don't need US dollars. Well, just follow the gambling king's will. The lighter they talk, the more ugly He Hongsen's face will be. According to his current status, it is already very embarrassing to be looked down upon by others. But he has a deep heart. Even if he bears his breath, it's not impossible. The 2 people talking now really make him intolerable. Of course, Zhou Hao's old accounts with him need not be said. Whether it is his wife or many relatives and friends, he probably remembers what he had done at his birthday banquet. Not to mention that he abducted his daughter and let himself his face was discouraged, and then he let himself lose a lot in the stock market, which he could never forget. Bai Changsheng is not a stranger either. The 2 have fought more than once, and Bai Changsheng's master died because of himself, so he could be regarded as the opponent of the master's enemy. How could he have forgotten it? If it wasn't because of Zhou Hao, he estimated have already greeted Bai Changsheng. He didn't know how Zhou Hao and Bai Changsheng got together. He was so despised by the 2 of them. He suddenly became angry and thought that he was also a gambling king for many years, and he was also respected in Macau. How could he be looked down upon? What's more, he was very confident in his gambling skills and snorted. Zhou Hao, Bai Changsheng, you don't need to use such low-level methods. Isn't it just $2 billion? I accept your challenge. The time and place remain the same. We will see you in 3 days. Zhou Hao and Bai Changsheng laughed secretly in their hearts. If they didn't say that, it would be strange for He Hongsen to agree, but Zhou Hao didn't care. Anyway, he wanted to challenge He Hongsen. This was always the goal. When the 2 of them were actually playing, he will definitely lose to He Hongsen. He has a secret weapon. Bai Changsheng was even more happy. Although if Zhou Hao won He Hongsen, he would not be able to obtain that part of He Hongsen's property. He was certain that as long as He Hongsen lost the game, there would definitely be a little financial tension, and that was his own shot. At that time, in a sense, Zhou Hao was able to play against He Hongsen, and he was more secure than playing himself. He only hoped that Zhou Hao would not lose, otherwise all plans would not be realized. After He Hongsen finished talking about Zhou Hao, he was actually about to leave. At this moment, the 4th ant next to him suddenly dragged He Hongsen and said 2 words in his ear. He Hongsen stopped and stared at Zhou Hao said, Zhou Hao, you did the injury to Xiaoying? Zhou Hao had thought about it a long time ago. He Hongsen would definitely not be able to hide this matter. When he asked him, he didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yes, I did He Xiaoying's thing. Why? Do you want to get justice for him? As he spoke, his face couldn't help showing a mocking expression. He Hongsen's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Zhou Hao, don't be too arrogant. In this part of Macau, I am the person who speaks usefully. Don't think that you need wind or rain and rain. In Hong Kong and the mainland, but here, everything is up to me. Do you really think I dare not do anything to you? Mr. Gambling King's prestige, I naturally know. I don't dare to think that you will not move me, but you dare to deal with me for a dude and trash nephew. Then why did my own daughter look like straw at the beginning? What? Mr. Wang's temperament really admires me. Zhou Hao was not afraid. The ridicule on his face became more obvious, and his speech became mean. The main contradiction between He Hongsen and Zhou Hao comes from He Xiaoying. Zhou Hao now exposes him to the face, and he is immediately furious. Don't mention that unfilial girl. I don't have a daughter like that. Zhou Hao, you are in Macau for 1 day. You must abide by Macau's rules, otherwise you won't have a good life here. Really? Since you have said so, then I might as well tell you. You can try to deal with me, but I don't know if you can really do it, the King of Macau. I also want to see how many kings of Macau are. Awesome. After hearing He Hongsen's words, Zhou Hao's anger was also aroused. He had never seen a father like this before, and said tit for tat without giving way. Zhou Hao has gone through so many years. Now he is full of wings. No matter his wealth or strength, he is not inferior to He Hongsen. Now facing the threat of He Hongsen, he is not afraid. Even in Macau, Zhou Hao is still not afraid of He Hongsen. After all, After all, Poon's son is just a person, not a national government. He can show weakness in front of the state apparatus, but in front of personal power, he will never retreat. This is not Zhou Hao's arrogance. It is all based on personal strength. After all, Zhou Hao has enough strength to deal with He Hongsun. He just wants to beat He Hongsun in the gambling world. He Hongsun's majesty was so provoked by Zhou Hao, he naturally became even more angry and sneered. The young man is really impulsive, so let's just wait and see. I hope that in the game the day after tomorrow, I can see you here as promised. I don't want it. Some people have no word and cannot come to the competition. The threat of these words means that no one can hear them clearly, but Zhou Hao said without showing weakness, "Okay, Mr. Gambling King's words are exactly what I want to say, and I hope to see you in person." At the scene, there is something unexpected about your age, but it may not be better. He Hongsun sneered and said, "Okay, very good. You really have become different, but I just hope you can keep it, and we will see you in 3 days." Then he took the fourth wife to go elsewhere. Zhou Hao also smiled, not forgetting that He Hongsun said behind him, "Mr. Gambling King must not only be careful, but also think about your nephew. I guess you should also know that I may be different from ordinary people. Your nephew offends. I don't know if he can enjoy his old age." He Hongsun paused, then turned around and said viciously, "Zhou Hao, don't go too far. Xiaoheng has been ruined by you. You have to be modest. Don't think that you are not weak. You can do whatever you want. Try if you can do it." Zhou Hao shrugged and did not speak anymore. It was just his blinking eyes that told He Hongsun that he might actually try it. In this way, He Hongsun would not be interested in continuing to participate in the banquet, and he just said something perfunctory with the guests, leaving the banquet with his wife. Except for the people around Zhou Hao, no one knew what He Hongsun was talking about on their side, and then left with a bad face. But Zhou Hao and others were also noticed by others. They all knew that these people were gambling contests. For the top 8, I thought in my heart, maybe they challenged He Hongsun and made him feel bad. People who don't know can only think wildly. Those who see everything here look at Zhou Hao completely. Except for Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong, everyone else knows that Zhou Hao's name is not Wang Xiaohu, and the most important thing, it was that He Hongsun suffered a loss in front of Zhou Hao. Even though he was only overwhelmed by Zhou Hao and momentum, it was enough to shock them. Who is He Hongsun? Who doesn't know? The gambling king He Hongsun, the uncrowned king of Macau. Here is almost a figure covering the sky with one hand. But when facing Zhou Hao, he seems to be completely suppressed by Zhou Hao's momentum. Those who don't know Zhou Hao can't imagine. Even the 3 of Xiao Zhao were shocked by Zhou Hao's aggressive and domineering. They have always seen Zhou Hao with a temperamental temperament. Although not weak, they have never looked like ordinary people. To He Hongsun, only after tit for tat, everyone understood why Zhou Hao had such an achievement at a young age. Zhou Hao's tough performance at the banquet impressed everyone around him. Not only did the gambling king fail to take advantage of his momentum, but Zhen Xuanjie was overwhelmed, especially when he forced the gambling king to make a $2 billion bet with him. No one can treat Zhou Hao calmly. Xiao Zhao felt that he had a unique vision, and he valued Zhou Hao at a glance. Now Zhou Hao's performance is very satisfying. Not to mention young people. Even among the older generation, there are only a handful of people who can perform this way. Now that he became his woman, no one in the teaching can make irresponsible remarks. After returning from the banquet, Xiao Zhao was very enthusiastic, and because of his internal strength, his recovery speed was also very good. He had tossed Zhou Hao all night. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's special physique, he has unique abilities in both men and women. It's a bit overwhelming. Even so, it is harder than usual to make Xiao Zhao subdued. Among Zhou Hao's women, Xiao Zhao is actually an anomaly. There is no basis in martial arts, but because of the effect of double cultivation with him and the ability to be in bed has improved, Zhou Hao doubts the woman of the demon sect. Does it really complement oneself? This question flashed through his mind, so naturally he would not try to verify it, unless he tried the entire demon cult's woman again. Although he was more than one woman, he didn't plan to experiment with women everywhere. Think that he is not a stallion yet. The relationship with Xiao Zhao is already a bit abnormal. At first, the two of them seemed to have their own needs. They were impulsive. It was only as Xiao Zhao became more and more obsessed with Zhou Hao that they now have a close relationship. 3 days after the banquet, Zhou Hao had nothing to do in Macau, except that he could have a meal with the Jingxi Mahjong magic, which was to drink and drink with by Changsheng and the others. Although these were necessary entertainment, Zhou Hao didn't like it very much, and there are more important things to do. Ever since I met Xiao Zhao, Zhou Hao has developed a keen interest in magic sections. Now the magic sects have fallen. Unlike in novels and movies, they can subvert the power of a country with their own efforts. Now they have a problem with self-protection, but still maintain the style of this magic sect. It really deserves Zhou Hao's attention. Organizations in the name of what religion are different from those martial arts sections. They have firm beliefs, so they can walk together. Xiao Zhao once told Zhou Hao that their demon sect also believes in a true God, even though there is no one. I have seen it, but I firmly believe in my heart. It's just that this kind of belief is more obvious in the older generation of demon cult. People of Xiao Zhao's generation are no longer as convinced as their predecessors. They now believe in money more. Sometimes the magic of money can completely exceed miracles. Zhou Hao followed Xiao Zhao to the demon sect on the next day. Zhou Hao still did not bring anyone with him during his trip to the demon sect. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu didn't know Xiao Zhao's true identity at all, and this kind of thing was beyond. Zhou Hao didn't plan to let them know the range they could accept. I already know from Xiao Zhao that even today's demons are weak. There are no lack of masters among them. Although there are no super masters, there are at least 3 quasi-super masters. Among the martial arts, they are actually considered top masters. Experts, one hand counted. And Wang Xiaohu, Xiao Lu and others, no matter how powerful they are only first-rate masters. Now they go to the magic sect by themselves, and it is better to take them with them. Even though they did not tell them, Zhou Hao knew that this time he was the only one to go. It is the most convenient. The demon sect's branch here is actually located in Macau. Xiao Zhao grew up in Macau. They don't have to go too far, and with the current demon sect strength, it is not difficult to conceal their true identity. When Xiao Zhao brought Zhou Hao to the outskirts of their headquarters, Zhou Hao even thought that she had gone to the wrong place. This was a large supermarket and the business of people coming and going was very good. But this was completely different from Zhou Hao's imagination. In the eyes of martial artists, it is a crooked way. Generally, in such a situation, you should try to keep a low profile. Even if you do business, you should choose a company with fewer people. Seeing Zhou Hao's puzzled gaze, Xiao Zhao pursed his lips and smiled. It's an accident. This is my master's idea. Since our demon sect is not as good as before, we don't have to always think about hiding our identity. We don't even know that we exist. Large supermarkets can make our manpower available as much as possible, and there are many contacts, and the sources of information are also very wide. It is easier for us to know some information. Zhou Hao nodded secretly. Xiao Zhao's master was still quite far-sighted and able to keep up with the times, but he still asked, "Then what you mean is that besides supermarkets, there must be companies like hotels and media. Otherwise, how can you be well-informed?" Smart. Although I told you that because Hongsen's suppression has affected our living space. In fact, even if we are at a disadvantage, many industries are involved. Even if he wants to deal with us, it is not that easy. Now this is just it's the company closest to us. Xiao Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Hao is a smart man. He can understand if he speaks it casually. Zhou Hao nodded. There are 3 caves in Cunning Rabbit. Organizations like Demon Cult will naturally have more layers, and there will be many special contact methods between them. He doesn't know how many companies the Demon Cult has, but it looks like the power of is still huge. However, the greater the power of the Demon Cult, the better. Zhou Hao is interested in the influence of the Demon Cult in Macau. If Macau returns, they will not be able to use it for their own purposes. In the end, they will only be a disaster. But now he will regain the Demon Cult next. Xiao Zhao naturally didn't know that he had such thoughts. When the two talked, they had already arrived at the supermarket manager's room. Since Xiao Zhao is the demon saint, and this is the site of the demon cult, she came directly to the manager's office to find someone who it won't be strange, and no one will stand up to stop it. The door of the office was in charge. Xiao Zhao was not welcome and rang directly. It was the supermarket business hours. In fact, very few people could come to the manager's room except for the insiders of the supermarket. The people inside said, "Please come in." There were also some accidents. It seemed that I didn't expect to work in the morning and someone would come. Xiao Zhao smiled slightly at Zhou Hao and opened the door to enter. The office space is not large, just like the small living room of ordinary people. There is only one person in the room, a man in his 50s. He is looking at the documents on the table. Who should have sent the report and did not look up? It should be his own employees who came in his heart. Xiao Zhao didn't speak and took Zhou Hao to sit down on the sofa, waiting for the manager's response. Zhou Hao arrived at first and didn't know the rules of their magic teaching. Since Xiao Zhao didn't speak, he just waited here. He believed Xiao Zhao will not suffer. After a minute, the manager probably felt something was wrong. It was so strange that he heard someone coming in but didn't talk to him. Putting down the report in his hand, looking at Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao, he felt a little unhappy in his heart. When I came in, I didn't talk to myself, and I had to wait for myself to speak, and I must have opened him when I turned around. It's just that I was shocked by the girl before my thoughts, not because Xiao Zhao is so beautiful, nor because Xiao Zhao has a manly power. It's all Xiao Zhao's identity. He has been fortunate to have seen a teacher once the saint was not only astonished as a god, but also remembered that she must be very respectful in front of the saint. Before Xiao Zhao could speak, the manager had left his desk and walked up to Xiao Zhao, kneeling down on one leg and saluting. I don't know if the saint is coming. Qi Deshing has lost a long way to welcome him, and I hope the saint will forgive me. His attitude is respectful. Anyone can see that this is from the heart. Zhou Hao once again sighed in his heart. This kind of sect organization is definitely more strict than some ordinary sects. Now the world is at the end of the 20th century, long ago. There will be any etiquette for kneeling, but they still have such etiquette, which fully shows the respect of the subordinate to the superior. Xiao Zhao is obviously accustomed to this, without the slightest anger, and calmly said, "Get up. I have nothing special. I just want you to inform the teacher that I am going back, and I will bring back a respect. Customers, let them prepare. I'm going to the headquarters." Qi Deshing's eyes flashed in surprise, but when he passed by Zhou Hao, he instinctively felt that this dignity might be Zhou Hao, but he couldn't see anything special from Zhou Hao. But he was tall and handsome, which fascinated Xiao Zhao at most. They are not honorable. Although this thought flickered in his mind several times, he thought that the saint might be the leader who came, and he did not dare to talk about the saint's emotional life. Otherwise, he would not know how to die. You don't need to ask who this guest is. You don't need to say much. Just tell them that I brought it back. Xiao Zhao saw Qi Deshing looking at Zhou Hao. His voice became low, and he said, "You send someone to send us there. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." There was a little cold sweat on Qi Deshing's forehead. Now, in December, he can't really feel hot at all. It's all because he feels Xiao Zhao is not happy. This shows how strict the demonic sect is. Zhou Hao estimated them. The torture of congregations was also retained. And Zhou Hao has only now realized that Xiao Zhao's reason for letting himself come to this supermarket is not that the magic sect is here at all, but that he asks the cultists here to notify the teachers and send them over. He is a little curious. Where on earth is the magic sect? Someone still needs to send it. Xiao Zhao never explained anything to Zhou Hao from beginning to end, and Zhou Hao did not ask. Some of it might involve the secrets of the magic sect. Even if Xiao Zhao treated Zhou Hao as his own man, he would not tell him all. Zhou Hao felt that this would actually affect the relationship between the two. Anyway, as long as he knew Xiao Zhao would not harm himself, Zhou Hao could just follow her casually. Zhou Hao followed Xiao Zhao to the closest meeting point for the demon cult. To his surprise, the other party's branch was actually in a supermarket. It was not until Xiao Zhao explained to Zhou Hao that he understood the painstaking effort of the demon cult. At that time, the martial arts sects were already lonely, and it was very rare for the demon sect to be so careful. Later, Zhou Hao focused everything on Xiao Zhao. The manager of the supermarket only knew that Zhou Hao was the saint's guest, but who he was, but it didn't matter. This is not what people at his level should understand, as long as he obediently sends them to the headquarters. Soon, the supermarket manager had arranged everything and came to Xiao Zhao and said, "Holy girl, we have arranged it. You and your guests should go outside now. I will send someone to take you to the dock. There is a boat waiting. Please go over." "Okay, let's go now." Xiao Zhao nodded casually, and then said to Zhou Hao, "We will take their car to the pier. We have to take a boat to get to the headquarters. Let's go." In front of outsiders, Xiao Zhao I didn't plan to be called Zhou Hao's husband. After all, her identity was a demon saint. Zhou Hao had some doubts in his mind, but he didn't ask much. But as Xiao Zhao walked out of the supermarket, there was a car waiting at the door. When the driver saw Xiao Zhao, he immediately got off and respectfully said, "Miss, sir, please get in. Car. The manager has ordered everything to me. We will go to the dock now." In front of outsiders, it is impossible for the demon cultists to call Xiao Zhao a saint. Both Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao understood that they just nodded together and got into the car according to the arrangement. The magic cult was obviously very good at hiding his identity. The car arranged for them is also the kind of car that is not conspicuous and comfortable enough. After getting in the car, Zhou Hao couldn't help but curiously asked, "Your headquarters actually wants to take a boat. Is it overseas?" Xiao Zhao thought for a while and replied, "I'm not easy to say about this situation, but our headquarters is not overseas. You will know when we arrive. Anyway, if I am here, you can rest assured that everything is okay. Let's talk about it. With your strength and the size of the world, who can keep you?" Zhou Hao smiled. Xiao Zhao is someone who knows herself. She naturally knows that if you want to deal with a supermaster, you definitely can't rely on the number of people to win. Otherwise, everyone does not have to be afraid of the supermaster. And Zhou Hao is also top in the supermaster existence, especially after having a special relationship with Xiao Zhao. The internal strength cultivation was loosened and became stronger. The conversation between the two in the car did not evade the driver, but the specific relationship was not let him know. After all, the relationship between the two is not so simple. Except for the high level of the magic sect, it must not be known to people. After all, this kind of thing is too relevant. The pier is not far from the supermarket. It only took more than half an hour. They arrived at the pier. When they arrived here, the driver responsible for sending them would complete the task. Naturally, someone would pick them up at the pier. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao just waited for someone to come. Just take them away. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao quickly got on the boat together. This time Zhou Hao has determined that the main altar of the magic sect is definitely not in Macau. At most it belongs to the jurisdiction of Macau. In fact, Zhou Hao is really curious about the magic sect. A religious organization that can be considered a martial arts school has always been mysterious, but now it feels even more attractive. The person sailing this time was relatively silent. Apart from respecting Xiao Zhao, he didn't even say anything extra. Zhou Hao became more curious about this school. The speed of the ship was not slow, and it quickly moved out of the range of the land. Even with Zhou Hao's eyesight, he could only see a small point far away. Zhou Hao knew that it was already far away. At this time, the position of the demon cult could not be determined, but you can also guess that it should be on an island. According to Zhou Hao's guess, until the ship stopped, it should be at least 200 nautical miles away from Macau. This is not too close on land, and it doesn't appear far in the sea, but when he got off the ship, he was a little surprised. There are not too many traces of life on the island, just like a desert island. Xiao Zhao guessed what Zhou Hao was thinking and said with a smile, "Husband, don't you feel weird? It doesn't look like people are living here. In fact, there is something inside, so just follow me." Zhou Hao followed her as she walked in and asked, "You guys are still very generous. I always thought that you were at most a place in Macau. I didn't expect you to have an island overseas. It seems that your strength is not comparable. Hun's son is weak, still need my help." Xiao Zhao kept walking and slowly explained, "My husband, you probably don't know. Don't look at someone here who owns an island. In fact, there is not much money. This kind of place is no man's land and is not worth at all. It depends on your bet with He Hong's son. It is enough to buy the island, but you don't like it." Zhou Hao thought about many rich people in his previous life who owned islands, and he understood that the islands here are very different from the kind of value he thought. People nowadays only want to buy an island, and it is estimated that there is not so much money. The strength of the demon cult is still not to be underestimated. The two did not go far. Someone had already greeted them. Before Xiao Zhao came, he had asked the supermarket manager to inform them. Now everyone has greeted them. Among them, there are 3 women in their 40s and 2 6. There are 10 men who are around 10 years old, and there are 10 young men in their 20s. Although he did not know the status of these people in the demon cult, Zhou Hao could feel the strength of these people. According to Zhou Hao's speculation, the strength of the 2 men who walked in the front should be between first class and quasi-extreme. The last step was quasi-absolute strength, but at this age, it is not easy to go further. As for the 3 middle-aged women, they are all top-notch in strength. To Zhou Hao, They are very right-handed for dispatching so many masters at once, and the people behind them are all second-rate and upper-class, not weaker than Shaolu. Strength. It can be seen that the overall strength of the demon cult should not be weak. Even so, when everyone came here, facing Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, they all bowed very respectfully. Greetings to the saints return to religion. The leader is waiting for the saints' return. When they spoke, although their tone of voice was facing Xiao Zhao, they kept their eyes on Zhou Hao. Even if they didn't say anything, everyone understood that they wanted to know who Zhou Hao was. They were just demon cultists, so naturally they would not. Just like Xiao Zhao, study Zhou Hao's information. If you haven't studied Zhou Hao's data, who would have imagined that such a young man once set off such a big storm in Hong Kong and cooperated with the government in the mainland to arouse the attention of the world? These have little effect on martial arts people, but he is a superb master in his early 20s, is worthy of the demon cult's attention. There is only one such supermaster in the world, and the demon cult has not seen a supermaster for many years. Xiao Zhao naturally knows what they are thinking, but now she doesn't want so many people to know Zhou Hao's situation, so she nodded and said, "I'll go to see the master immediately. This is the distinguished guest I invited. You can lead the way. Let's go see my master now." She spoke very lightly and never introduced Zhou Hao's situation. If it weren't for her identity as a saint in the teaching, everyone would probably object to it. Even so, they were not satisfied and could only endure the doubt in their hearts. Follow the instructions of the saint together and take the lead to walk towards the island. Everyone's reaction, whether it was Zhou Hao or Xiao Zhao, could understand. Xiao Zhao looked at Zhou Hao apologetically. She felt that Zhou Hao, such a supermaster, was indifferent by the people she taught, and it was really rude. And Zhou Hao just smiled at Xiao Zhao. When he did not reveal martial arts, it was not a special thing to be despised. Moreover, in his eyes, these congregants were not worthy of him to be angry. People of this level are far from him. It's too big. The island where the demon cult is located is not very big. Zhou Hao and the demon cult people only walked a short distance before reaching the center of the island. The buildings here are built in accordance with the general island architectural style. Wood, no matter how beautiful it looks, will not be of high value. Zhou Hao followed the people in front and walked directly into the wooden hall. Although it was not such a luxurious building, it would be pretty good to have such a building in such a place. Zhou Hao laughed secretly. The magic sect has fallen, but it still maintains pomp, really wanting face. When Xiao Zhao arrived here, he had already acted completely differently, with a young pretty face and a narrow smile, adding a touch of dignity inexplicably. The few people on the road in front walked more slowly, as if every step was so respectful. At this time, Zhou Hao deeply realized that the power of religion is huge. The more they do this, the more respect they are for their sect. He doesn't know if this is out of fear or respect, but Zhou Hao has already admired it anyway. "Master, I'm back." Xiao Zhao walked 2 steps tightly, past the person leading the way, and stood in front of a person sitting in the middle of the hall, saying very respectfully. The person sitting in the middle of the hall has a veil on his face, and I can't see what she looks like. It's just her temperament that is enough to make all men feel happy. Others think that the magic woman should charm sentient beings, but Zhou Hao looks at her, to a kind of dignity and holiness, as if not cannibalizing fireworks. Such a temperament appeared on a woman of the demon cult. It should be very strange in theory, but Zhou Hao thinks that it is the most reasonable to have such a temperament on her. This is a temperament that has nothing to do with martial arts, no matter what level of martial arts she has reached. Her temperament has surpassed the realm of martial arts. However, Zhou Hao is used to seeing beautiful women. No matter how special this woman is, he can't influence his judgment. He can feel the internal strength of the demon leader. According to estimates, she should be the 3 quasi-excellent masters in the demon cult. 1. And she has also reached the edge of a breakthrough, but whether she can break through depends on chance. When Zhou Hao was observing the demon leader was actually also observing Zhou Hao. She must have received a report. She should be guessing who Zhou Hao is. There should be guests who can make Xiao Zhao value so much. Outstanding. It's just that in the eyes of the demon cult leader, although Zhou Hao looks handsome and has a good temperament, he can't see the appearance of martial arts at all. This makes her feel full of doubts. What exactly does this young man do? How can Xiao Zhao take it so seriously? Although the times are different nowadays, Organizations like the demon cult are no longer the most basic condition for measuring a person with martial arts. But after all, they are considered martial arts sections. If they really want to be respected by them, they should still have a very powerful force. Zhou Hao, as an invaluable expert, usually does what he does with martial arts as a supplement. He doesn't do anything to bully people, but others don't think so, especially organizations like Demon Sect, whose moral concepts are not similar to those of the public. Similarly, ordinary people in their eyes are basically difficult to gain their respect. Even those who are rich and powerful, who can influence the demon cult, they are at best concessions in their interests. It is certainly not the kind of admiration from the heart. Now the demon leader is wondering whether Zhou Hao belongs to a rich family. My child, maybe it can be helpful to the demon cult, but if Zhou Hao is just such a person, she doesn't need to urge the disciples she is teaching to greet them. Zhou Hao didn't know that for a while. The leader of the demon cult had already thought about so much. He saw that the leader of the demon cult had not spoken, and he was still thinking that such an organization leader really calmed down. The aura. It seems that the martial arts school for so many years naturally has his tolerance. Only Xiao Zhao understood that the demon leader was thinking about other things and what his master's character was. Naturally, no one knew better than Xiao Zhao, but now that many people watched it, it was not good to remind the master, so he could only wait there. After being silent for 5 minutes, the demon leader woke up. She seemed to think a little too much. If you have any questions, just ask her apprentice directly. She was actually wondering why she cared so much about the young man in front of her. He is obviously an ordinary person. After all, the current demonic cult is different from the past. Even if the leader of the demonic cult knows that he is a top master above the quasi-top, but after so many years of hiding, he has never encountered a real top master at all. Naturally, he does not know that Zhou Hao is a person of that level. He naturally has a temperament that others don't, and this kind of temperament may not be felt by ordinary people or ordinary masters. But as the quasi-extreme demon leader, she can vaguely detect, but she doesn't know it, and thinks she has gone too far. Xiao Zhao, you went out for more than a month this time. It seems to be a little rewarding. What have you experienced? The demon leader retracted his gaze on Zhou Hao and naturally moved to Xiao Zhao, suddenly surprised. Asked. Xiao Zhao was taken aback. The master's vision was so sharp that he could see that he was no longer a virgin. However, seeing that there was no blame in the master's eyes, it shouldn't be such a thing. She herself was very smart, but she was taken aback for a while and immediately understood where the problem was. It must be that the master had seen her internal strength. She first looked at Zhou Hao next to her, and then said respectfully, Master, a lot of things have happened when the disciple went out this time, but the overall gain is not small, and all this has something to do with the distinguished guests around me. He is the Hong Kong stock, Zhou Hao, who defeated Soros' Zhou Hao when he returned to Hong Kong. This time not only the demon sect's initiative, even those who didn't look at Zhou Hao at first began to look at him with admiration. It is the shadow of the so-called famous tree. Even if they did not recognize Zhou Hao, it was because of the original treat him only as a news figure. But it's okay if you don't know people. The point is that everyone has heard about that. Macau and Hong Kong are not far away. What happens there will soon be known to the residents of Macau. The magic cult is different from ordinary people. For such a major event, it is natural to understand more in detail. Now I heard that the young man in front of me was the Hong Kong stock, Zhou Hao, who defeated Soros, known as the Gold Finger, 2 years ago, and saved Hong Kong. It is really unexpected. They didn't pay too much attention to Zhou Hao at the time and thought he should be a 40 or 50-year-old man, at least to be immersed in the stock market for many years, and now he really knows that this stock is only in his 20s. The transformation of the demon's attitude towards Zhou Hao made Xiao Zhao proud. This is his own man. Just saying a name can make everyone stand in awe. Even if some of them are still jealous, most people admire him. Before the leader could speak, Xiao Zhao continued. Zhou Hao also achieved very good results in the gambling competition this time. I met him during the competition. He is the champion of this competition and has already competed with the gambling king. He Hongsen agreed that 2 days later, there will be a duel with a bet of $2 billion. Her words shocked everyone again. They can ignore the wealthy people in general, and they can disrespect the powerful, but when an achievement reaches a level that everyone can't reach, even those martial arts masters who usually have a higher eye than the top. Zhou Hao, an ordinary person, had a different kind of admiration in his eyes. What is the concept of $2 billion US dollars? No one in the audience knows. Just like the people at the banquet, they are all frightened by this number. The demon teacher has a big business. If you want to spend $2 billion US dollars, you are not doing it. No, but it is the property of the teaching, not personal. Even if the teaching uses such a large amount of funds, it must be discussed by the elders. But Zhou Hao is different. He actually dared to use He Hong's son to spend $2 billion US dollars in gambling capital. You don't have to think about that. $2 billion US dollars in Zhou Hao's eyes is equivalent to entertainment money. The difference between this, as long as you have a brain, everyone should understand. And there is one more thing. Let everyone in the magic sect want to understand why Xiao Zhao brought Zhou Hao to the magic sect. Because they have a common enemy. They don't know the grudge between Zhou Hao and He Hong's son. But now they are hostile. In this case, Zhou Hao can be a friend of the demon cult. And since Zhou Hao dared to put out so much money to bet against the gambling king, he was naturally certain. Otherwise, no one would want to give away so much money to the gambling king. At this time, everyone looked at Zhou Hao with completely different eyes. Even if he is an ordinary person, just relying on the things he has done and the pride, it is enough for everyone to accept him. What's more, anyone who has a skill must be admired by everyone. Everyone knows a little bit about gambling skills, but being able to compete with the gambling king He Hong's son for longer and shorter than ordinary people can do. Xiao Zhao looked at the reactions of the people and naturally knew their thoughts, so he smiled and said, "Master, the reason why I can have internal power is also learned from Zhou Hao. Back then, you said that I could not cultivate internal power, but now I have no weak internal force." She was right. Although the specific process was not mentioned, her internal strength came from Zhou Hao, and she didn't mean to deceive at all. Moreover, she not only possessed internal strength, but with Zhou Hao's help, even her internal strength was no longer inferior to the first class. Master, but she has no experience in martial arts and can't use its power. Even so, the internal strength she possesses is enough to make people envy, and hate. Many people will not have internal strength after practicing for a lifetime, and some people have practiced internal strength for decades, and they are not as good as her for several days. The special role between Zhou Hao and her, no one would have such a miracle. At this time, even if the demon leader is knowledgeable, she can't sit still. Xiao Zhao's inability to cultivate internal strength is her constant heart disease, and it is also the biggest obstacle for Xiao Zhao to take over as the leader in the future. After all, there is no martial arts leader. It's a bit unreasonable. Now that she has her own support, Xiao Zhao is still a demon saint. If she is gone, she will definitely suffer. All of this can be seen from the congregation who greeted Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao. They were only due to the name of Xiao Zhao's saint, and in fact, they didn't have much respect. In martial arts, everything is respected by strength, not to mention, in a special organization like Demon Cult, everything is in vain without strength. The demon leader moved quickly. After Xiao Zhao had finished speaking, he had already flashed to Xiao Zhao's side, reached out and grabbed Xiao Zhao's wrist, and started to check Xiao Zhao's condition. She only felt Xiao Zhao's temperament change from the surface. Very big. As for the specific situation, you must check carefully to know. When she left, she had been standing next to the leader, and the two people who pretended not to see anything also moved together. They were just sticking to the leader of the demon cult without extra action, but their eyes were fixed on the little Zhao. Obviously, they are also waiting for the answer from the demon leader. Zhou Hao has already seen that among the demon cults, these three have the highest martial arts, and they are all quasi-extreme. Among them, the demon leader is the most powerful. Now she has reached the quasi-extreme peak, and she may enter the realm of the absolute master at any time. Many people will not be able to cross the barriers for a lifetime. Only a few people in the world can pass. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, after a few minutes of inspection, the demon leader exhaled and said with joy, "First-class master, Xiao Zhao, how long have you not seen you? You have reached such a state. Young man in the middle, your inner cultivation base can at least enter the top 5. A word from the leader of the demon cult suddenly exploded in everyone's hearts. Anyone who can sit here is an important disciple of the demon cult. Everyone knows that Xiao Zhao cannot cultivate internal strength, but it has only been a month. She actually already has the internal strength of a first-class master. No one would doubt the words of the demon leader. This can't deceive people at all. And Xiao Zhao has already said all this, all thanks to Zhou Hao's help. And now everyone sees him with no admiration. It is simply astonishing. Before Zhou Hao's strength was revealed, the news learned from Xiao Zhao's mouth was enough to shock the demon cult. They have already guessed that Zhou Hao is definitely not so ordinary on the surface. Otherwise, Xiao Zhao's internal strength so strong. Among the few people who brought them in before, the strongest old man guessed. Mr. Zhou Hao, are you still proficient in medicine? The saint has not been able to cultivate internal strength for so many years. You can actually let her have such a short period of time. No less than the internal strength of a first-class master. You are really amazing. He was assigned the task of welcoming the saint. Among these people, his status was obviously not particularly high, but he asked now, but no one blamed him. After all, he asked everyone's doubts. Zhou Hao could let the saint. It's hard to say that you are a doctor when you practice internal strength. Xiao Zhao wanted to explain that Zhou Hao was not a doctor, but a master of martial arts. But Zhou Hao didn't let him speak, stopped in front of her and laughed. You are right. I am indeed a person who knows medical skills. How proficient I can't talk about it. It should be okay. As expected, Zhou Hao is proficient in medicine. They don't believe that Zhou Hao only understands a little. The saint hasn't been able to practice internal skills for so many years. Through his hands, he can achieve such an achievement. This medicine is comparable to ordinary people. No more. Zhou Hao's words are not deceiving. Although he can't be regarded as a master of medicine, it's because he didn't put all his thoughts on the study of medicine, but his actual achievements are no less than those of the Xiao family. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a doctor. However, Xiao Zhao has internal strength and has nothing to do with his medical skills. The people of the demon cult don't know so much. They just know that Xiao Zhao has internal strength because of him. It is just that his medical skills have solved Xiao Zhao's problem. As for why she has such a strong internal strength, that is probably Zhou Hao promoted her daily accumulation of credit. Anyway, they don't understand medical matters, so they can only speculate randomly. Moreover, this skill is the secret of Zhou Hao's secrets. No one can be stupid to ask the specific reasons. It's just that everyone looks at him at this time. There is change, not in awe, but as if looking at a rare treasure. No matter which martial artist it is, there will be some hidden diseases more or less. If Zhou Hao solves the problem of Xiao Zhao's inability to practice, it shouldn't be a problem to help them, and some people even think that maybe Zhou Hao can treat them. The strength is also improved. This is something no one can say. Naturally, these people don't dare to neglect the people with good medical skills, and they don't have the previous contempt in their eyes. Even the leader of the demon cult has overturned Zhou Hao's opinion. No wonder Xiao Zhao said that Zhou Hao is a distinguished guest. Such a guest really deserves attention. It's just that except for Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao, no one would have thought that the main reason why Xiao Zhao thought Zhou Hao was a distinguished guest was his status as a supermaster. This kind of person suddenly appeared here, even if the demon leader has never seen him, and to help them deal with He Hong's son. His role is definitely more than a person who is proficient in medicine. Xiao Zhao, since Mr. Zhou is so helpful to you, don't neglect others. You can arrange a place for Mr. Zhou later. If Mr. Zhou has nothing to do, stay here for 2 days. Although the small island is not big, and it should allow Mr. Zhou to have a happy vacation. The demon leader said with a smile to Xiao Shou and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao knew in his heart that the demon leader must have something to talk to himself. But now everyone is there. It must be inconvenient. So he smiled and said, since the leader is so kind, I will refuse, but it is mine. Yes, just 2 days before I played against the king of gambling. It was a holiday, so I'd better respect my fate. He agreed to the invitation of the demon leader. Not only was the demon leader happy, but the congregation was also very happy. He even wanted to visit this young man with good medical skills for a while. Maybe he could solve some old diseases for himself. Xiao Zhao naturally understood everyone's thoughts, nodded obediently, and said to the demon master, Master, then I will make arrangements now. Let him live in our reception room. Zhou Hao and I are also very familiar with him. I won't be so picky. Well, that's the case. Mr. Zhou's hospitality work is up to you. You can go as far as you think is the right arrangement. We will have a banquet to welcome Mr. Zhou. The demon leader nodded and agreed with Xiao Zhao, and then sternly said to all the congregation, "Zhou Hao is a guest of honor here. Everyone should treat him like me. If anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Zhou, they will be dealt with according to the rules. Yes, I will follow the master's decree." Everyone was shocked, knowing Zhou Hao's position in the heart of the demon leader, and hurriedly bowed in response. While watching Zhou Hao, he felt a lot of emotion in his heart. It is already in the 21st century, but the rules here are as if people have returned to ancient times. Everything is ancient rules, even if they don't speak the vernacular of ordinary people. But this is also easy to understand. If there is no such a strict system, the demon sect is probably long gone. In fact, he heard Xiao Zhao say that this is only the southeast branch of the demon cult. There are also sub-forums in other places, but I don't know if there is only one person in this position. The current demon cult should have been different from before. Otherwise, you won't need help from an outsider. It's just that he will definitely not raise such questions now. Since the demon cult leader has already said this, he should follow Xiao Zhao and let Xiao Zhao arrange a place for himself. It is estimated that he can only wait until lunchtime, only to see the people of demon cult again. And according to Zhou Hao's speculation, after they leave, they will definitely discuss their situation with Xiao Zhao. After all, their appearance has brought them a lot of shock. Many people must have their own ideas. Even if the demon leader one person has the final say, but when encountering major events, it should also be discussed. So when Xiao Zhao was about to take him away, he didn't resist at all. He just nodded with everyone and left the hall leisurely. Anyway, no matter how they discussed, Zhou Hao didn't have any pressure. Everyone here is not his opponent. Even if you want to disadvantage yourself, there is no possibility. This time because I have seen the leader of the demon cult, and the leader of the demon cult has already said that after Xiao Zhao is responsible for entertaining Zhou Hao this time. There are only two people, Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao, and the other members of the demon cult are not around. Zhou Hao's perception ability is very strong, naturally knowing that no one is watching nearby. So he smiled and said to Xiao Zhao, "Xiao Zhao, your demon sect is really strict. In front of your master, so many people are silent. It's really big. Prestige." Xiao Zhao curled his lips and snorted. "Husband, don't look at them as honest on the surface, but in your heart, you don't necessarily think about it, and they are all based on the master's strength. Once the master's strength is insufficient, this helping people will definitely have other ideas." After a while, he continued, "Others call us the demon cult, and we are not just planting them. I know that many people have different hearts and appearances. There are many ghosts in their hearts." Zhou Hao sighed and said very understandingly, "This is normal. Power can cause many people to lose their minds. You demon cults should be educated from the very young. Probably every congregation is ambitious. If anyone has a chance, they must be who wants to climb to a higher level and dominate destiny. Who doesn't want to have it?" Xiao Zhao also sighed. "Yes, for so many years, my master is actually quite tired. From my point of view, if she had not been the leader of the demon cult, she would have had a breakthrough in strength. But now even if she has the intention, she may not. If you have the ability to help the master, please help her. If she can become a super master, she will definitely make those restless people honest." "Me? You really think I am omnipotent?" "Yes, I am proficient in medicine, and I should be considered quite powerful, but I can only cure people's illnesses. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, it is not that I can help. It seems that there is only one step, but only a few people can pass this step." Zhou Hao shook his head and said helplessly, "You haven't practiced, and you don't know the ups and downs. Many people can only stay before this threshold in their entire lives. Once they reach this level, they cannot break through asceticism. They rely solely on understanding. I have seen a supermaster. You can count your hands, and all are amazing people." Zhou Hao recalled his past, saying yes. Xiao Zhao shook his head in distress and said, "Husband, I know this question is a bit difficult, but I still hope you can help her if I have the opportunity. After all, she is my master and my backer." Zhou Hao nodded, and then smiled weirdly. "Your master is distracted as the leader, so you can't practice the exercises wholeheartedly. If she doesn't become the leader of the demon cult, isn't it all right? Husband, you don't want my master to give up the position of leader. The demon cult is not what you think. If she lets out now, not because she is really powerless to control, The new leader will definitely not let my master go. Yes, this is also the characteristic of our demon cult. No one wants to get a supreme emperor out. Xiao Zhao was taken aback and quickly denied. I understand this, but what if the new leader is you? How could you let your master suffer? You become the leader of the demon cult. Even if she is the supreme emperor, you should have no objection. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. This time Xiao Zhao was really stunned and said in a daze, Husband, you are not joking. Do you really want me to be the leader? But I am no longer a virgin, and the position of leader can only be passed to the most pure saint. When I was with you, I had already lost this qualification. Zhou Hao smiled indifferently and said to Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao, there is nothing absolute in this world. Without my help, the demon cult estimates that it will be a problem to survive normally. Now they dare to bargain with me. Have an opinion on whether the leader is a virgin. Husband, you think the question is too simple. Some elders are very stubborn. If they know that I am no longer a virgin, they will definitely not agree to me as the leader. You should understand that our organization sometimes uses violence, will not give in. Xiao Zhao shook his head, disagreeing with Zhou Hao's proposal. Zhou Hao shrugged and asked Xiao Zhao very firmly, Xiao Zhao, you didn't have martial arts before, and you didn't dare to think about the master's affairs. Now you have the realm of a first-class master. Just practice hard to reach your master, or even catch up with mine. The realm is not impossible. Do you want to be the leader of the demon cult? Xiao Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said honestly, Husband, you are my closest person, and I will not hide it from you. Although there is a Presbyterian church in the demon sect, in fact, the leader is still the final decision. People, if I say that I don't want to be fake, but if I pay too much for it, I would rather not do it. Zhou Hao nodded secretly. Faced with such temptation, Xiao Zhao could still analyze the gains and losses rationally. He didn't think he was wrong. The power of demon cult was not small. Before he came here, he had already defeated the idea of demon cult. If he wants to control this force in his hands, he doesn't want them to be in anarchy. Looking at everything in front of him, Zhou Hao knew that this place should be his residence. At this time, he was not afraid of being watched. According to his perception, if someone was watching him, he would have been spotted long ago. He smiled and said to Xiao Zhao, Since you want to do it, I will find a way to help you. Sometimes force can't solve all problems, but in Demon Sect, I believe that force is enough to solve the current problems. Seeing that Xiao Zhao couldn't persuade Zhou Hao to change, he had no choice but to say, Well, since you think so, let's try it. Even though I don't know what the result will be, I still believe you. As long as you want me to do it, I will definitely do it. Zhou Hao was in a good mood. He hugged Xiao Zhao and kissed him. He smiled and said, I know you are the best behaved. Anyway, your master is still in the heyday of the spring and autumn period. There is no need to worry about this matter. Let's talk to your master first. As for the matter of the leader, we will take it slowly. Xiao Zhao nodded happily. As Zhou Hao said, the demon leader is now in his 40s. If he does not die of an accident, it will not be a problem to be the leader for another 20 years. With her martial arts, she wants an accident. It's not that easy, of course. If Zhou Hao wants her life, it's still easy. Zhou Hao took a look in his room. This residence is not as luxurious as the hotel outside. Everything is made of wood, but the workmanship is fine, and obviously it is not a casually made inferior product. Although it is almost the end of the year, Macau's climate is still yes. The sea breeze blows here, and there is no cold feeling. Husband, you stay here for a while. I'll go ahead and see. I don't know what they are discussing, but I guess it should be related to you. My master should also come to you after discussing with them. Xiao Zhao saw Zhou Hao looking around and said. Zhou Hao thought for a while and nodded. Okay, you go and have a look. After all, you are their saint, and it is not suitable to always be with me. When your master comes, I will have a good talk with her. Xiao Zhao got Zhou Hao's permission and quickly left his room. After arriving at the demon cult, Xiao Zhao seemed to become cautious. He didn't dare to make too many moves with Zhou Hao. Even if no one was watching, it was a place. Not big. If someone sees it, the two will be in trouble. Zhou Hao sat on his bed quietly, thinking about how to negotiate with the leader of the demon cult. He occasionally thought about how much help would be for him if Xiao Zhao became the leader of the demon cult. This thought was out of control. Even if the demon cult cooperates with itself, it cannot be reassuring. And if the leader is his own, everything will be different. Thinking about it this way, He wanted to make Xiao Zhao the leader even more, so that not only would Xiao Zhao's position be consolidated, but the cooperation between the two parties would be more secure. How could he let go of such a thing that would kill two birds with one stone? He wondered if he would really start Xiao Zhao. The master of killing was killed, but in the end, he just laughed blankly. If Xiao Zhao knew about this, let alone the continued affection between the two, it is estimated that he would directly become an enemy of life and death. I wondered how long it took. I guessed that the leader of the demon cult should come to talk to him. But before the leader of the demon cult, the sensitive nerve sent a dangerous signal. Zhou Hao immediately knew that someone was there. Sneak attack oneself. The goal is one's own back, and the person who shot is good. His man sat on the bed with the same posture, but the whole person flew out 3 meters away and directly escaped the attack of the sneak attack. After just one blow, Zhou Hao did not feel that his crisis was relieved and the opponent's stabbing. Empty, people turn with the sword, like a shadow, as if the sword will not be taken back without blood. At this time, Zhou Hao was out of the scope of the sneak attack. When the two met again, they were face to face. He didn't know the origin of each other, but the people who could be on this island should be people of the demon cult. He felt that the strength of each other was good. At least must surpass the first-class master, or reach the quasi-extreme top. Only 3 of the demon cults are known to have reached this level. It is unknown which Zhou Hao shot the opponent. The opponent is a masked man and he can't see his body. This makes him wonder. The entire island is 3 people can be similar in strength to this assassin, and there is no need to hide their appearance. Zhou Hao never thought that this person came from outside. Even with his own strength, he wanted to escape the demon's detection and appear directly on the island. It would be difficult for him to ascend to the sky, let alone a person who is not a super expert. It is impossible for him to be silent. All the thoughts flashed across his mind instantly. The 10 finger wheels of both hands bounced back. He has no weapons, but when he reaches his level, his whole body can be used as a weapon. Every time he flicks his finger, a finger windlass is looking at the power. It is definitely not less powerful than a normal pistol. The strength of the sneak attacker is really good. Even in front of Zhou Hao's counterattack, he can easily dodge and counterattack. But when Zhou Hao stopped, the knife in the hands of the sneak attacker has been riddled with holes, and they are all being pointed by Zhou Hao. In the middle, even the steel knife couldn't help his wind, which shows his greatness. The steel knife didn't work. The attacker immediately threw the knife in his hand and switched to a fist attack. The palms and fingers of both hands were crossed, and the hissing sound irritated the eardrums. Zhou Hao also had to nod secretly, and the opponent challenged him with quasi-absolute strength. This supreme master has enough courage to make people admire, but the strength is still slightly worse. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao yelled, "The 4 magical ape locks," and immediately put this special restriction on human movement on the opponent, let alone a quasi-excellent master. When he faced the super master and transforming people at the beginning did not miss. Sure enough, the body of the attacker was imprisoned by him. Zhou Hao did not use the White Tiger 5 Emperor sword. Otherwise, he could kill the opponent directly. He just went up and grabbed the opponent's mask. He wanted to see which demon cult master attacked. Yourself. Probably the attacker did not expect Zhou Hao to grab herself so easily, and was lifted by Zhou Hao in a daze. Even if she revealed her true colors, she was not in a hurry, but said in a daze, extremely, "Master, you really are a great master. I really missed you." Zhou Hao looked at the sneak attacker, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. I said, "Lord Master, where are you playing? If you want to know my strength, just ask me directly. If you attack me like this, if you succeed. If I do, I will die. If I do something cruel, you will die. You are really courageous." The attacker was Xiao Zhao's master and the demon leader in the hall before. At this time, she was wearing a man's suit. She wanted to conceal her identity, but she failed in the end. Zhou Hao didn't expect that she would make a move. He thought that the 2 quasi-skilled men would attack him, but he also probably understood the meaning of the demon leader. She should be trying to test herself and see what level of martial arts her martial arts had reached. Fortunately, I didn't use the White Tiger 5 Emperor sword, otherwise I hadn't talked with the leader of the demon cult and had killed her directly. The leader of the demon cult probably thought of her own recklessness, but as a woman, she still has her own unreasonable side. She blushed, but she bit the bullet and said, "If I ask you directly, Would you tell me the truth? If you want to tell the truth, you just said it. I have to use my method to test. You don't hurry to let me go. Although she is about 40 years old, she is still beautiful. I don't know if it is natural beauty or because of good martial arts training. At least she looks angry and angry. Even Zhou Hao, who is used to seeing beautiful women, has to admit her. She is a very attractive woman. I was thinking in my heart. His hands kept moving, and he directly unlocked the 4 magic locks on the master of the demon cult. Only he could easily unlock this powerful imprisonment skill. Otherwise, he would use force to break free. The strength of the leader of the demon cult, even the whole body skill, can't do this. After the demon leader regained her freedom, he moved his hands and feet. The anger on his face disappeared. Instead of being filled with horror, Zhou Hao was the first supermaster she had ever seen. At this time, she finally knew the supermaster and the quasi-supermaster. The gap between them was simply caught by the wave of others. His master, since you have tried it, can you rest assured to talk to me? I have been waiting for a long time. Seeing the shock on her face, Zhou Hao smiled directly when he was talking. Zhou Hao easily defeated the demon cult leader with quasi-extreme strength and expressed his identity as a top master. This is more credible than any language. After all, in front of his strength, all lies are broken in one fell swoop. The leader really believed that Xiao Zhao's internal strength was due to Zhou Hao. The problem that so many people in my own teaching can't solve, in front of the top master, it may be as simple as eating and drinking. After all, in the eyes of the demon leader, the top master belongs to an unattainable realm, and I may not be able to live there in my life. Dao Kan, you can find a realm for quasi-extremely. As long as you have a relatively superior inner strength method, you should be able to achieve it through years of practice. However, the difference between quasi-extremely and quasi-extremely is not a problem of internal strength, but a realm. Even if the demon leader does not know how could Zhou Hao have such strength at a young age, but this is not important anymore. The key is that the first supermaster he saw in his life is right in front of him. Zhou Hao also knows that the leader of the demon sect must be admiring himself, and he is not anxious. He just waited for the leader of the demon cult to calm down and talk. In fact, he never wanted to retain his strength. After all, the most convincing among the martial arts sects like the demon sect, it is martial arts, but being a supermaster also has his dignity. You can never tell others when you meet that you are a supermaster. After about 5 minutes, the demon leader calmed down, and she figured out how to communicate with Zhou Hao. She didn't want to offend a supermaster because of her attitude. In terms of the strength on the island, she didn't know that Zhou Hao couldn't be kept. If he was offended and couldn't keep him, the demon cult would never have peace in the future, which was not something she could afford. Mr. Zhou Hao, I didn't expect you to be a great master. We were really rude before. After thinking about the pros and cons, the demon leader's attitude changed drastically. He no longer regarded Zhou Hao as Xiao Zhao's friend, but as Xiao Zhao's friend. People of the same generation even said respectfully. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Nothing. I usually practice blindly. It's just to keep fit. As for the supermaster, I haven't thought about it that way. The corners of the demon leader's mouth twitched slightly, and he scolded Zhou Hao all over, and he could reach the top master if he practiced blindly. Then someone like himself who has only reached the top after a lifetime of training is not very useless, but it can only be done. You can't really open your mouth to speak out. Zhou Hao knew what the demon cult leader was thinking, and he just smiled secretly. According to his own experience, the origin of martial arts is similar to that of blind practice. He is not a little bit practiced like others. The demon leader did not speak any more nonsense, and continued. Mr. Zhou Hao, since you have come to our island, you must also regard our demon cult as a friend. Whether you are martial arts or financial resources, you should be very good to our demon cult. Great help. I wonder what kind of help you want to give us. This time it was Zhou Hao's turn to froze. The demon leader is too direct. People have to bargain when discussing business. She asked directly, pondered for a moment, and asked, the leader is a bit too vague. Knowing what kind of help you need, I can't say that you can do anything with billions of dollars, or throw yourself here. Just arrange it as you like. The demon leader's pretty face blushed, and the top master appeared in front of her eyes. It was indeed difficult to maintain her usual calm, but she quickly calmed down, and also pondered for a while, then said, I believe Xiao Zhao has already told you that we demon the biggest threat to the teacher is He Hongsen, the gambling king, and the person you have to deal with is him. Can you consider it? Together, although the financial resources of the magic education are not as good as you, and there is no supermaster, but if you really want it for things, our magic cult is well staffed, and we have been in Macau for many years, so I should be able to give you some help. Zhou Hao smiled and said sincerely, Master, you are really humble. The demon sect has been passed down for many years. If it is not as good as my financial resources, I really can't believe it, but I also understand that your family is big and you can't take it out casually. Toss, does the supermaster still have such a big role in today's society? The demon cult leader also smiled. She seemed to have made up her mind. What kind of attitude Zhou Hao would use to treat herself would be to retaliate with the past. She smiled and said, the current martial arts people are no longer like ordinary people. But people who reach your level are no longer considered ordinary people. As for how useful they can be, I don't need to say. Zhou Hao said in his heart that she is indeed the leader of the demon cult. This kind of Tai Chi method is no worse than the veteran in the shopping mall. It is just that she is photographed in her own supermaster status and dare not treat herself badly, is destined to have an advantage. In fact, the leader of the demon cult also knows, but there is no way, no matter who it is, she can't calmly deal with the top master. If the two do not fight, she can still have a certain resistance, but after seeing Zhou Hao's strength, I don't want to work with people in this state anymore. After all, for the quasi-extreme master, even if it is only one step away, it is still an object that cannot be resisted. Unless the person who likes self-abuse, he will find the absolute master. The dialogue between the two can only be carried out when you push me. As Zhou Hao said, even though his strength has reached its peak, he really wants to cooperate and cannot rely on force, no matter what kind of benefits he wants to achieve. It can only depend on how the two parties talk. Relatively speaking, Zhou Hao is more calm. This is why he is taking the initiative now. The demon leader also understands this truth. Seeing that Zhou Hao will not let go, he has to say very weakly, Mr. Zhou Hao, I probably understand you. It means, so let's not go around. You just say, what kind of benefits do you need to agree to help us? I hope you can tell the truth honestly. Zhou Hao smiled, looked at the demon leader who was already not pretty, and said leisurely, the demon leader, I really don't have any high requirements. But since you have said it, if I don't speak anymore, then it's a bit uninteresting. So let's talk about cooperation first. The demon cult leader has already cursed Zhou Hao to death in his heart. If it weren't for his martial arts and begs for him, the demon leader would really want to take the table and leave. How can he say he is the leader of the demon cult? The leader of a cult, it's hard for anyone to accept such a run. Zhou Hao knows what the demon leader is thinking, but he just wants to sharpen the demon leader's patience. Otherwise, he will not be able to get the most benefit. His plan is not small, he does not want to fail. Master, I would like to ask, what are the criteria you plan to deal with He Hongsan, such as resisting his inability to oppress you demon cult, or want to remove He Hongsan and replace it? Zhou Hao thought for a while and asked. The key to the problem is that these two ideas require completely different forces. The leader of the demon cult was taken aback. Now He Hongsan is pressing harder and harder, and the demon cult's business in Macau is affected. They only want to fight against He Hongsan. Now Zhou Hao's questioning does not seem to put He Hongsan at all. In the eyes, you can deal with him whatever you want. It is still for your own choice. From this we can also see what kind of strength Zhou Hao has. The leader of the demon cult is really pondering this time. If she does not know that Zhou Hao is a super master, if he is not a Hong Kong stock, and has strong capital, the leader of the demon may even thought Zhou Hao would joke about himself again. However, she now knows that Zhou Hao's question is definitely not a joke. If she answers it herself, the result may be developed according to her own answer. The demon leader is a little uncertain and deliberately overthrows He Hongsan, fearing that he is not strong enough. It hurts others and hurts itself. Zhou Hao did not speak and just waited for him to make a decision. This is also a test for the demon leader. If she can't even make this decision, not only will she not be able to cooperate with her, she will also find ways to deal with her and let Xiao Zhao become the leader. The leader of the demon sect. With such a leader, the future of the demon sect is limited. Zhou Hao waited for a while. The demon leader seemed to have figured it out, Enya clenched slightly and tentatively said, Mr. Zhou Hao, I want to ask, if I want to bring down the current He Hong Sun, you can also help us. For him, we now naturally want him to never influence us. Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. Since I asked you, if I want to do it, I will definitely help you. Don't have any worries. He Hong Sun's situation is actually no better than you now. He has endured all these years. There are a lot of enemies, and now with the opportunity of Macau's return, who doesn't want to take action against him? The demon leader's eyes lit up. Although she had always wanted to deal with He Hong Sun, she was not as powerful as Zhou Hao and could meet many masters. Now listening to him say this, she naturally understands that he is not joking. Zhou Hao added the demon cult. It is already a very powerful force, plus some other people. In this case, even if He Hong Sun is powerful in Macau, it is estimated that it will be difficult to protect himself. Now with Zhou Hao's assurance, the demon leader, no matter how stupid he is, he knows what to do. He nodded immediately when he thought of this. Mr. Zhou Hao, since you are so sure of helping me, then our goal is to bring down He Hong Sun. I believe in your strength. As long as you help, I guess he will definitely not have a good day for a few days. Of course, we both cooperate. Even if He Hong Sun is really the king of Macau, we must consider it. After all, the strength of our two sides lies here. The day after tomorrow, I will bet against He Hong Sun. If he loses to me, the stock it will definitely fall sharply. I think he can definitely affect the Macau stock gods. I hope your people will take advantage of this time to take advantage of the fire and protect the Macau stock market. You should understand what I mean. Zhou Hao nodded and started talk about your plan in detail. I think since you are looking for me to cooperate, you must investigate me, and you should know the relationship between me and the boss. Even if I am not directly under the task force, I don't want to see how Macau's economy is affected. Zhou Hao did not hide himself this time. The true intentions, after all, since they want to use the demon cult, they must be assured. Zhou Hao's words were not concealed. This kind of content, which can be said to be confidential, would definitely not be casually spoken to others if it was not sincere. Now the demon leader feels that Zhou Hao is really sincere. The demon leader naturally cannot back down now, and nodded in response. Well, as long as you can really win the gambling king He Hong Sun, I guess that the stocks of all his companies will fall sharply, and we will sell at that time. Try to stabilize the Macau stock market. We don't want the Macau stock market to have problems. We also have many companies. That's fine. The last time Hong Kong returned to China, foreign financial professionals interfered and almost affected the entire return. This kind of thing, the country does not want to happen again. If we deal with He Hong Sun, it will affect this major event. No matter how much the forces fight, the result will not get better. Zhou Hao nodded and said solemnly. The leader of the demon cult nodded in deep thought. Now the demon cult is different from the ancient times. At that time, they even had the ability to subvert the court. Even so, they did not dare to confront the country in name. They have now become business organizations and dare not face the government directly. Zhou Hao knew that she had understood what she meant, so that's it. What she did in Macau this time. First of all, we must ensure the interests of the country and allow Macau to return peacefully. If she really does something, it will change the return. The general trend, he is a sinner. Now with the help of the magic cult, he believes that he can stabilize the Macau stock market as he did in Macau. In fact, before dealing with He Hong Sun, he thought about this issue. He didn't want to affect Macau's market because he had to deal with He Hong Senator. The economy will itself become the most unstable factor in Macau's return. But since you help us in this way, what do you want in the end? Since we are cooperating, it is impossible for you to suffer. Just say, as long as we can do it, we will try our best to do it for you. It is more pleasant to see the discussion, and it is very straightforward. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a smile, the leader is really happy. If I really don't want any benefits, you will definitely not believe it. But if this plan is really successful, I will ask you to be alone, and you promise. That's all right. That's my only request. The demon leader frowned slightly. She didn't know what Zhou Hao was making, but she hesitated and agreed. Since Mr. Zhou Hao speaks, I will naturally not refuse, but I am very curious about who you want. Our magic sect has the person you want. Of course there is. I just want to ask you to teach the demon, otherwise I won't propose it. This person is really only you can call the shots. No one else should be able to do it. Zhou Hao had a mysterious smile on his face. Deliberately appetite. The demon leader moved in his heart, but he felt that it should be impossible, but he nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if you want someone, but whether that person goes with you is not something I can force." Zhou Hao looked at the leader of the demon cult with a smile. He understood the mystery of her words and didn't break it. He just continued, "Well, you just have to agree to it like this. Since I ask you for someone, I am sure of course. I don't want to be difficult. Are you right?" The demon leader looked at the young man in front of him. She heard that Zhou Hao was only in his early 20s. But how you look at him now, he doesn't look like this age. He looks like an experienced old fox. Not only is it difficult to deal with, but he even can't see what he is thinking. In fact, it's not wrong for the demon leader to think this way. Zhou Hao's past and present life is indeed not small, not to mention all his experience, but also a prediction of the future. This ability is not even for people no matter how old. There will be, not to mention the experience of this life is really not comparable to ordinary people. Zhou Hao and the leader of the demon cult have no exchanges with each other, and there is no trust. The reason why they can cooperate this time is because of the role of Xiao Zhao as an intermediary, and the other is driven by interests. It is inevitable that both parties will speculate. It's just that, relatively speaking, Zhou Hao is much more stable than the leader of the demon cult. He already knows the general situation of the demon cult, but the leader of the demon cult is still new to him. He doesn't believe that the demon cult can understand his situation in detail. What's more, how long it is, and the results of their discussions will not have much impact on them. "Mr. Zhou Hao, what kind of person do you want with me? Let's just talk now. I can help you persuade." This is also our sincerity of cooperation. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't speak for a long time, he sank first. You can't help yourself. After all, you have to ask others. It is inevitable to be passive. Zhou Hao didn't lose his appetite anymore this time, but said seriously, "Well, since you said that, I won't talk nonsense anymore. I will take away your apprentice, the Saint Xiao Zhao. Know if you can let this person go. I'm talking about leaving the demon sect, not taking it away and sending it back." The demon leader's face suddenly became ugly. She had already guessed that Zhou Hao was in the demon cult and was only familiar with Xiao Zhao, but after all, she was the saint of the demon cult. Go. He must have looked at Xiao Zhao's beauty and moved his mind. In fact, it is not forbidden for men to love the demon leader, but Xiao Zhao can't go casually. Zhou Hao also knew that this made the leader of the demon cult hesitate. It is estimated that if she were to say this to her, she would have done it a long time ago. Even so, she was hesitant enough. If Xiao Zhao was just her apprentice, it shouldn't be too difficult. The key is the identity of the saint. "Mr. Zhou Hao, I don't know if Xiao Zhao told you. She is now the saint of the demon cult. That is, the candidate for the future demon leader. Do you think if you take her away, our demon cult people can do you agree? This is not my sole discretion." After thinking about it, the leader of the demon cult decided to make it clear to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded and did not say much, just listened to the demon leader continue to say, "From a personal point of view, Xiao Zhao is my apprentice. As long as she is willing, I will definitely not hinder her. After all, the happiness of the apprentice is also what I do. Hope. But now her identity is determined, and her future cannot be determined by herself. Well, if you make sense, Xiao Zhao is the heir of the future leader. It seems a little inappropriate for me to ask her." Zhou Hao seemed to understand and nodded. The demon leader Zhou Hao is still a reasonable person. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou Hao can understand. The things in our church are more complicated, and I can't make the decision by myself. For those with little influence, I can call the shots." Zhou Hao didn't ask any more, but smiled and asked, "I want to ask, as a saint, is she definitely going to be the leader? In other words, the conditions for becoming a leader. Isn't Xiao Zhao mentioned it to you?" The demon cult leader first questioned, and then laughed blankly. "That's right. Although this is not a secret in our sect, it won't tell you everything. After all, you don't were a member of the demon cult. But since you ask, I'll tell you. The qualifications for the succession of the demon leader are possessed by the saints in each session, and the selection of saints is to select from the female disciples of the same period. All saints are pure female disciples with equal appearance and wisdom. The saint of the next term is Xiao Zhao. No matter her appearance and wisdom, she is far superior to the female disciples of the same period. Even if she does not know martial arts, she is also designated as a saint. and is the candidate for the next leader. The demon leader wanted to dispel Zhou Hao's thoughts. All the rules are described in particular detail. Then can I understand that as long as she is selected as a saint, she can become the future leader, even if she does not have a good master, and there is no special martial arts. Does that mean? Zhou Hao did not think about it, and asked directly. The demon leader. The leader of the demon cult was taken aback. She did not expect Zhou Hao to react so quickly. She pondered for a while before she said, Mr. Zhou Hao, since everyone is a cooperative relationship, I want to hide from you. It's not sincere enough. That's right, you have seen it. After I came out, Xiao Zhao was able to become a saint because I was in the position of the leader, but this is nothing. Since I am my apprentice, he is very smart and beautiful, and whether he has martial arts or not has no effect at all. When she said this, she had strong confidence in her body and continued. With my current martial arts, even if I support her as a successor for 10 years, there is no problem, and with her wisdom, 10 years are enough to build her own power. Although the demon sect says it is a martial arts school, in today's era, martial arts can no longer determine everything. I have to say that although the leader of the demon sect is in the demon sect, he is also advancing with the times. He practiced martial arts, but did not pursue force above all else. From this point of view, the demon sect can still exist in today's society, not necessarily because of this wisdom. The leader, Zhou Hao's accident helped Xiao Zhao gain internal strength, and it also gave the leader of the demon cult hope. The original biggest problem was solved. The leader of the demon cult was more relieved to hand over the position to Xiao Zhao, and he wanted to bring Xiao Zhao with him. Going is simply impossible. Zhou Hao believes that the demon leader would rather not cooperate with him than agree to his request. But Zhou Hao is not worried. After all, he also has his own way. Although Xiao Zhao is the best candidate for the leader, she is no longer a virgin. In this case, even if the leader of the demon cult wants to stay, she can't do it, of course. If it was his own strong help, Xiao Zhao would not be too difficult to become the leader. Master, I want to ask a question. It may be too private, but I really want to know. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and asked as if embarrassed. Your demon cult requires the saint to be the purest female disciple, meaning it's not. That female disciples should be kept as virgins, and when they become the leader, they have to undergo a physical examination. He was indeed a little curious. If he really had a physical examination before becoming the leader, Xiao Zhao was destined to not become the leader, but the leader of the demon cult had misunderstood him. Seeing Zhou Hao's pair of thieves looking on him, his pretty face flushed and stared. Meimu said angrily, Zhou Hao, you should take good care of your eyes. You are not old, and your eyes are quite thief. What are you looking at? Zhou Hao was startled and quickly coughed. Master, you have misunderstood. I didn't doubt you. I was really curious to ask, did you pass this level at the beginning? I also asked. I thought you were an honest person, and the image of the top master in my heart is very tall. I didn't expect you to be so charming. I really don't know how you reached the current state. The demon leader naturally did not believe Zhou Hao's words. Thought Zhou Hao took the opportunity to tease himself. Zhou Hao was very wronged. He was just thinking about it for the sake of a nickname. Who knows that he was misunderstood by the leader of the demon cult? In all fairness, since he is the leader who has been upgraded from a saint, she is naturally an infinite beauty, and the demon cult does not know what cultivation martial arts, even though she is in her 40s, is still very beautiful. Even if she is less than 30, no one doubts. But after all, she is Xiao Zhao's master, and Zhou Hao is not a real person. How could it be possible to tease her at this time and sigh in her heart that this misunderstanding is not small, so she can honestly say, Master, you really misunderstood. I have no doubt about your purity, there is no doubt about it. The demon cult leader's face turned a little bit, but he was still dissatisfied. Then what do you mean? Our demon leader is a selected saint, naturally the purest. Otherwise, how can we let our cult leader accepted by the public? You have misunderstood what I mean. I mean the saint is naturally the purest, but from the saint to the leader, there is still a process. During this process, if there is any accident, do you think it will be? Zhou Hao had to make things clear, otherwise the demon leader would still misunderstand. This time it was the turn of the demon leader's face to change drastically, and he stared at Zhou Hao and said, Mr. Zhou Hao, did you do something to Xiao Zhao? You mean Xiao Zhao is not pure now? Zhou Hao sighed in her heart. The demon leader is really not easy to fool. She just assumed a word. She immediately guessed something, but she didn't seem to have any other way besides saying that. Forget it. Zhou Hao decided, let's tell the truth. He did not answer the question of the demon leader, but first asked, Master, I want to ask, Xiao Zhao's body has been determined by all of you, and you can't practice martial arts, right? Yes, we have all given up our efforts. Whether it is our teachers or the more famous experts in the country, we can't understand why Xiao Zhao can't cultivate internal strength. We can only give up. Although we don't know why Zhou Hao, while avoiding the previous question, the demon leader answered Zhou Hao's question. Zhou Hao continued, in this case, I have solved Xiao Zhao's problem, and you are not curious about how I did it. In other words, no one wants to ask, can I improve your strength? As a quasi-excellent master, the demon leader has been unable to make progress for many years. This is not only the eternal pain in her heart, but also the pain of all the quasi-excellent masters. Now when she hears Zhou Hao's words almost in a seductive tone, even she feels that shortness of breath. How could she not care? I heard that Zhou Hao was proficient in medicine, which allowed Xiao Zhao to practice his internal strength and become a first-rate master in less than a month. Maybe he has a way to improve his internal strength. Now Zhou Hao is obviously a super master, which makes Xiao Zhao a master. She has expectations in her heart. For a while, she put Xiao Zhao's affairs aside. After all, compared to decades of desire, Xiao Zhao can always put things aside. Looking at Zhou Hao with some expectation. Mr. Zhou Hao, can you use your own methods to improve our realm? The ultimate master is the realm that all warriors dream of. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Actually, if I say that I have such a magical ability, I really overestimate me. But if you want to help you become a master, it is not impossible. And if my guess is good, maybe there are two types, but there is one. I don't plan to use it at the moment. The other one requires more energy and may affect your continued control of the magic sect. The demon leader nodded without hesitation. It doesn't matter. As long as I can break through the current realm, even if I give up my position as the head, I don't care, and now Xiao Zhao has not weak internal strength, plus I am behind support. She can ascend to the throne at any time. Zhou Hao knew that in the face of the temptation to increase her strength, the demon leader can give up anything. The power status is actually in the eyes of people like her, and she doesn't care that much. I just don't know if she heard that Xiao Zhao is no longer a virgin, and will she go crazy because of it? For fear of Zhou Hao's unwillingness to help, the leader of the demon cult was dashed again, and he quickly continued, as long as you can help me, all the resources of the demon cult can be used by you, and you can even give you one. The position of a nominal elder, even if your financial power is great, but our magic sect has branches all over the country. It will help you somewhat. Zhou Hao couldn't help but move in his heart. The resources of the magic sect were used as they pleased. They were a very large part of the power. You mastered a large intelligence agency. It just turned around and disappeared again. My purpose was to make Xiao Zhao the leader. If she became the leader, the entire demon sect would be her own. Such temptation would be useless to her. Master, I am not very interested in the resources of your demon cult. I am not sure that I will win in the matter of helping you improve your cultivation. However, I have just asked how you really help Xiao Zhao. Not interested. Zhou Hao repeated the old saying and brought the topic back to Xiao Zhao again. The demon leader's mood fluctuated several times, and now I don't know which question to think about first. The hope of improving her cultivation is right in front of her, and she can't calm down. But Zhou Hao's problem is also worthy of her own concern. The words, why don't I care? You can help Xiao Zhao have internal strength. It is really amazing. What on earth did you do? The demon leader has never been a person who can be led by others, but today Zhou Hao completely controls her emotions. Whether it is martial arts or dealing with He Hong's son to help the demon cult, it is the wish of the demon leader, Zhou Hao. Both of these can satisfy her, so she just takes the initiative in her hands. When she asked about Xiao Zhao again, Zhou Hao showed a weird smile on his face without concealing it. He said directly, Master, you checked Xiao Zhao's internal strength before and didn't think Xiao Zhao was different. For example, she is still not a virgin. The demon leader's face changed drastically. She had guessed it before, but she didn't believe it. But now that Zhou Hao talked about it, She immediately recalled the scene when she checked Xiao Zhao's internal strength. Then she was shocked by Xiao Zhao's internal strength. Ignoring the changes in Xiao Zhao's body, now it is determined that something is really wrong. People who are proficient in medicine, especially Chinese medicine, can detect whether a woman is a virgin from the energy of a woman. The demon leader cannot say that he is proficient in medicine, but people who practice martial arts are more or less proficient in medicine, and she can also check Xiao Zhao's condition. Now it seems that something has happened. You don't need to ask to know that the man must be Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou Hao, did you do this too much? Xiao Zhao was for the leader of the demon. You ruined her by doing this. Now she has lost the qualification to inherit the leader of the demon cult. How do you let her gain a foothold in the demon cult in the future? As long as you can't be the leader, you can only take orders for the rest of your life. The leader of the demon cult tried his best to suppress his anger and tried to calmly question Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged disapprovingly and said with a smile, Master, you really treat the demon sect as a dish. I have already told you to take Xiao Zhao away. If she and I leave, she will no longer be a demon. The person who teaches, it doesn't matter if she is the leader or not, and you really think there is any big development in this social demon sect, but it is a very consortium organization. The leader of the demon cult was startled. Zhou Hao really made sense. Xiao Zhao could just leave the demon cult, but this did not make her feel comfortable. Xiao Zhao was his own disciple and the successor he cultivated, so Zhou Hao was ruined. The demon leader was very unhappy. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's high martial arts, the demon leader must have already started it. Even so, he would endure his anger and stare at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou Hao, come here prepared today. Before you come, you have decided to take Xiao Zhao away. Zhou Hao did not deny this time, and nodded. Yes, since Xiao Zhao has lost the qualifications to be the leader, I naturally have to take her away, otherwise let her stay in the demon sect. It seems that there is no future. I should be able to satisfy everything for her. What do you think? This time the leader of the demon cult was silent. Zhou Hao is not arrogant to say this. With his current status and strength, even the organization of the demon cult is incomparable. The demon cult has a little advantage. That is, there are more congregations and can spread all over the whole country, but now is different from the past. The organization is bigger and looser, and many places have disobeyed the command of the chief teacher. It is not an exaggeration to say that it exists in name only. Thinking of this, the demon leader seems to be 10 years old and depressed. No matter how strong the organization is, it will always retreat in the progress of society. If it does not keep pace with the times, it will always be eliminated. Now the demon cult, it's a bit trending. Well, you have a very reasonable point. Even if Xiao Zhao is by my side and cannot become the leader of the demon cult, it is better to follow you. At least she will not have to worry so much about following you. The demon leader was helpless and sat. On the chair, there was a bit of loss. Zhou Hao smiled secretly in his heart when he looked at her, secretly saying that the time should be almost up. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before he said, Master, now Xiao Zhao is your disciple. No matter what her future is, I believe you will care very much. Now she has lost, you should be the most distressed about the qualifications of the leader. Nonsense. How high my expectations of her are, you can think about it. Now it's ruined by your kid, but it's not bad. You know that taking her away for her sake does not count her as ruined by you. The demon cult leader seems to have connected, and Zhou Hao gives Zhou Hao a look, angered. Zhou Hao smiled awkwardly. He suddenly found a problem. He clarified Xiao Zhao's matter. He seemed to have become disadvantaged. Xiao Zhao had no father or mother, and the master was equivalent to her mother. Then, would he be facing his mother-in-law? And now he has to admit that the leader of the demon cult is very powerful, and this ability to accept is really strong, and it has been slowed down so quickly, but this is too unpleasant to say. Why he ruined Xiao Zhao himself, as if she took the initiative at the beginning, but Zhou Hao can't argue about this now. It's not the first time Zhou Hao has seen his own woman's parents. Although the demon leader is a bit special, he can't be more special than Zhao Yuqin's father. He is one of the few heads in the central government, and he can handle it by himself. Zhou Hao still doesn't think there is any problem. Probably seeing Zhou Hao's embarrassment, the demon leader's heart became a little more balanced. He had been suppressed by Zhou Hao, and finally got back around. He smiled and said, Zhou Hao, in fact, Xiao Zhao can be with you, and I do she is happy. If it weren't for the demon sect, I wouldn't want Xiao Zhao to be as lonely as I was." Zhou Hao was stunned. He didn't expect the demon leader to say that, but he laughed and said, "Master, you're really joking. You are still very polite. If you quit the demon sect earlier, you can find someone to marry. Although the teacher did not allow the master to marry in the past, you can set a precedent so that you don't have to think about dying alone." "Bah, you die, boy. What are you talking about? I'm almost 40 years old now. You don't want to make fun of me. I really don't know what Xiao Zhao fancy to you." The demon leader probably never heard of others being so harmonious when she spoke. Her pretty face flushed immediately, and she cursed in an angry way. Zhou Hao felt even more that he was facing the future mother-in-law. He smiled and said, "Master, I am not kidding. Now the magic sect is to be honest. If I don't help you, it will be very difficult to deal with He Hongsen. If you can reform now, absorb the help from the outside, and there should be better development." Who said that we did not unite with outside help? But most of those people are sons-in-laws of our congregation. When it is really critical, they may not be able to help. The demon leader sighed and said helplessly. Zhou Hao nodded, expressing his understanding that there are more icing on the cake and less charcoal in the snow. Now the magic sect is in a difficult time, and there are really not many people who can help, and the opponent is the gambling king He Hongsen. The demon leader is actually grateful for Zhou Hao's help at this time. Thinking of the disunity of the demon leader's disciples, she is really frustrated. She even wonders whether or not to take the position of leader, pass it on to others and practice martial arts, as if Zhou Hao can really help himself. At this time, she remembered that she didn't seem to ask how Zhou Hao helped Xiao Zhao, so she hurriedly asked, "Zhou Hao, we talked for a long time," and digressed again. "How did you help Xiao Zhao? Like you, I haven't mentioned it yet. What does this have to do with Xiao Zhao's loss of virginity?" Zhou Hao also remembered that the two of them digressed again before, but after hearing the demon leader's question again, Zhou Hao had to smile weirdly and honestly said, "Master, don't blame me for not speaking clearly. In fact, to be honest, I don't know what's going on." After the first time between me and Xiao Zhao, she inexplicably gained internal strength. After that, she can improve a little every time. It's like the legendary double cultivation, understand? Although the demon leader is nearly 40 years old, he is like a blank sheet of paper in this respect. He blushes pretty well when he hears Zhou Hao's words, but when he hears Zhou Hao's words, he feels a little bit dumbfounded. He doesn't even know if he dares to love Zhou Hao. What's the matter? This guy still pretends to be confident, which can really deceive people. After thinking about it again, Zhou Hao didn't know how to help Xiao Zhao at all. Then if he wanted to help himself, he wouldn't do the same way. The demon leader was shocked. This kid is a lawless character. I really can't tell him. Playing this idea, Zhou Hao is very shrewd. He knows what the leader of the demon cult is thinking by observing his words and acting. He quickly explained, "Master, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything disrespectful. Let's not say that this method is appropriate or not. I can't be sure about the key. And can you succeed?" The demon leader's face is even redder, and there is no chanting if there is no one. She has to explain it. This is how people can say, but after all, she is the leader of a sect. She forced herself to calm down and quickly changed the subject. Does Xiao Zhao know about the matter? Find her and ask her what she means. Zhou Hao also knew what he had said before, which was a little bit abrupt, and he smiled and said, "I haven't told her yet. It's okay if you call her, just in time we can talk together. As for her going or stay, it's best to let her decide." The demon leader nodded, feeling more and more that it was a good thing for Xiao Zhao to follow Zhou Hao. It seems that Zhou Hao also cares about Xiao Zhao instead of simply playing around. She has read countless people and can be sure that Zhou Hao is pretending. It's still true. Zhou Hao also felt that the atmosphere was a bit embarrassing just now. Now if Xiao Zhao is called in, it can ease the atmosphere. Zhou Haoming knows the age of the demon leader, and there is no special relationship between the two, but they are always unconsciously tempted. He doesn't know why this is. It seems that there is something in the demon leader that attracts him, but there should not be any special relationship between the two. It is not that he suddenly became a gentleman, but the demon leader is Xiao Zhao's master after all. What's the matter if you do it yourself? The demon leader quickly called Xiao Zhao in. In fact, Xiao Zhao had been waiting outside. When the demon leader tried to test Zhou Hao, she knew that, but she knew Zhou Hao's ability and was not worried. It was just two people. After talking for so long, she was not at ease. Zhou Hao and the demon leader are the closest people to Xiao Zhao. If the two of them are separated, Xiao Zhao will be very embarrassed. After entering, seeing Zhou Hao and the demon leader have smiles on their faces, they breathed out in their hearts. In this way, the conversation between the two should be fairly pleasant. Naturally, she didn't know how many twists and turns had passed. After coming in, she first bowed to the leader of the demon cult and asked, "Master, what do you want me to do?" She said. Her eyes glanced at Zhou Hao unconsciously. Seems to be asking. When Xiao Zhao came in, the demon leader returned to his usual dignity and solemnity. Hearing Xiao Zhao's question, he looked at Xiao Zhao with a smile, but couldn't express his anger and said, "Xiao Zhao, you are fine. It didn't take long to go out, and there was a lover, and the things I told you before were completely useless." Xiao Zhao's expression changed. He knelt on the ground quickly, took a look at Zhou Hao, and explained, "Master, Zhou Hao's affairs with me were also accidental. I didn't expect it, but if you want to punish me, please punish me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the teacher's teaching and expectations for me for so many years." The demon leader sighed secretly in his heart, but his face remained calm, and he lowered his head and asked, "Xiao Zhao, you know that I have been expecting you to take my place for so many years and become the leader of the demon leader. Now that you have done this, you have lost it. Don't you regret that you have passed the qualifications?" For succession, Xiao Zhao glanced at Zhou Hao, and then said very firmly, "Master, since I have done it, I won't regret it, and I feel that being with Zhou Hao is more interesting than living in a teacher. I like the life of teaching and our magic sect. In fact, I don't think there is much meaning anymore." This time, the demon leader really sighed. His disciples already thought so, and the younger generations of other demon cults would probably think so too. It seems that the demon cult is really about to die, but it has never been too early. In her tone, she heard her firmness. The difference between the idea of the demon leader is Zhou Hao. He has always had certain confidence in Xiao Zhao, and believes that she will choose herself when choosing between the demon cult and herself, but when she really regards her words as the demon leader, it was her master's face that he was still very satisfied. Xiao Zhao did not let himself down as expected. The demon leader looked at Zhou Hao, then looked at Xiao Zhao, and sighed. "Xiao Zhao, I know that you have lost the qualifications of the leader. It is indeed very sad, but you can have Zhou Hao as your home. Bad thing. He helped our demon cult without making any special requirements. His request was just to take you away. It can be seen that in his eyes, you are more important than all interests. He cares about you so much, and I am relieved." Xiao Zhao's body shook slightly after hearing what the master said. She didn't expect Zhou Hao to do this. They didn't say this at the beginning. Her eyes gradually moistened. She understood what the master said, although Zhou Hao did. People in a powerful position, but cooperating with demon cult will still get huge benefits. But he is willing to give up so many benefits and choose to take himself away. It can be seen how important his position is in his heart. She now feels even more that she does not regret it. Women are all sentimental animals, and she will not hesitate to break her bones for her own people. Now I want to stay with Zhou Hao forever. The relationship between Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao is already very clear to the demon cult leader, and looking at their appearance, they will not separate, so they have to sigh. Forget it. You have grown up too. If you are the past demon cult now, if you do this, it must be a canon punishment, but now is different from the past. Even if it is, I will let you go. Xiao Zhao knelt on the ground with a puff, crying to the demon cult leader, "Master, I don't want to leave you, but the current situation in teaching does not allow me to continue here. You also understand the contradictions in our teaching. Once I know that I have lost the right to inherit the leader, even if I have the internal strength of a first-class master, it is still useless. How can I not understand? If I really don't understand, I won't agree to you leaving the demon cult. If you stay, I am now the leader, and no one dares to move you. Once I leave this position, I will definitely suffer in the future." The demon leader said helplessly, gently touching Xiao Zhao's hair. Xiao Zhao has something else to say. Zhou Hao has already spoken next to him. "Actually, don't be too pessimistic. You are talking about situations where I don't exist, but now I am here. I can still make you suffer. No matter how messy the teaching is, the strength is fixed and will not affect you or anything. Zhou Hao's words made the demon leader and Xiao Zhao brighten up. They were only thinking about separating and feeling sad, but now thinking of Zhou Hao, this guy is not only strong, but also martial arts. As long as he helps, there is no danger. However, neither the demon leader nor Xiao Zhao thought about Zhou Hao's ambitions. They just thought that Zhou Hao was there. Even if Xiao Zhao stayed in the church and there was a new leader in the future, there should be no danger. In this way, the demon leader doesn't have to feel sorry for Xiao Zhao to leave him. Husband, since you can help me, don't let me leave the master. I believe in your strength, as long as you are willing. There shouldn't be any problems, are you right? Xiao Zhao was very excited, and he called Zhou Hao husband directly regardless of whether the master was in front of him. After all, Zhou Hao was still relatively calm. Seeing Xiao Zhao a little flustered, he quickly coughed. He didn't want to make the demon leader angry at this time, and then he said, "In fact, it is not particularly difficult to solve this problem. Use strong pressure to suppress those who are restless, and it will be fine." Although his words are very simple, the leader of the demon cult has his heart moved. If he is the only one, and the other forces in the sect, it is only between the uncles. But if you add Zhou Hao's power, you will have an absolute advantage, and you don't need Zhou Hao to use it. His own power, as long as he is here to help himself, with the help of an invaluable expert, and how powerful he teaches, he must bow his head. However, she still has her own worries. If she wants to solve the affairs within the teaching, she should use her own strength within the teaching. Otherwise, she will inevitably be said that she is colluding with outsiders. Even if their thoughts are dispelled by pressure, it is still not conducive to the future management of demons teach. Xiao Zhao is a direct disciple of the demon leader, and naturally, he knows his master better than most people. Seeing her frown, he immediately thought of her worries, winked at Zhou Hao, and then said, "Master, are you? Worry about those elders in the church saying that you are colluding with outsiders." The demon leader looked at his apprentice. This apprentice is really clever and has good internal skills. Unfortunately, he is no longer a virgin. Otherwise, her future position will definitely belong to her. Now everything is in vain. Zhou Hao also saw the thoughts of the leader of the demon cult. He did not speak beside him. Not only did he want to solve the internal problems of the demon cult, with Xiao Zhao's mind and his own assistance, he could completely control the demon cult in the future. In their own hands. He is not very ambitious. It is true that if he is not under his control, he is assured of cooperating with them. Since ancient times, the reputation of the demons has not been very good. Moreover, today's demons have long been different from ancient times, and none of them is particularly stable. His beliefs may fall apart at any time. Under such circumstances, anyone who can rest assured to cooperate with them is really too courageous. Now Xiao Zhao's thoughts of the leader of the demon cult are revealed, and there is no concealment, and he frankly said, "Yes, I am really worried about this. Although Zhou Hao is your man, this relationship is not visible after all. If he helps, we will definitely be regarded by those elders as I am colluding with outsiders. In this way, even if I can block their mouths with strong pressure, they will inevitably feel resentment in their hearts." But a group of clowns. Even if there are grievances, the leader, it's not me who said you. You have been the leader for so many years. Haven't you discovered the problem of the demon cult? Since ancient times, in the history of your leader, the better some people should have kept their promises. One person in the teaching has the final say. Zhou Hao snorted beside and asked. The leader of the demon cult nodded, and Zhou Hao continued. Your demon cult is equivalent to a country. In this country, based on the monarchy system, if the leader of a cult is not useful, your organization will sooner or later disperse. Now, even though you are called the demon cult, in my opinion, it is probably a financial organization. As long as there is a problem with the economy, you will definitely fall apart. Although Zhou Hao's words were exaggerated, the demon leader didn't have any meaning to refute her. Her face was a little pale. Zhou Hao's conclusions are estimated to be like this in less than 10 years. If He Hong's sun doesn't fall, maybe even it won't be used for 10 years. Zhou Hao is confident to persuade the leader of the demon cult that although he was unable to access organizations like the demon cult in his previous life, he has never heard of any particularly large consortium in Macau. except for a relatively powerful gambling king He Hongsen. The organization gave the central government a headache, which shows that at least the magic sect at the time was not enough to make people worry. In Zhou Hao's view, although the demon cult could not be considered very powerful, at least it had a certain amount of financial resources, and it was completely able to compete with He Hongsen. The key was that they were not united enough and could not do a lot of energy, and this was suppressed by He Hongsen. Now he throws this question to the leader of the demon cult. He believes that as long as the leader is not too stupid, she should understand how to do it, and obviously she should not be the kind of stupid woman. Otherwise she can't be the leader for so many years. Martial arts can still reach the quasi-extreme. Sure enough, as he expected, the leader of the demon cult just pondered for a while, and then firmly said, "As you said, the current demon cult has long existed in name only. I, as the leader, can govern, except for these more direct disciples. I'm not very obedient. Maybe it's easy to use commands in front of me, but behind my back, I will completely ignore my commands." That's right. They all have the idea of self-reliance. Since you are not anti-government and anti-society, everyone is just for making money and a better life. Since they have such strength, why? You still have to take orders, and you won't be much better than them. Zhou Hao relentlessly said something that the demon leader doesn't want to hear. The demon leader's face was even paler, and every word Zhou Hao said, she had actually thought about it in her heart. But as the demon leader, she could not accept such a reality. He was respected in the demon cult, but now the demon, if the church name survives, then what is the significance of her as the leader? Xiao Zhao glared at Zhou Hao and blamed him for speaking without mercy. The master obviously couldn't accept it. This guy was still so naked to tell the truth. Let alone his master. He was sad in his heart. In other words, it is actually her home. Zhou Hao shrugged. Anyway, what he said was the truth. If he couldn't accept it, he wouldn't blame himself. But he also knew in his heart that if he wanted to let them make reforms, if he didn't take drastic drugs, how could the demon leader do it cruelly? In the end, the demon leader did not feel too sad because of this statement. Instead, he calmed down and looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, since you know the situation of our demon cult so well, you should have some better suggestions. You can change it. I want to hear what you think. Zhou Hao smiled and flattered. Master Mingjian, you really have a pair of insightful eyes. You can see through my mind at a glance. Bah, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and talk about the point. Don't think you are a master. I can't see through you. How can you be regarded as my son-in-law? The demon leader was taken very comfortable by Zhou Hao's sentence, and he felt much better. Smiled and cursed Zhou Hao. The relationship between Zhou Hao and the demon leader is indeed a bit of a mother-in-law and son-in-law. But because the demon leader is too beautiful and looks too young, the feeling between the two is a bit weird, but they themselves have not found it. On the contrary, Xiao Zhao next to him looked at the two with a weird face. The mother-in-law and son-in-law didn't feel that way. If only from the outside. Zhou Hao was a few years older than his actual age, and he was 24. They are 5 or 6 years old, and because their masters look very young, they are only 30 years old, and they are more convinced by saying that they are like siblings. However, Xiao Zhao just flashed through his mind at this time, and immediately focused his attention on Zhou Hao's words. He has now begun to talk to the master about his plan. It's actually very simple. The best way is to eradicate dissidents and centralize power. This is what all kings have done since ancient times. Although you are not an emperor, you are also the lord of a religion. You can't let other forces threaten you. Power. Zhou Hao was very serious, and also somewhat coldly said. He was already a decisive person. Now when talking about this kind of thing, the leader of the demon cult and Xiao Zhao can feel a smell. Although they are called the demon cult in modern society has the ancient times were completely different, especially Xiao Zhao, who had not even killed anyone. Hearing Zhou Hao's advice, he couldn't help feeling cold. The leader of the demon cult is better. After all, he is the leader of a sect, and he is still a quasi-excellent master. Even so, his heart trembled. Zhou Hao was so murderous. Zhou Hao was merciful to his men before. I thought he belonged to the kind of character that had a good temper and didn't want to hurt others, but now I know that he is actually very cold. No matter what they think, Zhou Hao continued, there is no need to kill all of them. Just deal with those who are more stubborn and disobedient. The remaining people will probably take advantage of the situation and lose out to you. Under the sect, although it seems a bit high-handed, the tougher you express, the more honest those who have different intentions will be. While talking, Zhou told them what methods should be used to treat different people. He really waited for him to say something before he discovered that it is not easy for the demon leader to be in this position for many years. In her eyes, the lack of experience in internal struggles, no wonder it can make so many lives feel strange. If a person does not have much determination to deal with rebellious people, the demon leader will not be able to do it arbitrarily in the future, and he may have a good talent in martial arts practice, internal struggle, centralized power, but it is far less flexible than Xiao Zhao. After comparison, Zhou is more inclined to let Xiao Zhao be the leader of the demon, and the leader of the demon cult is her backer behind the scenes, specializing in martial arts, but he does not know how to speak now, so he cannot directly let the leader of the demon cult give up the position of leader. After Zhou finished all the plans, the demon leader said in a breath, "Unexpectedly, it will be so complicated. For this leader, it is really hard work, if it is not for the stability of the teaching in the future, and it will live up to the master. For my expectations, I really want to give up my position as the leader and concentrate on studying martial arts." Zhou moved in his heart and said with a smile, "Master, although you have a good idea, if the position of the leader falls into the hands of others, you may not be able to do the exercises with peace of mind. On the contrary, it will not be good for you to practice." "Yeah, you are right. The position of the leader is not something that anyone can do. If you don't do it well, it will definitely fall apart. The demon sect will become a noun in history. That is, you can think of so many ways. You really helped me a lot. But if I stabilized the position of the leader, I wouldn't have the mind to practice martial arts." The leader of the demon cult nodded first, and then felt even more emotional. "Master, martial arts matters can be put aside. After all, we are all people of the magic sect. Although there are many people who are ready to move, as long as we follow Zhou's words, we should be able to dispel their ambitions." Xiao Zhao is beside him. Seeing that the master was in a bad mood, he had to comfort him. The demon leader sighed again. "Xiao Zhao, how could I not know the truth? It's just a pity that you can't inherit my position. Otherwise, if you come to be the leader, I will practice martial arts. This will be perfect." Xiao Zhao just opened his mouth to speak. Zhou suddenly interrupted. "Actually, have you ever thought about it? Since your canon was set by the previous leader, we are going to reform centralization this time. Why can't we change the canon and allow Xiao Zhao to take over the position of the leader?" Zhou's proposal immediately surprised the leader of the demon cult and Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao hurriedly said, "Husband, don't talk nonsense. These rules are left by the ancestors. How can we change it at will? There are only 3 of us here. People, don't talk about it. Don't say that outside." The leader of the demon cult also said, "Zhou, I know your strength and martial arts. Don't worry about the people of the demon cult against you, but I dare not raise this idea. How can the rules left by the ancestor be changed at will, let alone used as the head of the purest virgin? She respects the true God." Zhou looked at the 2 men cautiously and couldn't help but smile. "You don't need to react so much. We're just discussing this, but I am really curious. What you 2 said sounds reasonable, but there is no reason at all." "What meaning? I don't think this can be a reason to stand still and remain unchanged." This time, the leader of the demon cult and Xiao Zhao were full of tacit understanding and asked puzzledly, "Why? Isn't it obvious that the rules laid down by the ancestors cannot be changed? Then if that's the case, if you are doing business now, just go to politics and become the world, and you will get everything. With the support of the country, who would dare to fight your magic sect, there is no need to shrink on this island every day." Zhou sneered and said mercilessly. Regardless of the ugly face of the demon leader, Xiao Zhao kept winking. Zhou continued, "As for the true God, I think it is even more ridiculous. If other church members don't understand, they can only say that they are deceived, but as Lord of the demon cult, I don't believe you can feel the existence of the high true God." Although Zhou has memories of past lives, he does not believe in the existence of gods and ghosts. At least he has not seen one. His martial arts have reached the highest level, almost the peak of mankind. He does not know what level he will reach when he breaks through this level. but he believed that he would not become a god. What's more, since ancient times, the demon sect has controlled the congregation by means of religious beliefs. Even if it can't say that all the magic words are used to deceive the people, at least this kind of statement is just to make the congregation rest. The truth that there is a true is not so credible. Zhou Hao has never been in contact with the demon cult, but he also has a certain understanding in his mind that the methods of the demon cult did work in ancient times. But in modern times, everyone has come into contact with a lot of things, and there are actually not many religious people who can truly believe in the existence of the true God. The reason why most people are still teaching is mostly relying on the forces of the demon cult. The reason for those people's dissent was that they felt that the demon cult had begun to fall, and even if they wanted to rely on it, they were already a bit unreliable. Under such circumstances, Zhou Hao believed that Xiao Shou and the master of the demon cult used this as a reason to resist changing the rules. It is not convincing at all. This time the demon leader and Xiao Zhao were silent together. Although Zhou Hao did not specify, the two understood what Zhou Hao meant. They naturally believed in the demon cult, but no one had ever felt the grace of the gods. Even though the demon cult the leader did not use this to control the congregation, but everyone understands that religious belief is just equivalent to the purpose of an organization, not true belief. I think you all understand what I mean. Since the magic sect has already begun to decline, if there is no strong change, I guess the magic sect will still not have any special development. Zhou Hao knows that both women understand. He said, "Master, although you are Xiao Zhao's master, you can be regarded as my elder, but I still have to say that you are inferior to Xiao Zhao in managing the teaching affairs and developing the ability of the magic education." This is the first time that the leader of the demon cult has been criticized in the face of a lesson, but fortunately Zhou Hao said that it is inferior to Xiao Zhao. Even if she is hit again, she is somewhat relieved. After all, Xiao Zhao is her own apprentice, and perhaps has the ability to manage herself. No, the ability to educate apprentices seems not bad. On the contrary, Xiao Zhao was very dissatisfied with Zhou Hao's directness. He pinched Zhou Hao lightly and said, "What are you talking about? How can the master be inferior to me? Everything about me was taught by the master." Zhou Hao did not evade, allowing Xiao Zhao to twist his arm lightly. Such a blow was like tickling him. He smiled and said, "Although your skills are given to you by the bishop, and you have always been your master takes care of you, but there are many things that are not taught by anyone. They have natural abilities. The master of martial arts has talents, but the tricks of intrigue are much worse than Xiao Zhao." The demon leader was silent, thinking about Zhou Hao's words, and Xiao Zhao said in dissatisfaction with gravity, "What do you mean by this? Even if you want to comfort the master, don't say how treacherous I am. How can I be suitable for intrigue?" Zhou Hao explained with a smile, "It's not about how treacherous you are, but that you are stronger than your talent in this area. If you are the leader, even because of the centralized method of power we talked about before, those dissatisfied voices will be suppressed. But with the character of the leader, I'm afraid I can't hold on for many years, then the demon cult will still die." He paused for a while and continued, "Although I did this a bit against the rules of my ancestors, but I am doing it for your demon sect. After all, you don't want to watch him go to extinction. That's justified by what you said, but is there any way to get Xiao Zhao to accept the position of the leader? Others can't oppose it. You have to know that the passing of the leader is a big matter. It is not me who has the final say. Xiao Zhao, it is no longer a virgin matter, and there is no way to hide it." It was obviously moved by Zhou Hao. The demon leader frowned. Zhou Hao remained unhurried, smiling, and said, "This is simple. Since we are going to change the rules, it doesn't matter whether she is a virgin or not. If there is any objection, just say that the rules of preaching as the leader have changed. Once you have consolidated your power, who dares to oppose you?" His meaning is very obvious. Helping Xiao Zhao ascend to the throne is to consolidate the power of the current leader. As long as she excludes dissidents and centralizes the power, then in the demon sect, the leader will say nothing, even if some rules are changed. It's just a sentence. If you can really do that, the power of the leader of the demon cult has really undergone a very significant change. The leader of the demon cult for so many years has never thought that he can have the final say in the teaching, and even change the ancestors. The rules. As a woman, If she says she has no ambition, she can't sit where she is now, thinking that she is in power. Even if she usually concentrates on practicing, she can't help but nervously said, Zhou Hao, what you said is true. Is it? Can I take this power alone? Of course it is possible. This matter is not very difficult. As long as you concentrate your manpower and get rid of those who do not obey you. It is a waste or a kill. I think you know it best in your heart, but I hope you can do it. No future troubles. The demon leader felt a chill. Zhou Hao was indeed a decisive person, but he still said firmly, how to do it I naturally understand in my heart. Although we have been together for many years, there are many grievances between us, especially the disciples. They have all grown up, and some people's power has developed relatively fast. If it weren't for dealing with He Hong's son, civil strife might have already broken out. Zhou Hao nodded and sneered. Master, to be honest, don't like to listen. He Hongsan's influence in Macau is indeed not small, but you have been suppressed by him for so many years. What's the problem? The two women were shocked. If they weren't reminded by Zhou Hao, they wouldn't have been able to think of it. In fact, Zhou Hao had just moved in his heart. If such an organization is not powerful, how can it be valued by so many people? Even in the current society, the living space of the magic sect is getting smaller and smaller, but it will not be forced to this point by He Hongsan. Except for the declining of the magic sect itself, there may be someone internally responding. Now taking the opportunity, Zhou Hao will take his own if the illusion is brought up, whether it is true or not. It is good for them to think more. The leader of the demon cult was reminded by Zhou Hao in a sentence, and naturally thought of several of the larger forces of her own congregation. They usually do business and have some contact with He Hongsan. She is considering that they have the opportunity to collude. Probability. After a while, the demon leader's face became more ugly, and he said to Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao, have your three uncles have had close business dealings with He Hongsan recently, and also advocated that we cooperate with He Hongsan? Xiao Zhao thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Master, the third uncle has been cooperating with He Hongsan over the past 10 years. He should also be the person who has the most contact with He Hongsan among us, and as always since then, he has advocated maintaining cooperation with He Hongsan, but does not want to confront him. The demon leader said slowly, before we only thought that your third uncle was because dealing with He Hongsan would affect his interests, so he opposed the confrontation with He Hongsan. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Although He Hongsan 10 years ago the power is not small, but if we deal with him earlier, he won't have today. The delay is also because of your third uncle. This time she finished her words and did not continue to explain. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao are both smart people and naturally understand what is going on. Someone in the demon cult secretly helped He Hongsan, which led to the situation where He Hongsan is now suppressing the demon cult. Starting early is another situation. Zhou Hao sighed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect the demon cult to have the strength to deal with He Hongsan 10 years ago, but because of a decision error, he left a powerful enemy for himself. Zhou Hao had not been reborn 10 years ago, so naturally he would not contact with He Hongsan, but according to time, He Hongsan did have a certain gap with the present in the early 1990s, and it was much easier to deal with. As a disciple of the demon leader, Xiao Zhao naturally cannot accuse his master of making mistakes in his decision-making. However, Zhou Hao knew that if he changed to Xiao Zhao at that time, he would probably not care about the attitude of the third master and directly deal with this man with unlimited potential gambler, He Hongsan. It can also be seen that, relatively speaking, Xiao Zhao is more suitable to be a leader than the leader of the demon cult, and his idea of supporting Xiao Zhao is more sufficient. Anyway, the leader of the demon cult is relatively more concerned about his martial arts. Then just satisfy her by yourself. It seems that your Sancha Shushu may really have a problem. He was already ill-intentioned 10 years ago, so now his power, among your demon cults, can no longer be developed. Zhou Hao sees the two women were silent and asked again. Xiao Zhao knew what Zhou Hao meant and quickly explained. Husband, Sancha Shu is my master's generation, second only to the master. Although his strength is only a first-rate master, but one of the two major guardians is Zhuahufa. It's his uncle. You have seen him today. One of those two quasi-extreme masters, so after all, the strength of their line is second only to ours. Zhou Hao did not speak. but turned his eyes to the leader of the demon cult. The leader of the demon cult sighed and nodded and said, "What Xiao Zhao said is the truth. At the beginning, I was scrupulous about the existence of Zhuahu Fa, so that the third junior brother has the current power. At that time, I did not expect that he might collude with outsiders. It seems that he has been plotting for more than 10 years. With the same sigh, Zhou Hao opened his mouth and said, "The position of the leader of the demon cult is very temptation. I guess if your strength has not reached the quasi-extreme peak, and you have a power that is not weak, you may have changed. It's not too late. The existence of such a person is always a hidden danger and cannot be left behind." Although he did not say how to deal with this person, both the demon leader and Xiao Zhao understand that such an ambitious person must be eliminated. It is impossible to use other methods, let alone conquer, and the result will be the same. There is also Zhuahu Fa. He is equivalent to the umbrella of the third uncle, and only by moving him down can the hidden danger be really solved. If it were in the past, even if they knew each other's ambitions, the two women would not have much confidence in dealing with it. After all, the left guard was enough to contain the leader. The right guard and the left guard were brothers. Even if they had their own factions, they might not really be able to deal with it. It will eventually become a civil war. But now it's different. Zhou Hao is a supermaster. The master of the demon cult does not need to ask to know that if he really wants to eliminate dissidents, he must be his biggest help. It depends on his relationship with Xiao Zhao. This supermaster Zhou Hao is himself. Super thugs. As a quasi-excellent master, the demon leader and Zhou Hao personally passed the hand, and he was full of confidence. Not to mention a left guardian. Even if the left and right guards join forces, it will not pose a threat to Zhou Hao. He is now saying who he wants to deal with. That casual look is not a joke at all. It's that he really didn't put the other person in his eyes. Well, Zhou Hao, we will make a big move this time. Since they even colluded with outsiders and brought so much pressure to the demon cult, I can't let them continue to harm the demon cult. Please do it. The demon leader figured it out, and he was welcome, and directly hoped that Zhou Hao would help. After Zhou Hao had a detailed discussion with the demon leader convened the demon cult meeting the next day. This time, because it was a meeting, the venue was not the place where Zhou Hao was summoned yesterday. Since this is the demon cult's headquarters, naturally, there will be some special places belonging to the demon cult. This is a small island belonging to the demon cult. In the underground of the small island, the demon cult opened up a basement. All the buildings here, if the island encounters a larger wind and waves, they may all be destroyed, but if it is underground, there is no need to be afraid of any typhoons, unless the island can be lifted up. Zhou Hao only saw on TV that those cults would establish their own sects and caves. It was the first time I heard about the underground of the island, but he also had to admire the people who built this base. Even if the buildings on the ground are destroyed by people, it will not affect their normal lives. The content of today's meeting is to discuss how to deal with He Hongsun. All the disciples of the demon cult near Macau, as long as they can reach the level of the Hall Master or above, must participate. The third junior disciple of the demon master and the third uncle of Xiao Zhao will naturally. Among them, especially the left and right guardians must be there. Zhou Hao followed Xiao Zhao to the basement of the island early in the morning. Because he was the guest of honor this time, he directly arranged to sit on the first seat under the leader's seat. When the other demon disciples came, they would all sit in his. Such an arrangement was also discussed with Zhou Hao, the leader of the demon cult. Their meeting was nominally to discuss dealing with He Hongsun, but after Zhou Hao discussed with the leader of the demon cult yesterday, their purpose of this meeting was to provoke Xiao Zhao Sanshishu, and it would be best to force him to reveal it. In this case, even if the demon leader wants to deal with him, he can still be famous, let alone the left guard to protect him. Even if the left and right guards protect him together, Zhou Hao can get them all away. Zhou Hao came earlier. At this time, except for some disciples who were arranging the venue, none of those attending the meeting had come. Although it was underground, it was brightly lit and not worse than outside. It was like an ordinary company executive meeting. Zhou Hao had nothing to do. The special feeling is completely different from the sects such as demon cult seen on TV. Xiao Zhao saw Zhou Hao looking around and laughed softly. "Husband, do you feel curious? Our magic cult is different from TV and rumors. It's a bit like a corporate company. Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Indeed, I thought your underground base was arranged like a cave, brightly lit, and there are very sturdy churchmen everywhere, walking around, patrolling around, but it seems that it's not the case at all." Xiao Zhao chuckled and said, "Husband, have you watched too many movies? What's the era? If we really do that, let alone how outsiders think of us, even if we teach ourselves, we won't be able to see it. So my master asks to keep pace with the times and modernize the magic sect. Well, in fact, your master is not strong enough, but also a leader with development vision. It's a pity that she is not the CEO of a big company, but your leader." Zhou Hao shrugged, a little regrettable joked. Xiao Zhao also grinned and said, "The master is unwilling to engage in internal struggles because of his kind heart and care for old feelings. If you really do it, the master will not be afraid of anyone, especially now that I have a certain ability to protect herself. I feel even more relieved." After a while, he continued, "Actually, I tell you, in the entire demon cult, my master is the only one who is affectionate, and those are all subordinates. She is most worried about me." Zhou Hao nodded. He could feel the demon leader's concern for Xiao Zhao. He now listened to Xiao Zhao and said with a smile, "I think the reason why your master is assured of you now is not because you have a certain ability to protect yourself, but because of my existence. You think that with your current strength, you can really protect yourself from top-notch players." In front of the helpers, Xiao Zhao didn't behave well to be affectionate to Zhou Haotai, but he still sneered, "I hate it. To laugh at me. I didn't have this internal strength. Now that I have such a strong internal strength, my master can't be happy. When things are over here, and I practice hard, I don't believe that my ingenuity can't really reach the level of a first-class expert." Zhou Hao didn't doubt Xiao Zhao's words. With Xiao Zhao's mind, as long as he really practiced with his heart, let alone a first-class master, it is not difficult to reach the realm of her master. The ultimate master cannot be achieved by ordinary people, which requires a certain chance. There is no guarantee that Xiao Zhao can do it. During the chat between the two, there were already people attending the meeting. Some of them were met by Zhou Hao yesterday. Xiao Zhao knew that he didn't know him, so they introduced him one by one. Among them were Xiao Zhao's peers and others who were better than her. The older uncle, but today's master, Zhou Hao hasn't seen him yet. I don't know if there are any seniors in the demon cult that are higher than them. From Zhou Hao's point of view, the strength of these people is not weak. Most of them are in the realm of first-class masters. There are only some young people of Xiao Zhao's generation, second-rate realm, but they are just because they are young. With time, it shouldn't be a problem to reach first-rate. Although first-class masters are nothing in Zhou Hao's eyes, they really have to be placed in the martial arts. Now that martial arts are becoming less and less important, they can have such strength. At least they have been able to enter the ranks of the top 5. If the magic sect can really unite, even the top 3 have hope. Zhou Hao is not a real martial arts person, nor has he contacted too many martial arts sects. But he understands that although Tang's sect and Hong's sect each have excellent masters, the strength of their disciples will not be as strong as the magic sect. It is an advantage to have the top masters in a school, but it can also play a deterrent effect at most. The strength of the real school is not determined by 1 or 2 masters. Zhou Hao felt excited when he thought of this. If you can hold the demon cult in your hands, what a powerful force it is. As time went by, the people who came gradually hid. At first, the people who came were all residents on the island, who were guarding the martial arts here. When they came, most of them came alone, or brought 2 or 3 with them. Disciple. But the people who came after that had already begun to become different. Later people were all church members who performed tasks outside the headquarters. That is, people mainly doing business outside. Each of them brought bodyguards and disciples. Now, although bodyguards cannot be brought underground to participate in meetings, there are many disciples. And these disciples, in fact, are similar to bodyguards and may not be able to get the true biography. Every time a person comes in, the strength varies. Some people are stronger in martial arts, and their disciples are weaker. Some disciples are even equivalent to the master's martial arts. This result is also in Zhou Hao's expectation. Many people may not have very good martial arts. With high martial arts talents, the disciples found are relatively powerful, and some people are not personal disciples at all, and bodyguards are more effective than disciples. Xiao Zhao is still the person introduced by Zhou Hao, but it is different from before. His introduction this time not only talks about their identities, but also their company, the distribution of influence in the teaching, and even where they belong. All of them told Zhou Hao that she wanted to make Zhou Hao clear about the relationship between the various forces of the demon cult, so that Zhou Hao didn't know the situation and messed up. Hearing Xiao Zhao's introduction, Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Although I don't know how many people there are now, Zhou Hao can also think that their current strength is completely incomparable with before. Even so, they can still divide a lot. Factions are really idle. And he also noticed that apart from Xiao Zhao's 3 uncles, the power of the other factions is not weak. At least it is enough to threaten the rule of the demon leader. If there is not harmony between each faction, Zhou Hao estimates the position of the demon leader should have been impacted. Xiao Zhao also saw what Zhou Hao was thinking. He sighed and quietly said to Zhou Hao, "Husband, my master has been tired for so many years. I have always wanted me to help her. Otherwise, I don't have to make you cheaper. I was forced to be helpless." Zhou Hao saw Xiao Zhao's eyes flashing with a touch of charm. His pretty face flushed. He naturally thought of Xiao Zhao's style in bed. Couldn't help feeling hot. He laughed. "Don't say that I am so wronged. I remember it seems to be the first god. You took the initiative to seduce me, and you will always be happy to do it in the future, but I am not tossing you." Xiao Zhao heard Zhou Hao smirk, and his body began to weaken. But now it is inconvenient for the two of them, so he gave Zhou Hao a coquettish look, and then said with a serious face, "Husband, I will send my 3rd uncle now. I am with the master. My master is the 2nd, and they are also the 2 biggest faction leaders of our demon cult besides the master." Zhou Hao frowned. He originally thought that there was only one uncle of the 3 masters with great power, but now I know that besides him, the power of this uncle should not want to go up and down. In this case, his task will be much more difficult. "Husband, we have told you before that the left guardian is the umbrella of the 3 uncles. You should also guess that the remaining right guardian is from the master, but they are not related to each other. But because of the teacher before the ancestor's death, I asked him to take care of the master, so he can be regarded as the person in charge of the master." Xiao Zhao explained to him when Zhou Hao was meditating. Zhou Hao now understands why these 2 people are so strong. There are only 3 quasi-extreme masters in the entire demon cult. Each force is divided into 1. The reason why the demon cult leader can continue to be the leader is that 1 is between the various factions. Another check and balance is her own strength. The 2 were talking, and there was a commotion at the door. A middle-aged man walked in with 4 disciples. He was only in his 30s, and his strength was at the top of the 1st class. Although he did not break through the realm, Zhou Hao estimated that he would have another one. In 2 years, there is hope for a breakthrough, and the quasi-maximum is not as difficult to achieve as a decision. The 4 disciples following him also have the strength of 1st-class masters. It seems that their strength is indeed stronger than that of others. Even if the disciples he leads, they are also stronger than others. Although they are all 1st-class masters, there is a realm gap between them, such as Xiao Zhao seems to have the realm of a 1st-class master, but in fact it is very weak. In Zhou Hao's eyes, these disciples were already among all the disciples who stayed in the 1st-class realm. The 4 strongest people, even the middle-aged person, were only half of their own. Zhou Hao didn't know. They were direct disciples, or they were later accepted as teachers, but he knew that the strength of these 5 people was not weak. "Husband, this is the 3rd uncle. His disciples are all my seniors. 10 years ago, they had reached the realm of first-rate masters. I really don't know how to practice, but my master suspects what the uncle used. A special method, and this method is mostly to stimulate the human body's potential. They may not be able to break through in their lifetime." Xiao Zhao has been by Zhou Hao's side, whispering. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't know what method they used to stimulate potential, he had met biochemical people in the United States. They used scientific methods to stimulate the human body's potential, but their potential was developed more thoroughly and their strength was stronger. But there is no reason, even the 2nd generation cannot be compared with ordinary people. From the outside, Xiao Zhao's 3 uncles looked handsome, in his 30s, and full of energy. He was at the age of Chuanfeng's proud, and seeing how he greeted everyone, he was obviously very popular, or he was very popular. Sociable, once such a person has enough power and wants to replace the demon leader, It is estimated that there will not be many people against it. I thought in my heart. Xiao Zhao's third master had already walked over. Xiao Zhao quickly got up and saluted. "Three master, you are here. My master will come out soon." "Xiao Zhao, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you already have internal strength now. It is very good. Your master must be very pleased now. Your problem has always been her heart disease, and now I can rest assured of you." Uncle Master seemed very pleased to say to Xiao Zhao. Only after he finished speaking, he turned his eyes to Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the side. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and smiled, and said to Zhou Hao, "This is probably Mr. Zhou Hao, right? I heard that you solved the problem of Xiao Zhao's inability to cultivate internal strength. Hua Tuo is truly reborn, with such good medical skills." Zhou Hao looked at the three uncles who looked like a smiling tiger, and said with a smile, "Three uncles passed the award. I am not as good as you said, but I just happened to solve Xiao Zhao's problem. Hua Tuo really dare not take it again." The eyes of Uncle Third Master were a little confused. He didn't know why Zhou Hao also called himself Uncle Third Master. He just thought that it might be because Zhou Hao didn't know him. Most of the name was because of Xiao Zhao, because Xiao Zhao was a saint. He did not dare to think about the special relationship between Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao for a while. His doubts only flashed past. He is now paying more attention to Zhou Hao. He has a lot of influence in the demon sect. He has naturally heard of Zhou Hao's purpose of coming here. Since Zhou Hao wants to deal with He Hong's son, the third division uncle needs to think about how to deal with it. Zhou Hao and San Shishu were very friendly to each other, and they seemed to really hate each other, but they were secretly assessing in their hearts. Zhou Hao thought that when dealing with them, he must not be merciful. San Shishu was a very scheming man. Keeping them is a disaster, and the third uncle is also thinking about how to deal with Zhou Hao. This guy has great wealth and can definitely pose a threat to He Hong's son. Xiao Zhao naturally stood on Zhou Hao's side, looking at San Shishu's hypocritical smile, wishing to punch 2 punches in the past, but he could only smile on his face. "San Shishu, I haven't seen you these days. What's the business there? In this way, you are the biggest boss of our congregation business, and count your contribution the most throughout the year." Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Uncle San couldn't help feeling proud. This was the disciple of the leader, and one of the people who knew the situation of the demon sect best. She could say this and prove that she was definitely the greatest hero of the demon sect. He actually knew that Xiao Zhao said this, not necessarily sincerely admiring. After all, she is a disciple of the demon leader, and the positions between the two sides are different. In fact, even if you don't say it, everyone knows in their hearts that who is more powerful and can threaten to the status of the leader, but no matter what, no one can ignore his own credit. I was proud of myself, but still smiled on my face. "Xiao Zhao, you are really good at talking. How can the greatest contribution be counted as me? Only the teacher and senior sister are the greatest heroes. Without her leading us, how can our demon sect be now? With such prosperity, you, as a disciple of Sister, must remember Sister's goodness." Zhou Hao secretly said in his heart that this uncle of the 3 masters is indeed a smart person, and his face is thick, and compared to himself and the leader, this kind of comparison is basically a kind of transcendence. If it was in ancient times, or when the demon sect was strong, he said so, you can directly convict a rebellion. It is a pity that the current demon sect is not as good as before, and the power of the demon cult leader is also restricted to the lowest level. Otherwise, let alone the third master, even the elders of the demon cult leader would not dare to speak like this. So much to say, Xiao Zhao faced his San Shishu. Even though he came up with a rebuttal, he didn't know how to say it. After all, the deep meaning in his mouth could only be heard by someone with a heart. Most people could only feel that he was praising the leader. Fortunately, someone interrupted at this time. The third junior brother is right. Our demon cult is able to have the current grand occasion, and all the attacks are from the leader and junior sister. Without her leadership, how can we be now? As for the rest of us, we are teaching all of his contributions are due, right? Third junior brother. The speaker just walked in from the outside and just happened to hear them. He couldn't help but say that this person is over 40 years old. He looks a little older than the third uncle, but he is full of energy, like a 30-year-old middle-aged man. His eyes are staring at San Shishu, with an inexplicable smile on his mouth. Seeing the visitor, The third uncle immediately looked very respectful and said, "Big brother, you are here. You can come back so far to discuss business. It is really surprising." Xiao Zhao also respectfully said along with the three uncles, "Master, you are here. This is our distinguished guest Zhou Hao." Then he said to Zhou Hao, "This is my master." Zhou Hao politely said, "Master, I have heard the leader and Xiao Zhao mention you a long time ago. When I saw you today, it was really better to meet you. I didn't expect you to have broken through the first-class realm." San Shishu and Xiao Zhao were shocked. They were not strong enough to see the situation of the masters at all, but Zhou Hao, as a supermaster, could not see the extent of the master's and uncle's skills. The magic teaching originally only had 3 standards: extremely high, and because of this, the 3 relatively large forces can stand on a tripod. But now that the masters and uncles break through the skill, the situation will change. Xiao Zhao knows Zhou Hao's true strength. Even if the master's skill breaks through, it will not affect her much. She believes that with Zhou Hao's strength, it will be fine even to deal with 2 guardians plus the master. She knows Zhou Hao. It's amazing, and even the stupid people know how big the gap is between the supermaster and the quasi-super. The third uncle is different. He can't break through his own strength, but now the brother has reached the quasi-extreme peak by himself first, and his rival has become stronger, but it is very unfavorable for him. He now considers how he should deal with the current situation in the future. The master was dark in his heart. At first he only heard that Zhou Hao's medical skills were brilliant. Now his cultivation level has just broken through, and he has improved again. It may take long, and he doesn't put Zhou Hao in his eyes too much, but now he feels a little different. Aura, one's own strength has reached this point, unless it is someone who is stronger than oneself, and the person who can see his own strength can only have special abilities. He is more inclined to what special abilities Zhou Hao possesses. After all, he is only in his early 20s. Even if he has been practicing Qigong since birth, how could such a person be stronger than himself after 20 years? After all, he is not a martial artist. Genius is not far behind. However, whether Zhou Hao possesses superb martial arts or possesses special abilities, it is already worth his attention. Thinking of this, the master squinted his eyes to see Zhou Hao and said, "Mr. Zhou Hao, I have known you for a long time, and I feel that I have met more famous, young and promising." After finishing speaking, he said to the third uncle, "Third junior brother, I just went to Malaysia. It only took a few hours to come from there. How could I not come back for such an important thing as the China Education Conference? Hong Kong stock Zhou Hao is here. Why should I come and see?" If you don't know the master and uncle, you must think that he is a very nice northern man, which is in stark contrast with the image of a shrewd southern man like San Shishu. But Zhou Hao knows that whether it is a master or a San Shishu uncle, they are all different from the surface. Otherwise, they won't be the 2 most powerful. On the surface, the uncle master and the third uncle looked like close brothers, but everyone knew that if it weren't for Xiao Zhao's master now to be the leader, the 2 people would have the heart for the white knife to enter the red knife. When the master arrives, all the disciples who are outside will be almost there. Everyone knows that by this time, the demon leader should also arrive. Although now he has stepped into the prestigious stage, the leader finally appeared. It's like a routine. Soon, the guardian from the left and right led 2 rows of disciples to come out first. These disciples are young men and women around the age of 20. Seeing that their strength is already at the peak of the second-rate realm, they can immediately break through to the first-class realm. Personally, the strength of 2 men and 2 women has reached first class. Zhou Hao knew that these people should be the power of the demon leader. Although the 2 guardians who took the lead were not their people, after all, there was no civil disturbance at this time, and they still belonged to the demon leader's personal bodyguards. If they encounter a foreign land, they will definitely spare no effort to protect the demon leader. As the left and right skincare and the disciples came out, a well-dressed demon leader appeared behind. When I saw the demon leader yesterday, she felt like a middle-aged lady. Although the temperament is elegant, no demon leader should some domineering. But now seeing the leader of the demon cult, Zhou Hao knows why Xiao Zhao's master can sit in this position for almost 20 years. It depends on her aura that is enough to overwhelm everyone. And the demon cult leader is very noble and may be the aura created by the skill, just suppressed the many masters below. Except for Zhou Hao. Those people all looked respectful, but they didn't know whether they were really respectful, or acted, or were pressured by the leader. But anyway, from the surface, the demon cult, the majesty of the leader cannot be violated. Respectfully welcomed the leader of the law. When Zhou Hao secretly estimated the leader of the demon cult, everyone seemed to have discussed it, and they all bowed in unison. As a result, only Zhou Hao was left standing in the crowd, a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the demon leader waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be polite. Everyone comes from afar. Sit down." While talking, I watched Zhou Hao standing alone, laughing inwardly, but her face was sinking. Sat in his seat. At this time, everyone would not resist the command of the demon leader and sat back to their place obediently. The master and the third master were sitting opposite to Zhou Hao. Here may be Xiao Zhao deliberately arranged, but they are not two. Always wants the strength, and the first seat is Zhou Hao. He guessed that such an arrangement did not want to make people dissatisfied. After all, Zhou Hao was not a member of the magic sect, and it was a bit inappropriate to sit here. The demon leader didn't speak either, just swept across the faces of everyone in the audience. She didn't use any internal strength or sharp eyes, but those who were seen by her would feel like they were seen through. Several of them bravely looked at the demon leader, expressing their magnanimity. Among them were the three uncles and the masters. However, Zhou Hao believed that they were not magnanimous, but because they were enough to confront the demon leader, not afraid of her patrolling eyes. Especially the uncle masters. Since the promotion of martial arts cultivation, they have been able to resist the constant pressure of the demon leader. This time, they are taking the opportunity to let the demon leader know that his strength has improved. Don't use force to suppress people in the future. This kind of performance really got an unexpected response. After seeing the master of grinding feet was slightly surprised and said, "Brother, I haven't seen you for many days. Your skill has developed so much, it seems to be on par with me." The senior brother was proud, but there was a respectful smile on his face. "Junior master, you really know how to joke. Your skill is 100 times deeper than mine. I'm just getting started now. I will have to work harder in the future. It has always been our goal of learning. Big brother is too modest. It is really gratifying that you can break through the bottleneck. In the future, our magic sect will add another quasi-excellent master. What a delightful thing." The magic sect leader shook his head and praised it very much. The master said, "If you don't consider internal conflicts, the demon cult has added a quasi-excellent master who has contributed a lot to the improvement of the strength of the entire sect." At this time, the demon leader is really happy. If today's contradictions are resolved, the big brother will concentrate. For the sake of demon cult, there will be one more quasi-excellent master in demon cult in the future. Zhou Hao also looked straight and sighed. The master looked straightforward and bold. Even though he knew he was coaxing people, he couldn't help but believe that he was telling the truth. No wonder this man is so powerful. It's all because of his personal charm. Very good at being a human being. Those who follow him should all be desperate. After the demon cult leader finished speaking, he turned to the third uncle. His voice was slightly low and said, "The third junior. The senior has worked hard for many years and has reached the quasi-extreme state. You are still in the first-class state. You have to work harder. Don't put too much thought on chores." She is a very soft-hearted person. Even if she wants to deal with the third master, she still intends to give him a chance. If the third master follows her advice and can concentrate on studying martial arts, Zhou Hao will not have to deal with him today, forming a happy situation. It's just that now how can the third master think of the meaning of the demon sect leader? After listening to her, he immediately smiled. Senior sister said, "I have been busy with business for so many years, but I have delayed my cultivation. After this time is busy, I must work harder to practice and break through the bottleneck as soon as possible." The leader of the demon cult sighed in his heart. The third junior brother is looking for bad luck. Since he is unwilling to give up the power in his hand and wants to continue to develop, don't blame himself for being impolite. Although he said nicely, everyone knows this is an excuse. After leaving this conference, it's strange that Uncle San will double up to practice Qigong. Now everything is about money. Kung Fu is really useless. Zhou Hao also sighed secretly beside her. She knew that the third master was an ambitious guy, and it was indeed possible to unite with He Hongsun. She actually wanted to give the third master a chance. It can be said that the demon leader is too kind. How can people be assured of being the leader of the demon cult? At this time, he was also more determined to let Xiao Zhao become the leader of the demon cult. Master Uncle and Third Master Uncle are people who are more important to the master of the demon cult. But other people, she has not left in the cold and has greeted one by one. Recently, she has performed well and praised. Those who have not performed well should be urged. This kind of thing is the same as a meeting of leaders. It is always necessary to summarize the past before entering the whole. From this point of view, the demon cult has actually evolved with the times. This reminded Zhou Hao of how government agencies held meetings, but they didn't know if they had it before or learned it from government agencies. There were a large number of people from the magic sect to the meeting. Even if it took more than an hour to ask each one, the leader of the magic sect was obviously already very comfortable. He didn't mean tired at all. On the contrary, Zhou Hao felt bored and wanted to sleep. Fortunately, today's business has something to do with him. Before he really fell asleep, the leader of the demon cult had a straight face and said very solemnly, "Calling everyone here today. Presumably everyone already knows it well. We specially invited the Hong Kong stock god, Mr. Zhou Hao. We have to discuss an important matter." When the demon leader mentioned Zhou Hao, everyone knew that this was on the topic. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao appeared here today. What was the reason? Everyone unconsciously turned their eyes to Zhou Hao. They were all guessing. How much power will Zhou Hao want to do to the demon cult? Regardless of whether Zhou Hao is a super master or the richest man in the world, under everyone's attention, he feels as if he is in a no man's land. Of course, everyone knows that he can feel everyone's gaze, but they don't care. Regardless of how much help he can bring to the demon cult, it is this concentration that is at least admirable. Most of these people have first-class strength, even if Zhou Hao is so knowledgeable. The first-class masters are watching, and most people will definitely feel that they are sharp. Zhou Hao's attitude has become unpredictable in the eyes of everyone, and even some people with deep thoughts are already considering whether Zhou Hao is an ordinary person. But no one except the demon leader and Xiao Zhao who know the foundation. I would believe that Zhou Hao is an absolute master. He is too young. Xiao Zhao's three uncles and uncle masters are all kind of people with deep intentions. Seeing Zhou Hao's performance, they can't believe that he is an ordinary person. Uncle Master suspects that Zhou Hao has any special skills. He can't be so calm. The demon leader saw everyone's reaction in his eyes and sneered in his heart. No matter how much these people think, they can't imagine that Zhou Hao's strength has far surpassed everyone here. She doesn't know how the top players are divided, but she knowing that in front of the top master, the quasi-top and top masters are scum. I thought to myself, but the demon leader continued to say, "Mr. Zhou Hao, everyone should have heard of it. But this time he came to help us mainly because tomorrow he will have a game with the gambling king He Hongsun." Here, he deliberately paused, waiting for everyone's attention, before continuing. This time they both agreed to bet $2 billion, and it's US dollars. Once He Hongsun loses the gambling game, the stocks of his subordinate companies will, if it has an impact, then it will be our opportunity. The method, she said, was proposed by Zhou Hao. At the beginning, Zhou Hao wanted to deal with He Hongsun and did not want to affect the economy of Macau. However, He Hongsun has a huge impact in Macau. Unless there is another force to replace He Hongsun, this can be guaranteed. Let Macau continue to stabilize. At the beginning his choice was Bai Changsheng, and now he will still use the power of Bai Changsheng. But relatively speaking, Zhou Hao is naturally more inclined to the magic sect. Xiao Zhao is his own woman and the default future leader, who is close to Zhou Hao, can distinguish. If it weren't for his main energies to focus on the mainland, he was just a cutscene here in Macau. He even wanted to annex He Hongsun's Macau company, but Zhou Hao didn't want to do that. Once he did that, the power is too great, and the few in the central government will definitely not make themselves better. Exposing to more upper-level secrets, Zhou Hao has a clearer understanding of the influence of the state machinery on him. At any time, he should not confront the country, nor develop his power to make the country admire, or even his father. Can't keep yourself. Zhou Hao would not do anything harmful to the national interest. But if his power is too great, those within the country who have different factions will always find suitable reasons to deal with him. This kind of thing does not need to happen, it can be foreseen. Up. Now Zhou Hao is thinking about Macau, but the demons are thinking about the gambling between Zhou Hao and He Hongsun. They have heard about it before, but they have been confirmed by the leader of the demons. Everyone knows that this news must come from Zhou Haoji. Mouth. The most recent relationship with He Hongsun is naturally Xiaozhao Sanshishu. He watched Zhou Hao for a long time before he stood up and said to the demon leader, "Master, sister, although your plan like this has a great chance of success, but there is a key point. How can you be sure that Mr. Zhou Hao can beat He Hongsun, who is the Macau gambling king? For so many years, there has been no failure." "Yes, teacher sister, we are not doubting the strength of Mr. Zhou Hao, but how can we be sure of such a big thing before it starts? Everyone knows that gambling is a matter of luck. 3 points depend on luck and 7 points depend on hard work. With his strength, can Mr. Zhou Hao guarantee victory?" Uncle Master also said in a timely manner. Zhou Hao almost didn't laugh. This great master actually used this lyric here, but he also made sense. This is not the case with gambling. Part of luck and part of skill. If there is no certain skill, who can go further? The demon leader is obviously already prepared. Hearing the words of the two, he smiled unhurriedly. "Brother and brother, you are very considerate. If it is normal, He Hongsun will naturally not be that weak. But you probably don't understand Zhou Hao's situation, so let me introduce it to you now." Without waiting for everyone to ask questions, the demon leader has already started to say, "Zhou Hao is the champion of this year's gambling contest, so he has the qualifications to challenge He Hongsun, and he has also agreed with He Hongsun to win the gambling contest. I think you all know how strong people are." Everyone was silent this time. Everyone knew that it was impossible for a person with no ability to win the championship. Zhou Hao's championship was lucky. Others did not know. The demon leader was satisfied with everyone's reaction and continued, "Besides, I will tell you. In a moment, Zhou Hao's mentorship, you can probably rest assured." Everyone was amazed. They secretly guessed who Zhou Hao's ancestors were. It was reassuring to say it. At this time, even the third uncle and the master became concentrated. They always thought that Zhou Hao was very human. Hearing the master of the demon cult talk about Zhou Hao's mentorship, that should really pay attention. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao glanced at each other, and they all felt as if the demon cult leader was really a bit awkward if he didn't say storytelling. It was not a big deal. They had to make twists and turns to arouse people's curiosity. More at ease, but it does make people believe that Zhou Hao is strong. The demon cult leader also smiled secretly. "I don't believe that they are not curious about what I said. They just said with a straight face, Zhou Hao's master, who taught him gambling, should be heard by everyone. He is 30. The gambling demon who was well known in the gambling world a year ago is still more famous than the gambling king, He Hongsun. The name of gambling has not been revealed for many years. Younger people will never hear of it unless they often go to casinos. But as long as a slightly older person lives in Macau for a long time, who doesn't know the name of gambling or anyone who doesn't know him, it's like someone who doesn't know the reputation of the king of gambling. They didn't expect Zhou Hao's master to be a gambler. This master has disappeared for nearly 30 years. As a result, he is now Zhou Hao's master. It's really incredible. Zhou Hao learned gambling from the gambler, except for himself. A few of them, and the gambling king He Hongsun, no one else knows. The reason why he asked the leader of the demon cult to speak out was just to give everyone confidence. If Zhou Hao himself spoke the vernacular, who believed that he would definitely win He Hongsun, now everyone knows who his master is. Everyone naturally, it will inexplicably increase some confidence. The demon leader sneered in his heart, which surprised you. And there are follow-up content, without waiting for everyone to continue to inquire, and then said, "Everyone should have more confidence in Mr. Zhou Hao now. And I will send you a tip. The gambling demon is related to the gambling king, and the gambling demon is the master of the gambling king." In the end, it's even impossible for everyone to hear the news. According to the relationship between the gambling demon and the gambling king, He Hongsun has become Zhou Hao's senior. In this way, the gambling game between them has become the same. No one can imagine the comparison between them. No wonder Zhou Hao is sure to win the gambler. To a certain extent, no matter what kind of sect, even if there is a certain gap in strength between the brothers, because the learning skills are the same, as long as the aptitudes are not too far apart, if the two people learn from each other, they will win each other. Zhou Hao is so young that he can be called a stock god. If someone says that he is not very qualified, Hun Sun will not believe him if he kills them. At least everyone guesses that Zhou Hao should not be weaker than He Hong Sun in terms of current financial resources. Moreover, people with ambitions like Master Uncle and Third Master Uncle will naturally investigate his information, especially the relationship between Zhou Hao and the Chinese government, even if they heard that Zhou Hao participated in this conference. I can't fully understand it, and I can guess that his relationship with the mainland government is very unusual. Zhou Hao's own strength and deep background have attracted people's attention. What's more, he has already made it clear that he wants to support the leader of the demon cult. Some people even think that he is a covetous beauty. Otherwise, how can he be taken seriously? Zhao invited the magic sect. The demon cult leader gave everyone a few minutes to respond, and then continued to speak to the two of them. Big brother, third junior brother, in the situation of Zhou Hao, do you think you have a certainty against He Hong Sun? Master and third master uncle have no opinion this time. They don't know how powerful Zhou Hao is, but based on his inheritance, he definitely has the strength to fight He Hong Sun, not to mention that he is indeed in this gambling competition. The champion is enough to explain some problems. The two of them did not speak, and the others naturally had nothing to say. Although most of them were already very powerful and could even threaten the position of the leader, in front of them, the others were shorter, especially the masters. Everyone needs to think more about martial arts breaking through the bottleneck. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao made eye contact from time to time and saw the expressions of everyone in their eyes. It seems that the master and the third master are definitely the biggest obstacles for Xiao Zhao to ascend the position of the leader. Now the third master has been suspected of interacting with he. The problem with Hun Sen's collusion is whether the master will resist after the third uncle is removed. In fact, according to Zhou Hao's current meaning, it is best to eliminate all the hidden dangers at once. But it is thought that if the strength of the senior brother and the third uncle are eliminated, others will still rise up. Then there is only one leader in the teaching. Quasi-extremely, it may not be able to control these ghosts. When thinking of this, Zhou Hao calculated that if the uncle master did not make an appearance in this clearing of rebellion, Zhou Hao would decide to leave the power of the uncle master and let him serve the leader. He believed that as long as I am here, the master should not be able to resist. Zhou Hao's idea is very simple. For today's demon cult, strong pressure must be used, and this is what he can best help the demon master's leader. He has already measured that with his current strength, even the master's uncle and the third uncles, if people join hands, they will not put it in their own eyes, let alone the demon leader. In such a sect that is not very united, he does not believe that he will really do it. Others will help. Everyone can't wait for the opponent to be annihilated, and he can help casually, and he has made it clear that he is helping the leader. This is also a famous teacher. He thought in his heart that the demon leader has continued to arrange tasks and said, for this operation, we already have certain plans and arrangements. Third junior brother, you have been responsible for cooperating with He Hong Sun's companies for many years, and you should treat them as well. If you understand it better, you can provide us with their news. It is best to take the opportunity to minimize their stocks. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Zhao's San Shirshu. They were all watching San Shirshu's reaction. At this time, he did not directly agree to the leader's words, but looked at the demon cult leader, as if very puzzled. Teacher, senior sister, we have worked with He Hong Sun for many years. Although he is a bit strong now, he can bring us great benefits. We are going to deal with him now. Don't you think that taking advantage of the situation may be great, and others have taken advantage of it? When he said this, his gaze swept Zhou Hao unconsciously. Although it was rather vague, everyone was a caring person, and everyone could understand what he meant. Zhou Hao also had a mirror in his heart. This guy clearly didn't want to deal with He Hong Sun, so he just did it. The disaster caused him, and he was really not afraid of death. Originally, if Zhou Hao didn't want to deal with him, looking at his attitude now, it is enough to make Zhou Hao stop letting him go. Zhou Hao has always had a good temper, but whoever provokes him will not have a good result. The demon cult leader also smiled secretly. This third junior brother is really looking for death on his own, and there is no way to help him. He said, Third junior brother, although what you said has some truth, I still think that you should start first. He Hong Sun has been in Macau for so many years. How much influence we have on the magic sect, you don't know. Back then, you advocated cooperating with him instead of dealing with him. And he has the power today. Do you want to let him 10 years ago? Make another mistake? This time it was the turn of the third master uncle's face to change drastically. At this time, the demon cult leader's words were almost tantamount to questioning the teacher. Others also thought that 10 years ago, the third master uncle had been advocating cooperation, which was equivalent to defending He Hongsen. Otherwise, how could He Hongsen have today's power in the demon sect's sphere of influence? And for a while, everyone focused their attention on the three uncles, with all kinds of meanings inexplicable. Although Sin Shirshu was very ambitious, everyone turned their eyes to him. Their expressions changed and their voices became low. He looked at the demon leader and said, "Master, senior sister, is it a bit too much? What we did back then was not for our magic sect. How can you say that I defend He Hongsen?" The demon cult leader sneered in his heart, but did not show it. He just nodded and said, "Third junior brother, what you said is correct. Since you entered the demon cult for many years, your heart must be concerned about our development and have made great contributions to the development of the sect. A great contribution, so many years, everyone can see." Sanshishu's expression was a little softened, but he did not relax. Most people understand that saying this is obviously a way of saying that it is first to rise and then to fall. There must be a turning point later, and this turning point is the most important content. Today the demon leader has decided to have a showdown with himself. He already had a hunch in his heart. Since he has to deal with He Hongsen, unless the demon leader can't remember it, as long as he really thinks of himself, he must deal with himself. Now he has begun to measure. If he really contends with the demon leader, how sure. At this time, he was a little lucky. He had an uncle who was Wahufa. Before he came, he had received news. This time he brought a lot of manpower. At least he could guarantee his retreat. The only surprise was that the senior brother's strength was already breakthrough, reaching the quasi-extreme peak. If the big brother helps the demon leader at a critical moment, it will be difficult for him to leave, but he thinks that the big brother has tolerated for so many years, and he should not break out at this time. Even if he wants to do something, he should deal with the leader. If he is defeated by the leader, the next person to deal with should be the senior brother. He should be able to understand this truth. While he was calculating, other people were actually thinking about it in his heart. The attitude of the demon cult leader was obviously to get rid of the relationship with the three uncles. It is possible that there will be a battle next. No matter which faction he is, his heart is tense. After all, everyone is a disciple of the demon cult. If there is an internal disturbance, no one will be in a good mood. The demon leader paused deliberately at this time. It seemed to give everyone more time to think before continuing. Third junior brother, no one can ignore your contribution to the demon cult. But if it is because of your contribution, ignore the wrong decision you made together, then there are no rules for our magic sect. The third uncle sneered. Sister, do you feel a bit guilty when you say that? Everyone agreed with my proposal back then. Isn't everyone going to be convicted? And who could be convicted 10 years ago? It is expected that today, if you come to trouble me with this excuse, it would be a bit of a disregard for everyone's wisdom. Although everyone didn't say anything, they secretly nodded. Even if they knew that the demon cult leader wanted to deal with the three uncles, it was a bit of a joke with this as an excuse, and the most important thing was that everyone didn't understand it at this time. The thing is to unite everyone to deal with He Hongsen. How can the demon leader deal with his own people first? They didn't know that all this was due to Zhou Hao's existence. Not only did the demon cult leader increase her heart to deal with the three uncles, but also because she wanted to concentrate her power. In order for Xiao Zhao to become the leader of the throne, he must take all those who can pose a threat to Xiao. Zhao must be handled well. In addition to the confrontation between the two sides, the person who considers the most is the master. He can also see that there has been a showdown between the leader and the third junior brother. If you really want to do it, who should you help? Between the three of them, it is all. Among the three factions, the three most powerful ones, if two are used against one, that one should definitely be defeated. The three parties have been calm for so many years because of mutual restraint. Now that one party wants to take the initiative to jump out, it has to make a choice, whether to help the teacher or the third junior brother. One is ambitious and the other is in control. It is really difficult for the master's choice. At this time, the leader of the demon cult seems to have to carefully consider every time he speaks. He always has to pause before he speaks. 3 junior brothers. What have you done in the past so long? Everyone is obvious to all. You are our demon cult and He Hongsen's cooperator. But He Hongsen's changes over the years. Why didn't you let us know that he became bigger? This time the third master did not speak. The reason given by the demon cult leader can no longer be refuted by ordinary people. As the demon cult leader said, the person who has the most contact with He Hongsen is the third master uncle. If he talks about He Hongsen's development, he does not know. No one can justify it. Even if it is a lie, no one believes it. Zhou Hao nodded secretly in his heart. Although the demon leader may sometimes be soft-hearted, but at the critical moment, he still did not make a mistake because of his soft-heartedness. At this time, he directly pointed out the point of the problem and made the third teacher speechless. Uncle broke out first. That was the following crime. Not that the demon leader intends to exclude dissidents. Although the final result is the same, the famous teacher is also very important. After all, it is not only the 3 uncles of the demon cult that can threaten the rule of the demon leader. During the discussion yesterday, Zhou Hao just mentioned that today the demon leader it can be executed like this. He said it's not surprising, and it's a bit deceptive. At this time, the third uncle did not think much, but looked directly at the leader of the demon cult. Senior sister, since we have said something, then just open the skylight and speak up. You will take my previous affairs at this time today. Come out and say, do you want to convict me of a crime, but I am also regarded as the elder of the demon sect. If you want to talk back to me, you can't just guess, without real evidence. He was already very arrogant at this time. He didn't even call the leader, but called senior sister directly. If it was the time when the demon sect was prosperous, the leader would have supreme authority. Zhou Hao didn't believe that the third master would dare to do this. And even if he did, there must be someone stand up and speak, but the others are just watching the changes. Xiao Zhao also sighed secretly in his heart. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's proposal to weaken the power of the elders of the division, the demon cult leader in the future might become a puppet, let alone lose the qualification to be the leader of the throne. Even if you don't lose it, estimate it yourself. I want to give up on my own initiative. Naturally, the leader of the demon cult would not fail to think of this, but she was prepared today, and she would not become speechless because of a word from the third junior brother. She thought that Zhou Hao was by her side, but she also had a bottom in her heart. Third junior brother, since you want evidence, then I'll show it to you. The demon cult leader smiled coldly, waved his hand, took out a ledger from the person next to him, and threw it directly to senior brother before saying, Brother, take a look at this ledger. It records the income and expenditure of the enterprises operated by the third junior brothers over the years. Various data prove that the third junior brothers make at least 10 million profits each year, which brings He Hongsen. The benefits and conveniences are hundreds of millions. After a pause, he looked at San Shishu and sneered. San Shishu, if you just made a wrong decision back then and left He Hongsen with a chance for development, I will not trouble you. But what you are doing now, because it has been proved that you colluded with outsiders and even united with He Hongsen to deal with ourselves. Think about it. You have done this. Can I tolerate it? When the ledger was taken out, San Shishu's face had changed. This ledger is not his original. But if everyone believes that this will not be forged by the leader, in fact, this is also the case after the leader of the demon cult, and Zhou Hao discussed it yesterday. The demon sect is huge. Even if there are some internal contradictions, there are still a lot of confidence of the leader. Under careful investigation, it is inevitable to find clues. For so many years, San Shishu has always believed that the demon leader is soft-hearted and will not take the initiative to deal with him. And he did not hide it particularly secretly. In fact, in the demon cult, everyone knows everything about each other, but there is no real tearing of the skin. Planting things is just a hands-on excuse. The uncle master did not look through the ledger particularly carefully. After taking a look at it, he gave it to the other elders. Then he turned his head and said to the third junior brother, The third junior brother, how can you be so confused? You are raising a tiger. Now He Hongsen is full of wings. Always aiming at our demon cult. Now it can't hold it anymore. Otherwise it won't ask outsiders for help. His words were clearly directed at Zhou Hao. How could the third uncle be unable to hear him? And sneered. My cooperation with He Hong-sun was the request of the two people set by the leader back then, but now he comes to blame me. He Hong-sun was with us. It can be a good partner. If it weren't for your constant desire to suppress him, why does he want to retaliate against us now? Can this be my fault? Third junior brother, you still don't know to repent until now. The things you did have seriously endangered the safety of the sect. I have the right to punish you. Seeing the third junior brother babble, he was funny in secret. You have to let you go crazy before you can deal with you with confidence. The third brother stared at the demon cult leader and snorted. Senior sister, it has been almost 20 years since you took the throne. In the past 20 years, my senior brother and I have been assisting you in managing the demon cult. Hoon's son, you and I are going to turn my face, but you have forgotten the friendship between you and your family for many years. A hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the demon leader. After all, the third younger brother had been with him for many years, but his eyes drifted past Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao. His third younger brother was too arrogant. If he did not deal with him, the future would definitely be controlled by him. Third junior brother, you are still obsessed with it. I miss the old feelings, but what you do threatens this sect. The demon leader was cruel, gritted his teeth, and said, Left and right guardian, catch third junior brother. We have to deal with the rules. Everyone obviously didn't expect things to develop so fast. They were a little bit stunned. No one moved, and they didn't know if they didn't react, or if the demon leader's words didn't work. Zhou Hao shook his head. In the middle, the leader's words are no longer useful. So how can this sect develop? The demon cult leader obviously thought of this, but she did not panic. After all, the guardian of the left and right is not her own. It is normal for them to disobey. Didn't you hear it? I heard it, but the subordinates feel that the leader's order is wrong, and we don't want to implement it. Zhou Hufa, the uncle of the third uncle, showed a strong attitude at this time. It seems that the leader's order can no longer affect him. The right guardian belongs to the master's uncle family, and he has worked with the left guardian for many years. Since the left guardian has withstood the pressure of the teacher, he is happy to watch the excitement and has no intention of making a move. Both he and the master have reached the quasi-excellent realm. In the master stage, the two are at least invincible. Zhou Hufa's contradiction did not surprise the demon leader, and he sneered. Zhou Hufa really takes care of his nephew. It seems that I am not telling you to move. The demon leader's words didn't seem to reach the ears of the left guardian. He stood quietly and did not speak. Obviously, he acquiesced to the demon leader's statement. He also understood in his heart that the leader of the demon cult has many people, but the real master is only the demon. The teacher, he simply has no fear. The master and the right guard made up their minds and watched the excitement. If the two parties really fought, see for yourself if there is a chance to take advantage of the fire. If there is no chance, help the weaker side and continue to maintain a three-legged stand. If there is a chance to take advantage of the fire, then replace the current leader. The uncle and the third uncle are ambitious people. They only have power in their eyes. There can only be a female leader for any canon, and the saint will succeed the leader. They don't take it seriously at all. They think they need to have strength. To be a leader, there is no society who still believes in the existence of true gods. Seeing that the teacher ordered no one to do anything, the third master probably understood what the senior brother meant. While secretly saying that this guy is really cunning, he smiled and said to the demon leader, Sister, if you want to catch me, come by yourself. Others, but it can't help you. Don't forget, for any crime that cannot be recognized by everyone, even if you are the leader, you cannot be conclusive. As a quasi-extreme master, the demon cult leader is not difficult if he wants to deal with the third junior brother. Even if he deals with the quasi-extreme master brother, the demon leader has a certain degree of certainty, but at this moment, he wants to catch a rebellious one. The elder of the heart still needs to do it by himself, which is really faceless. Fortunately, there is a master in the camp of the demon cult leader besides her. Zhou Hao watched for a long time and knew that if he didn't take action, today's matter would probably be resolved peacefully, so when the third master left the island, can only be regarded as a future trouble. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao stood up slowly, walked towards Sen Shu while smiling, and said to him, Sen Shu, you said very well. The leader cannot condemn you, but she does not need to condemn you. You can also catch you. This is the truth of the big fist. I guess you will understand. When he finished saying these words, Zhou was already less than 5 meters away from the third uncle and stood there firmly and said, I am a guest invited by the teacher. I didn't want to be nosy, but I really can't see your arrogant appearance. An elder is presumptuous in front of the leader, and no one of you is in charge. I really feel ashamed for you. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.